born in Tennessee in 1800, the son of an early Irish Catholic settler who had been a military man in the colonies, killing Indians and fighting in the War of Independence. William Harney got his start in the Army under Andrew Jackson. Johnson describes him as white supremacy and empire embodied. Harney was in the 1st Battalion of the U.S. Mounted Rangers, founded at Jefferson Barracks at St. Louis in 1832. Officers included Captains Jefferson Davis and Nathan Boone, son of Daniel Boone. While posted in St. Louis, Harney married one of 7 daughters of a local, wealthy Irish Catholic merchant and rejoined the Roman Catholic Church. In 1834, he murdered an enslaved woman in St. Louis by publicly beating her to death. He was acquitted and soon promoted and given command of the 2nd U.S. Dragoons. During the Second Seminole War, in 1839, Harney wrote of the indigenous Seminoles, "There must be no more talking, they must be hunted down as so many wild beasts. Let everyone take and be hung up in the hoods to inspire terror in the rest." 44 Harney's cruelty to the patricios was nothing new and continued in the Indian Wars up to his retirement before the Civil War. 45. Nearly 250,000 Irish Americans fought in the Civil War, 20% of them for the Confederacy. The Union's Conscription Act of 1863 made all white men between the ages of 20 and 45 years eligible for the draft. Free black men were not subject to the draft but were permitted to volunteer through the provisions of the Emancipation Proclamation. White men with money could illegally bribe doctors for medical exemptions, legally hire a substitute, or pay for a commutation of a draft. Lower-class white men, many of them Irish American Catholics, engaged in riots against the draft, targeting enrollment officials and free black men, as well as well-dressed white men. The largest riot took place on June 11, 1863, when an angry mob murdered more than 100 people. They set fire to a draft office and attacked police officers. But most of their anger went into attacking and killing black people. 46. On the other hand, the goal of the Irish nationalist Fenian movement was to train a fighting force of Irish people in the U.S. who could assist in the liberation of Ireland. They encouraged Irish gun ownership and organization of citizen militias in the U.S. When the Civil War started, they flocked into the Union Army and formed dozens of autonomous Irish brigades. It was an extension of older strategies the Fenian movement had promoted for Irish men to join military forces of friendly foreign powers, as they had done in Spain and France and even as Vatican guards, and to enlist in the British Army to obtain military training and battle experience, after which they would defect, mutiny, or work as double agents. After the Civil War, many of Custer's soldiers were Irish, and he would have the band play his favorite song, which was Irish. And Irish Catholics are notably represented both as troops and as officers in U.S. imperialist wars. 47. The Irish become the police. When black people today are asked how the Irish became white, they often knowingly respond, when they became the police. By sheer numbers in the major northeastern cities, the Irish American Catholic population pioneered ethnic politics that spread to other cities across the country, followed by similar ethnic patronage of Italians, Greeks, Slavs, Germans, and Jews, although none as numerous or successful in the Northeast cities as Irish Americans. Irish American political power began with the vote and their support for the Democratic Party, but it was first institutionalized by coming to dominate fledgling urban police forces in the Northeast. Although Irish Americans are no longer the majority of rank-and-file police officers, they continue in the 21st century to run police departments and wield powerful influence in police unions. All police commissioners in the New York Police Department have been Irish except for 2.48 across the United States. City police departments honor Irish American police with Emerald Societies. Founded in the 1950s, Emerald Societies were made up of autonomous chapters and extended to Irish members of fire departments and other public agencies. In the first surge of Irish American police in the second half of the 19th century, Irish immigrants went from being viewed as the major source of crime to becoming the police who fought it. Historian Livia Gershon observes that to a large extent, northern U.S. cities invented their police departments as a way to control the Irish problem. Irish immigrants populated shanty towns and slums of cities, and many, for lack of employment or income, turned to petty theft and sex work. Drunkenness, domestic abuse, and gangs were the fruit of impoverishment. There were many poor Irish Americans in the cities even before the influx of millions of famine refugees. In 1837 in Boston, there was a Protestant-led, anti-Irish Catholic riot of 15,000 people, which was about a fifth of Boston's population, that destroyed the Irish neighborhood. Only the Irish Americans were prosecuted while the assailants went free. The next year the Boston Police Department, the first in the country, was established to control the dangerous classes. Unsurprisingly, nativist panic flourished with the arrival of masses of Irish refugees in the 1840s and 50s. One Boston Irishman was hired by the police force in 1851, but was ousted after 3 years when the nativist and anti-Catholic Know-Nothing Party took control of the Massachusetts legislature. Hiring predominantly Irish Americans for the police force was a result of Irish political power through the Democratic Party in cities over the next decades. 49. Organized police departments were established in New York City in 1845, Albany, New York, and Chicago in 1851, New Orleans and Cincinnati in 1853, Philadelphia in 1855, and Newark, New Jersey, and Baltimore in 1857, and by the 1880s all major U.S. cities had municipal police forces in place. 50 Hiring a few Irish Americans led to more, as Irish American policemen helped friends and family members obtain work on police forces. James R. Barrett explains that the structure of Irish American social relations, based on where Irish members' families came from in Ireland, lent itself well to networking with close-knit Catholic parishes and county organizations. Barrett's father was a police officer and told him that it was common within police departments for people to ask what county in Ireland you were from well into the 20th century. In 1855, of the 1,100 police in the New York Police Department, 300 were born in Ireland, 700 were second-generation Irish Americans, and 36 had served prison terms. 51. In 1872, Irish-American John Kelly took over New York City's powerful political organization Tammany Hall, which had been exclusively Protestant. Irish-American street gangs and organized crime syndicates flourished, and often Irish police joined Irish gangs attacking Italian and Jewish immigrants and black people. 52 Patrick Higgins points out that gangs and police have a symbiotic relationship and neither represents working class power. 53. Irish American workers, unions, and political power. On May 8, 1970, 4 days after the National Guard fired on unarmed and peaceful anti-war protesters at Kent State University in Ohio, killing 4 and wounding 9, 200 union construction workers were mobilized by the New York State AFL-CIO to attack 1,000 college and high school students. The students were protesting in Lower Manhattan against the United States' expansion of the war in Vietnam to bombing Cambodia. Most of the construction workers were of Irish Catholic descent. Peter J. Brennan, an Irish-American Catholic from New York City and a painter by trade, was the president of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vice president of the New York State AFL-CIO. George Meany was AFL-CIO national president. Meany was born into an Irish Catholic family in Harlem in 1894, the second of 10 children. His parents were both US-born. The families of both parents had been famine refugees who immigrated to the United States in the 1850s. George Meany was raised in a Union family, his father a plumber and active in the Union local and in the local Democrat Party. 54. After beating up the demonstrators and chasing them through the financial district, injuring around 70, the workers stormed City Hall and forced officials to raise the U.S. flag to full staff from half staff, where it had been placed days before in mourning for the Kent State dead. The intruders sang the Star-Spangled Banner and yelled at the police standing by to take off their helmets, with which they dutifully complied. The workers went on to attack the nearby Pace College, smashing windows with clubs and crowbars and beating students. They ripped a Red Cross banner from the gates of Trinity Church and attempted to tear down the flag of the Episcopal Church, where volunteer nurses were caring for the injured. The police, mostly of Irish descent, did not intervene. 55. Patrick Buchanan, Irish-American, then President Richard Nixon's aide, wrote in a memo to Nixon that these, quite candidly, are our people now. 56. Peter Brennan denied that the Union had any role in the mayhem, telling a reporter that the unions had nothing to do with it, the men acted on their own. They did it because they were fed up with violence by anti-war demonstrators, by those who spat at the American flag and desecrated it. He added that his office had received calls and letters from all over the country praising the workers for their patriotism. It is now known that the Nixon administration initiated planning for the counter-protest with New York labor leaders and helped coordinate it and several others that month. Local shop stewards encouraged workers to join the protest, and in some cases offered cash bonuses. Brennan became Secretary of Labor in Nixon's second term. The hard hat Brennan gave to Nixon is on display at the Nixon Presidential Library. When he had ceremoniously presented it to Nixon soon after the riot, Brennan said, "The hard hat will stand as a symbol, along with our great flag, for freedom and patriotism to our beloved country." 57. Irish Americans, who comprise 10% of the total U.S. population, have long made up a larger percentage of the blue-collar workforce and, as indicated above, have been active trade unionists and officials. Union workers in most countries are considered a progressive if not left-wing force. But the U.S. working class is different. Mike Davis offers three main reasons. First, by the mid-19th century, workers' geographic mobility in the United States substituted for collective action, that is, if working conditions or poor pay created intolerable conditions, the worker could move on. British settler colonialism was based on attracting settlers to gain free land, property, so, as Friedrich Engels observed, U.S. culture was the purest bourgeois culture. 58. Second, Davis cites the cultural division of the U.S. working class, writing that the most disastrous obstacle to labor unity in the 1850s was the reaction of native workers to the arrival of several million impoverished Irish migrants. They provided cheap labor for the growth of New England factories as well as armies of raw muscle for Western railroads and the Pennsylvania coal fields. They were met by universal nativist hostility and riots against them, evicted from workplaces, refused admission into trade unions, and excluded from voting. Protestantism in the United States was not simply a majority religion but a constituent militant element of U.S. nationalism. 59. The millions of Irish Catholic famine refugees arrived in the aftermath of the half-century of Protestant fervor after the Second Great Awakening, the first having swept through the British colonies in the 1730s and linked the separate settler colonies by fanatic religiosity up to the founding of the United States. In the 1795 to 1835 Second Great Awakening, large meetings were held in small towns and big cities but also in camp revival gatherings of the mainly Scots-Irish frontier trekkers in Kentucky and Tennessee, the U.S. foot soldiers of empire who fed their genocidal guild with feverish evangelism. The core of this religious fervor was a personal experience with Christ, and that could take many forms: speaking in tongues, handling snakes. In 1801 in Cane Ridge, Kentucky, following bloody massacres of indigenous farmers and the burning of their crops and towns, the settlers from the newly established white settler communities, built on the bones of dead Indians, came from a wide area to hold a week-long revival. The event drew more than 10,000 regular attendees and many more attended for a day or two. 7 itinerant Presbyterian, Baptist, and Methodist preachers worked the crowd. The masses screamed and writhed and sang themselves to unconsciousness and oblivion, clearing their relationship with the devil. But surely the guild remained, unnamed, even unknown. Patriotism was its perfect expression and justification. The Protestant religious awakenings formed a type of purging, in what Richard Slotkin characterizes as regeneration through violence. 60 Davis writes that the Irish famine refugees arriving in the most militant Protestant nation in the world, rivaling even Britain, were bringing a particular form of Catholicism unlike the European continental and monarchical church. The lower tier of the Irish Catholic Church was anti-monarchical and for Irish independence, thereby allied with the aspirations of the poor Irish people and therefore a fusion of religion and Irish nationalism, although the Irish Church as an institution collaborated with the Crown and against Republican movements. The colonized Irish were an agricultural proletariat, sharecroppers, tenants, day laborers, not peasants as in England and the European continent. 61 Roediger misunderstands the difference, noting that Irish Catholic immigrants came from rural areas, in which place mattered tremendously, contributing to a relationship with the past, to a sense of kinship and even to religious faith. Torn from their homes, they resettled in places remarkably different from Ireland, not only in cities but also in crowded quarters, so that Irish Americans maintained only the most tenuous of ties to nature, noting that they kept pigs. 62 The Irish certainly cared about place and their land and country and counties and clans, however, this characterization implies bucolic lives tied to nature in Ireland. But rural Irish Catholics were colonized and desperately poor, living in miserable huts in countrysides scarred by deforestation, commercial agriculture and water pollution, and working as day laborers and sharecroppers on commercial Anglo-Irish plantations. Although some Irish immigrants took up farming in the Midwest, it should be no surprise that most of them eschewed the countryside when they immigrated to the United States. Many did work in the coal mines of Pennsylvania and the railroads and canals located in rural areas, but these occupations were not likely to be described as work that allowed them to experience nature. The third divisive force Davis identifies in the U.S. working class was and is white supremacy, which Irish immigrants to the United States inherited. Davis writes, American democracy was, after all, the most spectacularly successful case of settler colonialism, and the correlative condition for free soil, free labor was the genocidal removal of the indigenous population. 63 White supremacy had been fully foundational for 2.5 centuries in North America when the Irish famine refugees arrived. Most nativist workers eschewed any move for social equality and suffrage for black freedmen before and after emancipation. The Republican Party Free Soilers did not attempt to alter white supremacy. Allying with the Irish Republican activist Daniel O'Connell, radical abolitionists William Lloyd Garrison and Frederick Douglass developed a strategy in the 1840s for an abolitionist alliance between Irish Americans and the movement in Ireland. But O'Connell received angry negative replies from Irish American supporters. In a letter from an assembly of Irish coal miners in Pennsylvania, they denounced the call to accept black people as brethren, writing, "We do not form a distinct class of community, but consider ourselves in every respect as citizens of this great and glorious republic, that we look upon every attempt to address us, otherwise than as citizens, upon the subject of the abolition of slavery, as base and iniquitous, no matter from what quarter it may proceed." Davis writes, the refusal of Irish miners in an anthracite hellhole of eastern Pennsylvania not only to sympathize with the slaves, but to accept the implication even from their own national hero that they were in America anything less than citizens, speaks volumes about the ideological impact of American exceptionalism and the difficulties of building a class-conscious movement. 64. By 1880, the social structure of Irish Americans had been transformed, especially the structure of the working class. Labor activist and scholar Bill Fletcher Jr. stresses that labor organizing in the United States took place within the settler state's ideology of property ownership and was based on white exclusive trade unions that took for granted the existence of the settler state. White supremacism was inherent in the labor movement, not only against black people but also Chinese immigrants, whereas with Irish Americans, organized labor was willing and able to configure itself in such a way ultimately to legitimize these immigrant workers and their descendants. 65 There were over 1 million Irish American male wage workers in industry and transportation, around 65% of all Irish American males, while they made up only 15% of unskilled manual laborers, most of them recent immigrants. Irish Americans were 7.5% of the total U.S. workforce but had more representation as iron and steel workers, teamsters, masons, skilled textile workers, and other trades in which unionization was dominant. 66. By the turn of the 20th century, Irish Americans had attained considerable political power, with 36 Irish American Congress members, 4 senators, the first Irish Catholics in the cabinet and on the Supreme Court, as well as appointments in the diplomatic service and political machines in the large cities. The hierarchy of the U.S. Catholic Church was 3/4 Irish American. There were more than 20,000 Irish American manufacturers and a number of millionaires funding 20 Catholic universities. Irish self-indigenizing. The transformation of Irish Catholic immigrants to settlers sometimes is over-theorized as a phenomenon that originated once they were in the United States. That is because most narratives are concerned with the Irish embrace of the prevailing anti-black racism, omitting the strain of anti-Native American racism that existed in Ireland, which Irish Catholic immigrants brought with them. Irish studies scholar Mary Mullen writes that scholars of Ireland have long noted that Irish nationalists have tended to identify more with white settlers than with indigenous peoples. Young Ireland's emphasis on native feeling and the Fenian Brotherhood's articulation of the right of distinct peoples to self-government did not extend to indigenous groups. But Irish settler identity is not merely a matter of identification. It is a structural position. Even when Irish nationalists identify with indigenous peoples or their experience, they reinforce and reproduce the structures of settler colonialism. Irish nationalists use analogies between Irish and indigenous peoples to assert the reality of Irish colonial history through depictions of unreal American Indians. In the process, they question settlement in Ireland while legitimating and participating in the settlement of America. Mullen calls this stance a doubleness of Irish transnational identity in which the Irish nationalists want it both ways, enjoying U.S. settler status while claiming an affinity with indigenous peoples, thereby making indigenous peoples a metaphor, a form of erasure. 67. Irish scholar Luke Gibbons writes that Irish historians turn to origin stories, seeking an original Irish civilization to counter the English view of both the Irish and indigenous peoples as savages lacking in history. In doing so, they instrumentalize indigeneity, whereas indigenous peoples in the Americas are made up of hundreds of distinct nationalities with varied cultures, religions, and languages, and are not an inchoate race. And, although these analogies of wildness and savagery originate with English settlers, they also shape Irish anti-colonial thinking that then relies on racializing and celebrating mythic origins. 68. The Irish nationalists regarded property in Ireland as rightfully theirs with their culture embedded in it, but when this vision of property crosses the Atlantic, it suggests that merely identifying with America could justify Irish ownership of indigenous land. An 1852 article by an Irish nationalist categorized the Celt as aboriginal, yet goes on to characterize the Celt as natural colonizers. Within a century, the Celtic element will inevitably be sovereign in America. We see in America the natural inheritance of such a race. The article goes on to claim that Irish people's love of land and love of arms makes them a good fit for the United States, where land is as free as air. Mullen writes, the fact that the Irish flourish in places of free land allows them to claim ownership of the land. Such an argument erases indigenous peoples from the land while nevertheless finding the origin of American culture in this land. 69. As is the case of the Protestant Scots-Irish settlers in Appalachia and Hispanos in New Mexico, Irish-American Catholics as immigrants also carried with them from Ireland a myth that claimed Irish discovery of America as well as a myth of indigenous peoples in North America as descendants of the Irish. John F. Kennedy hinted at the myth in his book A Nation of Immigrants, claiming that the American Indians who were present when British colonialists arrived were not the original people. 70. Mary Mullen writes, the most explicit version of Irish nationalists' native feeling that contributes to the dispossession of indigenous peoples' lands is the myth of Irish origins for indigenous tribes. 71. The myth was proposed in the series Letters from America in the Irish Nationalist Nation in 1843.72. The series sought to form political connections between Ireland and Irish Americans, offering advice also to prospective emigrants. The author celebrated that the United States was free from the British Empire that oppressed the Irish, but also expressed sympathy for the native peoples who were being deprived of their lands and pushed west. He warned that the white population, even the Irish, were the natural enemies of the indigenous. He then narrates a tradition extant that some tribes of those Indians are of Irish descent, asserting that, in 1169, the son of a Welsh prince and an Irish princess gathered a number of ships and crew and set out west to discover lands then unknown, therefore discovering America before Columbus. Patrick Higgins observes that the United States came to form a blind spot for Irish nationalists, even among those with a stated record of opposing British colonialism around the world. An example of this is Roger Casement, who wrote at length against Belgium's actions in the Congo and the British Empire's crimes in Africa and Asia, yet regarded the United States positively. 73. Mullen notes that the myth of Celtic Indians triggers a form of native feeling that extends to the United States and can be found across Irish history. Thomas D'Arcy McGee, a contributor to the Irish Nation and founder of the New York Nation, offered another version of the myth. It draws on 13th century accounts that argue that a long time before Columbus, the land between Virginia and Florida was peopled by the Irish and constituted a great Ireland beyond the Western Sea. McGee conceded that it might not be grounded in fact but is a way of perceiving Irish immigration, writing, "The dates and details we must leave to the antiquarians, while we endeavor to show what modern emigration has done to accomplish the legend." 74. Mullen points out that the myth serves multiple purposes, that it separates the Irish from the white population that oppress the indigenous, and it bestows the right of discovery prior to Columbus, allowing the Irish to define themselves both through the colonial oppression they live under and their right by discovery to be indigenous in the new land. 75. Throughout the Irish periodical nation, analogies between Irish and indigenous peoples take various forms, one being an expression of fear, particularly during the famine, that the Irish will suffer the same fate as the Red Indians, which stresses the inevitable disappearance of the indigenous nations, situating them in the past without a future. But there is also a narrative of celebration of Irish survival in the face of British oppression, that the Irish had overcome British plans for Irish extinction, partly due to their success in the United States. 76. Similarly, the Irish Republican newspaper Irish People carried statements of Irish survival that contrast Irish and indigenous peoples. One article states, "We must be allowed mildly to observe, that it may not be quite so easy to get rid of us as of the Bushmen and Maoris. There is something in belonging to the Caucasian races, even in its Celtic branch." 77. Mullen concludes, claiming racial superiority for the Irish people, the article reinforces the sense that indigenous peoples are a mere metaphor for their own disappearance. Therefore, the English in denying food to the famine-stricken Irish intend genocide, but unlike the indigenous peoples, the Irish blocked the plan successfully by emigrating. Actually, they thereby become a factor of indigenous dispossession. The authors do not take note that the native peoples did not disappear despite attempted genocide. 78. The nation portrays Irish and native similarities and differences, both in ways that grant innocence to Irish settlers. Many Irish studies scholars and activists have acknowledged race and settler colonialism as social structures rather than simply events of the past. However, Mullen notes that many continue to reference Native American as a racial category rather than native peoples as a post-colonization term encompassing distinct nationalities. 79. Indigenous studies scholar Mark Rifkin traces United States law as constructing racial Indianness in the 19th century, transforming native nations into a population as a part of the colonization process. 80. Irish Americans are not unique as settler immigrants in self-indigenizing. It is a trait of settler colonialism that looms large in the United States, with an extremely reduced indigenous presence and an enduring white republic that stigmatizes immigrants of color. Patrick Higgins argues that the positive aspects of the tradition of Irish republicanism has been surgically removed from Irish Americans. Priests played a large role, the church being a bastion of anti-communism. Higgins cites the pioneering role of the Irish American priest Charles Coughlin, who, as Father Coughlin, used the radio to spout pro-Nazi fascist propaganda, forming a blueprint for right-wing jocks like Rush Limbaugh. 81. But, as Mullen shows, Irish nationalism itself diminished indigenous peoples' aboriginalism and resilience. The Irish slavery myth. However exploited, oppressed, colonized, demonized, and starved the Irish were and they were never subjected to chattel slavery as experienced by enslaved Africans who were deported to the European colonies in the Western Hemisphere and their descendants. Even after the emancipation of enslaved Africans in the United States, Jim Crow laws of segregation continued, as did intergenerational trauma and police profiling. The myth of Irish enslavement has been documented and debunked by Irish librarian and researcher Liam Hogan, who asserts, the conflation of indentured servitude with chattel slavery in the Irish slaves narrative whitewashes history in the service of Irish nationalist and white supremacist causes. Its resurgence in the wake of Ferguson reflects many Americans' denial of the entrenched racism still prevalent in their society. 82. Historian Brian Kelly astutely notes that, while imperialism oppressed and tortured the Irish and others who were colonized for centuries, raising that point at this time is a classic case of diversion. Irish immigrants in the 19th century were transported to America in coffin ships. Some arrived in such a state that port officials had to check whether they were alive or dead as they sorted out the bodies. But, once ashore, they were accorded a status denied to African Americans. The Irish were never slaves. To posit a parallel between the experiences of Irish Americans and African Americans is to reveal either awesome ignorance or outright racism. The incorporation of the Irish into the American state helps explain the overrepresentation of the Irish in the repressive institutions of the U.S. today. 83. Hogan even sees a distortion of Irish history that damages the actual history of oppression. There is no need to exaggerate what our ancestors endured. This refusal to differentiate between indentured servitude and racialized perpetual hereditary chattel slavery via the transatlantic slave trade, only feeds white supremacist myths. 84. This myth is a pernicious one that is used to create a false equivalency to support anti-black racist claims that white people experienced slavery too and emerged from it successfully and without complaint, while descendants of enslaved Africans claim damage and liability and demand reparations. 85. Matthew Horton explains that Irish nationalists in Ireland originated the Irish slavery discourse in the 18th century, rather loosely equating the documented horrors of contractual, time-limited indentured servitude or penal servitude with racialized perpetual, hereditary chattel slavery with Africa as the source. It was raised again in the 20th century as a strategy to build Irish solidarity around a common historical experience of slavery with militants in South Africa and from the African diaspora. In the 1980s and 90s, a number of leftist scholar activists in the United States conflated time-limited indentured servitude, however brutal and onerous, and perpetual, inherited, commodified, and legalized chattel slavery, perpetuating the myth of Irish slavery. Their goal was to appeal to poor and working-class white people in the United States to envision black-white solidarity, and as Horton observes, they drew from Marx's descriptions of European working conditions as a form of slavery. 86. This conflation had the unintentional effect that allowed some Irish Americans to claim that they overcame the trauma of past enslavement, criticizing the black civil rights struggles. Tom Hayden, co-founder of the Students for a Democratic Society, civil rights activist, and anti-war leader during the U.S. war in Vietnam who was of Irish Catholic heritage, also endorsed the Irish slavery myth in his 2001 memoir, Irish on the Inside, In Search of the Soul of Irish America. Hayden envisioned splitting the white working class by organizing Irish Americans to identify as radical anti-colonial Republicans, using the Irish slavery discourse apparently as a means of creating solidarity between the black community and Irish Americans, writing, "If Irish America goes green, there goes white America. When the Irish leave whiteness, there goes the neighborhood." 87. Between 1840 and 1900 the number of Catholics in the United States had increased from fewer than 700,000 to over 3 million, most of that increase being Irish immigrants. 88. Many were drawn to the Knights of Columbus, a fraternal society founded by Irish Catholics in 1881 for Catholic men. As the organization spread in the Northeast with the support of elite Irish Americans, it focused on developing citizen culture and had much to do with Americanizing the immigrants. By centering Columbus as the paragon of virtue and Catholic devotion, the organization could counter the accusation that the Roman Catholic Church had allegiance only to Rome by attaching Columbus to the founding of the United States. In 1892, in New Haven, Connecticut, the 400-year anniversary of Columbus's landing brought together 40,000 people, 6,000 of them Knights of Columbus, plus a 1,000-piece band conducted by the West Point musical director in a joint celebration of holiness and patriotism. 89 The idea of Columbus as founding father only grew with Italian Catholic immigration in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Chapter 6. Americanizing Columbus. Mahmud Mamdani, in Neither Settler Nor Native, locates the founding moment of the modern nation-state at 1492, noting it emerged out of two developments in Iberia. One was ethnic cleansing, whereby the Castilian monarchy sought to create a homogeneous national homeland for Christian Spaniards by ejecting and converting those among them who were strangers to the nation, Moors and Jews. The other development was the taking of overseas colonies in the Americas by the same Castilian monarchy that spearheaded ethnic cleansing. Mamdani emphasizes that modern colonialism didn't suddenly start occurring in the 18th century, but that European colonialism and the modern state were co-constituted. 1. Discovery and the cult of Columbus. A few months after Catholic entry into ethnically cleansed Granada, the Spanish monarchs contracted with a Genoese seaman who promised he could reach India by a shorter route by sailing west. Columbus landed not at already European discovered India but, rather, on an island of what is now called the Bahamas. The thriving indigenous residents informed him that to the north and south and east and west stretched a huge land mass, two massive continents teeming with cities and tens of millions of acres of farmlands that would come to constitute the major portion of humanity's food production. The rapacious crusade-hardened mercenaries representing Christendom were skeptical, until some voyages later they reached the continent at Central America, which they named Cabo Gracias a Dios. 2 decades later a Spanish army would possess the heart of that land mass, destroying the most populated city in the world at the time, Tenochtitlan, in the Valley of Mexico. October 12, 1492, is etched in the brains of many as the day of discovery, but the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere and of Africa and descendants of enslaved Africans regard the date as the symbol of infamy, domination, slavery, and genocide. Haitian historian Michel Rolfe Troerlet writes, "To call discovery the first invasions of inhabited lands by Europeans is an exercise in Eurocentric power that already frames future narratives of the events so described. Once discovered by Europeans, the other finally enters the human world." 2. The first formal celebration of Columbus in the United States came 5 years after the Constitution was ratified, the tricentenary of discovery on October 12, 1792. It was organized by the Tammany Society, also called the Columbian Order, that was founded in 1789 by a group of wealthy men in New York City. An obelisk dedicated to Columbus was erected in Baltimore in 1792, the first known public monument to Columbus in North America. Although Bolivarian revolutionaries named Gran Colombia after Columbus, the independent states founded from the former Spanish colonies did not take up celebrating Columbus until the 1920s, even then and now not as a formal holiday. In 1937, at the behest of the Knights of Columbus, President Franklin D. Roosevelt proclaimed Columbus Day an official federal holiday. 3. So, why did the United States, which at its founding had no direct geographical, calendar, or colonizing link to Columbus, embed the event and date as the very founding of the United States? Historian Claudia Bushman thinks the cult of Columbus rose in part because it eschewed the British source of U.S. existence and located its origins to first founder of the Americas. 4. At first, Columbia, meaning the land of Columbus, rather than Columbus, was used for honoring Columbus. Columbia College, now university, was founded in 1754 as King's College and was renamed Columbia College when it reopened in 1784 after independence. And the federal capital was named the District of Columbia. The 1798 hymn Hail, Columbia was the early national anthem and is now used whenever the Vice President of the United States makes a public appearance. By 1777, a year after the settlers of the 13 British North American colonies declared independence, the poet Philip Freneau named what would become the United States of America Columbia, America as sometimes so called from Columbus, the first discoverer. There were others who advocated that the 13 states should adopt the name Columbia. South Carolina named its capital Columbia. 5. Brian Hardwork observes, Columbus also provided a convenient way to forget about America's original inhabitants. 6. Bushman notes that in early American textbooks from the 1700s Columbus is the first chapter. Columbus starts American history. There's nothing about the Indians. Some of these books even show pictures of Columbus in colonial-era clothing. 7. And, of course, Columbus was not even his name. David Vine asks, why do we call the man who some celebrate today as Christopher Columbus when that wasn't his name, pointing out that his only known name historically is Spanish Cristobal Colon, not difficult to pronounce, but definitely not an English name. Because Colon was being repurposed to be the founder of the United States, his name was anglicized to Christopher Columbus. 8. Most significant, though, is that Columbus represented colonialism and imperialism that the original founders and future ruling classes fully embraced. In 1846, U.S. Senator from Missouri Thomas Hart Benton, who was basking in the glory of the U.S. Senate's declaration of war against Mexico, explained to Congress that the war was a continuation of Columbus's vision, the grand idea of Columbus who in going west to Asia provided the United States with its true course of empire, a predestined American road to India. Benton also explained the racial impact of the arrival of the white race on the west coast, opposite the eastern coast of Asia would be a benefit, claiming that the white race was unique in having received divine command, to subdue and replenish the earth, being the only race that searched for new and distant lands. 9. In 1861, a 20 by 30-foot mural was installed in the U.S. Capitol building, titled Westward the Course of Empire Takes Its Way, symbolizing continental imperialism, which had come to be called Manifest Destiny. The U.S. was mired in war with the secessionist Confederacy, but regarding imperialism, the two warring sides were in total agreement. The mural's painter, Emanuel Gottlieb Lutze, was born in Germany in 1816, his family immigrating to the United States in 1825. His first work was titled Columbus Before the Council of Salamanca, followed by a companion piece titled Columbus in Chains. In a tribute to the European radical revolutions of 1848, which he supported, Lutze painted Washington crossing the Delaware in hopes the revolutionists would be inspired by the U.S. War of Independence establishing the White Republic. 10. Momdani's argument that the nation-state was born in 1492 is validated by the conscious mythical founding of the United States as a white republic that, like the establishment of the Spanish nation-state, was founded on white supremacy and ethnic cleansing. Required courses in history were incorporated into U.S. school curricula in the early 19th century, introducing children and young people to Columbus practically as an ancestor. But clearly Columbus took on a renewed significance and purpose with the increasing presence of the Roman Catholic Church in the United States, with the arrival of millions of Irish immigrants and the millions of Eastern and Southern European immigrants, many of them Catholic, particularly the 4 million Italians who arrived between 1890 and 1920. Troerlet writes that ethnicity gave Columbus a lobby, a prerequisite to public success in U.S. culture. In 1866, there were fewer than 4,000 Italian Americans and only a few Spaniards in the United States, yet they already celebrated October 12 as Columbus Day in New York, and commemorations subsequently spread to Philadelphia, St. Louis, Boston, Cincinnati, New Orleans, and San Francisco. But the real boost for Columbus came from another source, Irish Americans and the Roman Catholic Church, with the 1882 establishment of the Knights of Columbus. 11. The Knights of Columbus and Americanization. In the February 11, 1882, edition of Connecticut Catholic, an Irish-American newspaper owned and edited by a Catholic layman, came the news, pursuant to a call issued by Rev. Father McGivney. Over 60 young men assembled in the basement of St. Mary's Church last Tuesday evening, February 7, 1882, and formed a cooperative benefit order to be known as the Knights of Columbus. Father McGivney proposed Columbus as patron to the organization, while James T. Mullen, who became the first Supreme Knight, suggested the full name Knights of Columbus to better evoke the ritualist character of the order. Matthew C. O'Connor, the first Supreme Physician, asserted that Columbus was to signify that as Catholic descendants of Columbus, they were entitled to all rights and privileges due to such a discovery by one of our fathers. 12 Although the Knights attracted Italian immigrants later in the century, the founding was largely an Irish-American Catholic project. Notre Dame historian Thomas Schlereth notes that the Irish-American founders apparently never entertained the idea of naming themselves after Saint Brendan. He explains that for the Catholics of New Haven it had to be Columbus, mainly because Columbus was already embraced as a symbol of the authentic U.S. American and helped remove from them the stigma of nativism. It was a symbol providing, as they put it, social legitimacy and patriotic loyalty. As Catholic descendants of Columbus, they were entitled to all the rights and privileges due such a discovery by one of our faith. 13 Father Michael McGivney was only 30 years old when he founded the Knights of Columbus and died 8 years later. In October 2020, Pope Francis beatified McGivney, paving the way to sainthood, the highest tribute possible that the Roman Catholic Church could bestow upon the Knights of Columbus, illustrating the Vatican's continued support for its 15th-century doctrine of discovery. 14. By the time of the 400-year anniversary of their namesake in 1892, the Knights of Columbus were located in every state and soon would spread all over Canada, Mexico, and the Philippines and become the largest body of Catholic laymen in the world, with over 2 million members at the turn of the 21st century. Catholic historian Christopher J. Kaufman writes, by adopting Columbus as their patron, this small group of New Haven Irish-American Catholics displayed their pride in America's Catholic heritage, evoking the aura of Catholicity and affirming the discovery of America as a Catholic event. But it was also a patriotic event, Kaufman notes. The Society's ceremonials led the initiates on a journey into council chambers where, with symbol, metaphor, and Catholic fellowship, they were taught the lessons of Columbianism, a strong attachment to the faith, a pride in American Catholic heritage, and a duty to understand and defend the faith against its enemies, in short to display loyalty to Catholicism and to the flag. In 1882, Thomas Cummings said to fellow members of the newly formed Knights of Columbus, under the inspiration of him whose name we bear, and with the story of Columbus' life as exemplified in our beautiful ritual, we have the broadest kind of basis for patriotism and true love of country. 15. The organization spread rapidly in the Northeast with the backing of well-to-do Irish Americans and emphasized the shaping of citizen culture. Troerlet notes that Columbus played a leading role in making citizens out of these immigrants. He provided them with a public example of Catholic devotion and civic virtue, and thus a powerful rejoinder to the cliché that allegiance to Rome preempted the Catholics' attachment to the United States. 16. This was the beginning of the Americanization project at work, capped by the quadricentennial celebrations of Columbus in 1892 to 1893. Columbus in the White City. By 1892, 28 monuments to Columbus had been erected in cities around the United States, more than in any other country. Some were statues on pedestals, others were fountains and arches, and some freestanding columns. Many depicted Columbus holding or viewing a globe or sometimes an American eagle. In the 1860s, various cities began holding Columbus Day festivities, so by the time of the quadricentenary, the Columbus cult was firmly in place. 17. Throughout 1892 there were local celebrations all over the country, leading up to the quadricentennial national celebration of Columbus extravaganza in Chicago. It was a love fest for Western European and U.S. American triumphal colonialism and imperialism, which was at its genocidal apex with the U.S. government's total colonization of its now full continental shape, the triumph of manifest destiny. The World's Fair Columbian Exposition in Chicago launched in 1890 around the time of the U.S. 7th Cavalry's massacre of hundreds of Lakota refugees at Wounded Knee, marking the occasion not only as a celebration of Columbus but of colonial genocidal victory. The official guide to the event, which was funded by the U.S. Congress, downplayed the preceding 280 years of European American history in North America, stating that it was only a preparatory period to the rise of the United States. Most fitting it is, therefore, that the people of the greatest nation on the continent discovered by Christopher Columbus, should lead in the celebration of the 400th anniversary of that event. 18 The site of the fair in South Chicago was nicknamed the White City for the massive and glistening white fake marble buildings constructed specifically for the fair, not meant to be permanent, but rather templates for how a future city should appear, grandiose and imposing, as well as symbolizing the triumph of capitalism. On the carnivalesque midway of the White City was the Ferris wheel, which was invented for the occasion. Not far away, the historian Frederick Jackson Turner delivered his thesis, The Significance of the Frontier in American History, to the American Historical Association, which had convened its annual meeting at the exposition. Nearby, Buffalo Bill's Wild West performed Point 19 without mentioning the 1,890 Wounded Knee Massacre. Turner chose the year 1890 as the demarcation of the end of the frontier, warning that the seemingly endless moving frontier of white settlement that had formed U.S. wealth, character, and culture had closed, and the future was not clear without the frontier escape valve for the teeming landless masses. Buffalo Bill had the answer: fantasy, reenactment, premiering the soon-to-be-born Western movies. Self-identified Christian socialist and ordained Baptist minister Francis Bellamy wrote a pledge of allegiance to the U.S. flag in 1892, which was a presidential election year in addition to being the quadricentenary of Columbus. Both presidential candidates, Benjamin Harrison and Grover Cleveland, urged the use of the new pledge as a way of honoring Columbus. Bellamy's stated goal for the pledge was to advance patriotism by flying the flag in every school in the country along with mandatory reciting of the pledge. Bellamy led the way in organizing teachers to use a packaged Columbus Day educational kit he assembled. In an amazing feat, on October 21, 1892, Bellamy and his volunteers were able to involve 12 million school children around the country, including 100,000 Chicago school children, to simultaneously salute the flag and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Point 20 In 1954, thanks to the Knights of Columbus' intense lobbying of the Eisenhower administration, the words "One Nation Under God" were added to Bellamy's secular Pledge of Allegiance. Point 21. The United States eugenics-influenced racial ideology was on display in the form of live enactments of levels of humanity. Nearest to the White City were the Teutonic and Celtic races, represented by 2 German and 2 Irish displays, illustrating the Celtic climb to whiteness. Below Christian Europeans were the Muslim and Asian people, descending to Africans on view in the Dahomean village, and then at the remotest location in the display, North American Indians. Frederick Douglass was present at the fair representing the government of Haiti and was incensed by the Dahomean village. He castigated the organizers, complaining that his race was being misrepresented by the barbaric rites of African savages brought here to act the monkey. 22. A measure of the success of the Chicago extravaganza was the naturalization of Columbus as first founder, which rationalized and justified the U.S. occupation of the continent. In 1892, historians were already projecting a century ahead to celebrate the Columbus quincentenary, suggesting that Columbus, Ohio, be the center for the occasion, which actually happened with the Ameriflora Exposition in Columbus, Ohio, in 1992. As Trowerlet observes, to make Columbus the discoverer of the United States, it was necessary to whiten him. Anglo-American was the definition of whiteness, and clearly Columbus was not Anglo, was not American, and did not speak English. While Columbus was becoming whiter, racism against Italian Americans was at its height in the United States. Point 23. Indigenizing Italians. Like the mass of Irish famine refugees who preceded them 4 decades earlier, the majority of the 4 million Italian immigrants to the U.S. were fleeing grinding rural poverty in southern Italy and Sicily. They were peasants stuck in medieval socio-economic relations, while others were proletarian sharecroppers and migrant farm workers, all without skills beyond agriculture. Most were motivated by jobs in the booming U.S. Industrial Revolution, with plans to earn money to return to Italy and buy land or start businesses. In the United States, Italian migrants were met with endless insults in newspapers and magazines, which described them as swarthy, kinky-haired, and criminally inclined, and regarded as racially impure in an era of the pseudo-race theory of eugenics. Their children were often refused access to schools, and adults were turned away from public places and labor unions, and even in church, forced to sit in segregated church pews set aside for black people. They were catcalled on the streets with epithets like Dago and Guinea, the latter a term of derision applied to enslaved Africans and their descendants, and more racist insults like white nigger and nigger wop. In 1912, the U.S. House Committee on Immigration debated whether Italians could be considered full-blooded Caucasians, and immigrants coming from Southern and Eastern Europe were considered biologically and culturally less intelligent. 24. Employers often preferred light-skinned Slovaks and Poles to Italians. Railroad bosses wouldn't hire them because of their small stature. In the mining industry, English-speaking workers held the skilled and supervisory positions while Italians were hired as laborers. Even those who were educated and skilled were unable to secure any jobs besides manual labor. Only in the 1920s did Italians become more integrated into the workforce. More Italian immigrants were employed in semi-skilled jobs in factories as well as skilled positions, but a third remained in unskilled positions. Even Italian-American Union members faced prejudice with meetings held in English, and Italians were not elected to official positions. 25. 3 years after the Chicago Fair, a group of Italians in New York formed the Sons of Columbus Legion to celebrate future Columbus anniversaries, mingling with the Irish and the Knights of Columbus, who had succeeded in getting the 76-foot Columbus Monument installed in the center of Columbus Circle in New York in 1892. By then the Irish had spread throughout the country, as Troerlet notes, with the full benefits of white status. Columbus himself became more Irish than ever until Italian Americans made new gains in the continuing contest for racial and historical legitimacy. 26. The Knights lobbied state legislatures to establish October 12 as a legal holiday, and by 1912, they had succeeded in 14 states and 2 decades later convinced the Franklin Roosevelt administration to make it a federal holiday. The oppressed masses of Italian immigrants would find the attachment to Columbus an avenue to acceptance. They realized that the accepted representation of Columbus as first founder of the United States served to connect being Catholic and being Italian with the very birth of the United States. Therefore, Italian immigrants could present themselves as Italian descendants of the original Italian founder, not so much as immigrants but returnees, as part of the origin story of the United States. Historian Daniele Battisti shows how casting Columbus as the first immigrant rewrote history, even though he never set foot on the continental landmass that became the United States and was never an immigrant himself, and even though the English colonies that became the United States did not exist in 1492. Later, in 1965, when Italian Americans campaigned to overturn immigration exclusion restrictions, they employed the origin story based on Columbus to great effect. 27. Matthew Fry Jacobson observes that race is absolutely central to the history of European immigration and settlement. That centrality was based in the founding 1790 Naturalization Law, an act to establish a uniform rule of naturalization that white persons were allowed to immigrate and become citizens. The Europeanness, that is to say, whiteness, was among the most important possessions one could lay claim to. It was their whiteness, not any kind of New World magnanimity, that opened the golden door. 28. In 1971, James Baldwin wrote, "I had my fill of seeing people come down the gangplank on Wednesday, let us say, speaking not a word of English, and by Friday discovering that I was working for them and they were calling me nigger like everybody else." 29. Baldwin critiqued the tragedy of how the immigrants pursuing the lie of white supremacy helped to steal the vitality from immigrant communities. And in the debasement and defamation of black people, they debased and defamed themselves. 30. He writes, "White people are not white, Part of the price of the ticket is to delude themselves into believing that they are. 31 Baldwin characterized the United States as a destination where Europeans of all sorts could be melded, in contrast to Negroes and Indians. He writes, "No one was white before he/she came to America, rather, they were Irish, German, Italian, Jewish, English, French, Swiss, Norwegian. 32 In the White Republic, one is either white, or not. 33. Italian-American journalist Christine Grimaldi laments what she calls the paisanos of shame, Italian ancestors and contemporary Italian-Americans, such as Rudy Giuliani and Mike Pompeo, who celebrate Columbus as an ancestor and embrace right-wing ideology and white supremacy. Those of us who challenge whiteness through activism and essays still benefit from it, too. We will never experience the racist COVID-19 backlash against Asian American people and their businesses, though the virus overtook Italy and traveled from Europe to New York." 34. Central and Eastern European immigrants. Late 19th and early 20th century European immigrants to the United States were in search of jobs. Many German immigrants were socialists fleeing political persecution, and Jewish immigrants were fleeing violent pogroms in Eastern Europe, but they all had to find work. At the turn of the 20th century, nearly 60% of the U.S. industrial workforce was foreign-born, most being the 9 million immigrants from Southern, Central, and Eastern Europe, as well as those continuing to emigrate from Ireland. Unlike the British, Irish, and German early settlers in the colonies or early United States, immigrants to the Industrial Revolution, mostly rural Italian, Polish, Hungarian, Jewish, Czech, Slovak, Serb, Greek, lack skills suited for industry. For instance, in 1907, of the 14,000 common laborers at the U.S. steel mills in Pittsburgh, nearly 12,000 were Eastern Europeans. They worked 12-hour days, 7 days a week, at low pay, and made up the lower and poorly paid ranks of the urban sweatshops and the mills, factories, and mines. Except for the Jewish immigrants who had fled Jew-hating, violent pogroms in Russia and Poland, many of the immigrants had hopes of returning home. None had the mythical American dream in mind. In 1908, more Austro-Hungarians and Italians left the U.S. than arrived. Those immigrants working in the large cities were packed into crowded slums, making up nearly 60% of the population of cities with more than 100,000, and even larger percentages in the major industrial centers like Chicago, Philadelphia, and New York. Outside the cities, there were company towns where single corporations dominated every aspect of workers' lives, such as Gary, Indiana, and Butte, Montana, as well as dozens of steel and coal towns. In many locales, workers had to buy food and other goods at company stores at high prices. The United States, as the industrial powerhouse of the world, made it a magnet. Eastern European immigrants to the United States were either Catholic or Jewish, although most German immigrants were also Catholic or Jewish, many were Protestant. 35. By the turn of the 21st century, German Americans made up 14% of the U.S. population. Like the Irish, Germans had immigrated to the colonies and to the U.S. after independence in significant numbers, important enough that during the writing of the Constitution, there was a movement to make German an official second language. Between 1820 and 1870, and especially after the failed 1848 European revolutions, more than 7.5 million Germans had immigrated, and many of them were socialists. In St. Louis alone by 1860, a third of the city's population had been born in the Catholic German-speaking territories of Europe. Walter Johnson, in A History of St. Louis, relates that the German-speaking immigrants experienced nativism and violence, and that the politics of the city in the 1850s revolved around nativist and immigrant divisions. The German immigrants were targeted by the anti-immigrant Know-Nothing Party that took control of the St. Louis government in 1855.36. Throughout the 19th century and well into the 20th, German immigrants arrived in the U.S. with the goal of owning land and farming, but many were already skilled workers and craftsmen. German speakers lived in many parts of Central and Eastern Europe, many of them family farmers. Depending on their location, they were Protestant or Catholic or Jewish. Of those who did work in industry and cities in the late 19th century, some were communists and some were anarchists. In the 1887 trials of Chicago anarchists in the Haymarket bombing the year before, 5 of the 8 defendants and 3 of the 4 hanged were German immigrants. Czech immigrants in the late 19th century were known as Bohemians from Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia and self-identified as Americans of German Bohemian descent. Their descendants numbered nearly 2 million. Members of the Moravian Brethren were Protestant religious dissidents who migrated in the early 1700s to the North American British colonies and missionized among the indigenous communities before and after U.S. independence. 19th century Czech Catholics immigrated after the failed 1848 revolutions, and a larger number in the late 1800s. Like German immigrants, many were farmers and sought land, although many others worked in industry. Like the Germans and the Irish, smaller numbers of Polish people were early settlers in the North American British colonies, but the largest number of Polish immigrants came in the decades leading up to World War I. Millions of landless and impoverished Polish peasants fled Germany, Austria, and Russia, many migrating to the United States in search of land to own, although the majority ended up working in industry. Catholicism was central to their identity, so the Colombian effect resonated. Like Italian immigrants, many Poles up to a third returned to Poland, although immigration continued. Jewish immigration. In 1880, the number of Jews in the United States was around 250,000, many having migrated to the British colonies before U.S. independence. Most were tradesmen and artisans of moderate means. During the pre-Civil War years, Jewish and Lebanese Christians were overland merchants who supplied settlers in the U.S. colonized Southwest with goods, as well as establishing supply houses that eventually became department stores, including in St. Louis, El Paso, and other regional urban centers. They acquired scarce currency to purchase foreign goods, and they carried goods over vast areas to their destinations. The merchants became not only a source of commodities in remote regions but also the dominant source of credit. 37 During the 3 decades after 1880, more than 2 million mostly Ashkenazi Yiddish-speaking Jewish people fled Tsarist Russia and Eastern Europe, escaping vicious pogroms. 38 Most settled in industrial areas of the Northeast. By 1915, Yiddish newspapers had 500,000 subscribers in New York. Many Jewish immigrants joined theater and other entertainment groups, and of course, made up a large presence in the motion picture industry. 39. In the 1880s, 250,000 Jews fled Eastern Europe to the United States, and in the 1890s, 300,000 more followed. In the 20th century, 1.5 million more arrived in the United States. The flow was halted by the restrictive immigration laws of the 1920s. While the German-speaking Jews who arrived earlier in the century were mostly merchants, the Eastern European Jews fleeing pogroms were from rural areas, many of them farmers with few industrial skills. 40. Jewish immigrants to the U.S. may have escaped pogroms and death, but they lived with a barrage of anti-Semitism. The leader of the pack was the odious plutocrat Henry Ford, who published his own newspaper in the 1920s specifically for disseminating anti-Jewish propaganda. The newspaper, the Dearborn Independent, warned of a Jewish plan to control the world, not by territorial acquisition, not by military aggression, not by governmental subjugation, but by control of the machinery of commerce and exchange. 41 Ford was not the only widely admired U.S. American to spout Jewish conspiracies of world domination, with famed aviator Charles Lindbergh and Father Coughlin chiming in. In response to the 2018 white supremacist massacre of Jews in Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue, where the killer yelled "All Jews must die," Princeton historian Julian Zelizer wrote about late 19th century populist leaders who railed against Jewish bankers as a threat to the security of workers and political cartoons of that time that conjured images of Jews with big noses and crooked faces. Early in the 20th century, the Ku Klux Klan targeted Jews, as did Irish Catholic gangs doing Jew hunts. Jews were excluded from law firms, the medical professions, universities, fraternities, country clubs, and hotels, with one hotel boasting no Hebrews or tubercular guests received. And as with black people, Jews were subject to restrictive real estate covenants in certain neighborhoods. 42. The main reason that capitalist giants like Henry Ford maligned Jews had less to do with banking than with the fact of their labor militancy. This was the time of the rise of the U.S. Socialist Party and militant trade unionism, as well as the Bolshevik Revolution. By 1915, there were 1.5 million Jewish residents in New York City, around 30% of the population. The clothing industry employed around 250,000 Jews and some Italians. The pay was by piece produced rather than by the hour, and with 60 to 70-hour work weeks in poorly ventilated, dirty, badly lighted workspaces, the work regimen was grueling. Most of the unskilled labor was done by young, single women. 20,000 of the young women went on strike in 1909, only to be brutalized and arrested on the picket line and replaced by others. The International Ladies' Garment Workers Union had formed in 1900 and gained some contracts after the strike. 43. Writer and poet Emma Lazarus, best known for her poem with the lines "Give me your tired, your poor, / your huddled masses yearning to breathe free," inscribed posthumously in 1903 at the base of the Statue of Liberty, was born in 1849 to a wealthy industrialist father of Sephardic Jewish heritage and a mother of Ashkenazi roots. She took up the cause of the masses of Jews fleeing persecution in the 1870s. During her short life she died in 1887 at 38. Lazarus studied Hebrew and Jewish history, established the Hebrew Technical Institute for Vocational Training, and, a decade before Theodor Herzl's Zionist movement, championed a homeland for Jews in Palestine, even traveling to England to lobby the British authorities. The Nazi genocide of Jews and the Rosenberg executions were in the future, but Jews had been suffering persecution as the enemy since Christianity took hold in Europe. This was the generational experience that the flood of Jewish immigrants, really refugees, was bringing. Emma Lazarus wrote the poem The New Colossus in 1883, while the Statue of Liberty was nearing construction and 3 years before it was finished and dedicated, clearly referencing the monolith. Indeed, Lazarus wrote the poem as a means of raising money for the installation of the statue. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed, sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome, her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she, with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. In 1903, the poem, engraved on a bronze plaque, was placed on the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty. 44. During the 1886 dedication, attended by President Grover Cleveland and U.S. and French dignitaries, neither the poem nor immigrants nor Jews were mentioned in the speeches or literature. 45. The French intention in the gift of the statue and the U.S. official reception were solidly Eurocentric and focused on one concept: liberty. The statue is of Libertas, the Roman goddess of liberty. She holds a plaque in her left hand inscribed with July 4, 1776, in Roman numerals, the date of the Declaration of Independence. Her feet are circled with a broken shackle and chain celebrating U.S. abolition of slavery. France's original idea for the gift occurred at the end of the Civil War. But the idea of liberation of the formerly enslaved rang hollow to those under the boot of a restored Southern order of racist repression. As the editor of the black-owned newspaper The Cleveland Gazette put it, "Liberty enlightening the world, indeed. The expression makes us sick. This government is a howling farce. It cannot, or rather does not, protect its citizens within its own borders. Shove the Bartholdi statue, torch, and all, into the ocean until the liberty of this country is such as to make it possible for an inoffensive and industrious colored man to earn a respectable living for himself and family, without being Ku Kluxed, perhaps murdered, his daughter and wife outraged, and his property destroyed. The idea of the liberty of this country enlightening the world, or even Patagonia, is ridiculous in the extreme. 46. And it is certain that liberty was laughable to the captive Geronimo and his people, who at the time were being shipped in chains to a dungeon prison at Fort Marion, Florida, or to those indigenous nations that had been incarcerated in reservations carved out of their former homelands, learning that Congress was set to divide the reservation lands into marketable allotments, which would end up privatizing 3/4 of the already shrunken native land base. Or for that matter, those teeming masses of Lazarus's poem, huddled in the overcrowded slums of the Lower East Side in New York City, who were doubtfully even aware of the festivities celebrating liberty. Paul Auster writes that the statue was to celebrate republicanism, but the poem reinvented the statue's purpose, turning liberty into a welcoming mother, a symbol of hope to the outcasts and downtrodden of the world. 47. The Statue of Liberty was a marker on the path to the 20th century myth of the American dream. Theodore Roosevelt, Eugenics and Americanism. More than 20 million immigrants arrived in the United States between 1880 and 1915, making up 15% of the then total U.S. population. Most Southern European immigrants were motivated by desperate poverty, while Central and Eastern Europeans fled both poverty and religious and political persecution. Between 1850 and 1930, 5 million German-speaking people immigrated, and in a 4-year period, from 1881 to 1885, 1 million German speakers settled primarily in the Southern Plains, Missouri, and the Midwest. 1.5 million Swedes and Norwegians, which was some 20% of the Scandinavian population, immigrated during the late 19th century. The Roman Catholic Church became the largest religious denomination. Americanization as assimilation was on the agenda. 48. Columbus could go a long way in Americanizing Catholics, but more was needed to ground U.S. patriotism. Theodore Roosevelt led the charge using the ideology of Americanism and militarism, which he laid out in some detail in a 1915 speech to the Knights of Columbus. Given on Columbus Day 1915 as war raged in Europe, the speech rings of preparation to join the war as a means of better fusing a collective Americanism, the lack of which appeared to be much on his mind. Roosevelt first paid tribute to the patron of the Knights of Columbus and his descendants, the Italians. 4 centuries and a quarter have gone by since Columbus by discovering America opened the greatest era in world history. 3 centuries have passed since, with the settlements on the coasts of Virginia and Massachusetts, the real history of what is now the United States began. All this we ultimately owe to the action of an Italian seaman in the service of a Spanish king and a Spanish queen. It is eminently fitting that one of the largest and most influential social organizations of this great republic, a republic in which the tongue is English, and the blood derived from many sources, should, in its name, commemorate the great Italian. It is eminently fitting to make an address on Americanism before this society. We of the United States need above all things to remember that, while we are by blood and culture kin to each of the nations of Europe, we are also separate from each of them. We are a new and distinct nationality. Roosevelt made clear that there is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. For an American citizen to vote as a German American, an Irish American or an English American is to be a traitor to American institutions, and those hyphenated Americans who terrorize American politicians by threats of the foreign vote are engaged in treason to the American Republic. Allegiance must go purely to the United States. German or Irish or English or French is to be condemned, but if he is heartily and singly loyal to this republic, then no matter where he was born, he is just as good an American as anyone else. 49. This speech reflects an adjustment in Roosevelt's conception of humanity and what characteristics made up a member of the American race. Roosevelt was born in 1858 in New York City, son of a wealthy businessman and a wealthy socialite mother from Georgia. His father descended from the original Dutch settlers in New York and Scottish settlers in Pennsylvania. They were related to the upstate New York slave trading family the Schuylers, the family Alexander Hamilton married into and managed the family's slave trade. Roosevelt's mother was a Southern belle and socialite from a wealthy former slaver plantation family of Scottish heritage. Roosevelt was a sickly asthmatic child who early on turned to strenuous physical activity to overcome his weakness. He seemed headed for a life in academia or law, tutored at home, then graduating from Harvard, then Columbia Law School, marrying into the wealthy Cabot Lodge family, researching and writing books, as well as traveling extensively. But early on he was attracted to politics and later claimed that it was while in law school that he decided he wanted to be one of the governing class 50. Roosevelt's first interest was naval power, which he researched and published on, gaining recognition as a naval historian. However, he became obsessed with the Anglo-Saxon conquest of what became the United States, and during the decade 1885 to 1894, he published the 7-volume The Winning of the West. During that time, he purchased and operated a cattle ranch in North Dakota, where he spent a good deal of time learning to be a rancher and trophy hunter. He wrote and published 3 books on hunting, proud that he had helped in the slaughter of the bison, which was the life sustenance of the Plains peoples. He even became a deputy sheriff and chased outlaws. He began to consider himself an heir to hunter icons such as Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett, another mythologized figure, who died at the Alamo. In 1887, Roosevelt and his closest family friend and political ally, Henry Cabot Lodge, founded the Boone and Crockett Club for trophy hunters like themselves. The membership included politicians, professionals, and businessmen, as well as the famous painters of the romanticized West, Albert Bierstadt and Frederick Remington, and the popular Western novelist Owen Wister. 51. Roosevelt was an early convert to social Darwinism, which led to the racist pseudoscience of eugenics. In his view, all the darker peoples were inferior, particularly Native Americans, who were destined to disappear completely. But he also regarded poor whites as inferior and distinguished himself from those game butchers who hunt and kill animals for profit or food. He identified with James Fenimore Cooper's character Hawkeye and embraced the Boone myth, as men killed animals or other humans only to test and prove their manhood. Roosevelt's hunting was for aristocrats, to revitalize the superior class of the species. Furthermore, he theorized that a new race was born with testing of settlers' survival skills in nature, creating a new kind of aristocracy destined to rule the world. The settler stock that morphed into that superior species, Roosevelt asserted, was composed of Anglo-Saxons, Scots-Irish, French Huguenots, and German and Dutch Protestants. 52. However lowly and savage on Roosevelt's scale, native peoples played a key role in his theory of the genesis of us settler white supremacy. He theorized that the superior European American was strengthened by not intermarrying with their defeated enemies, the Indians, which would have caused loss of vigor. Slotkin summarizes the genocidal violence inherent in the perspective: American settlers must regain that vigor by repelling and exterminating their barbarians. Instead of biological exchange with savages of another race or folk, the Americans participate in a spiritual exchange, taking from the enemy certain abstract ideas or principles but accepting no admixture of blood. The settlers must become men who know Indians, embracing the savage rules of warfare that Roosevelt thought necessary in order to destroy the enemy. Slotkin views overseas U.S. imperialism, of which Theodore Roosevelt was a major booster and actor, as a regeneration through violence, or recovering the frontier spirit, becoming the hunter, embracing the martial tradition. 53. Historian Nancy Eisenberg sums up Roosevelt's motto in 3 words: work, fight, breed. 54. And it was urgent for Roosevelt, who worried about the future: if white civilization goes down, the white race is irretrievably ruined, carrying with it to the grave those potencies upon which realization of man's highest hopes depends. 55. Theodore Roosevelt was President of the United States from 1901 to 1909 and received the 1906 Nobel Peace Prize. He was undoubtedly the most famous of many well-known advocates of the ideology of eugenics, which its proponents regarded as scientific. Eugenics dominated ruling class and intellectual thinking in the United States from the late 1880s to 1915, paralleling the massive influx of Eastern and Southern European immigrants. Although the pseudoscience and its practices were largely debunked by World War I, they left an indelible mark with the continuation of IQ and other testing, as well as the rise of a more sophisticated eugenics in the academic field of sociobiology in the 1970s, which continued to enjoy respectability in the 21st century. 56. Proponents of eugenics argued that the genetic makeup of a person and that person's station in society were interrelated, that is, if a person was poor, it meant they were genetically defective. Their Puritan Calvinist forefathers had embraced the notion of the elect, who were predestined to join the Christian God in heaven, those whose worldly wealth and success reflected their destined status. In U.S. culture, with its deep racial coding from its founding, race and eugenic theory were inseparable, although, as Theodore Roosevelt argued, poor whites were included as genetically inferior. 57 Roosevelt advocated sexual sterilization of criminalized individuals and those with cognitive differences from the norm, alleging that otherwise the United States would be committing race suicide. Roosevelt appointed Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes upheld compulsory sexual sterilization laws, which gave the state of Virginia, thereby all states, the power to regulate the breeding of its citizens. 58 A few years after the Supreme Court decision, the Nazi regime that took power in Germany in 1933 adopted U.S. race law and eugenics as a fundamental platform for their governance, as well as embracing U.S. continental imperialism and ethnic cleansing as the basis for their program of Lebensraum, which led to death camps for Jews, Roma, communists, and the disabled. 59. Overseas imperialism. Theodore Roosevelt was William McKinley's vice president when they took office in 1897, and Roosevelt became president when McKinley was assassinated in September 1901. In 1898, with prodding from Roosevelt, the United States military intervened in ongoing wars of liberation against Spanish-occupied territories in the Caribbean and Pacific, crushing those anti-colonial movements while expelling Spain from the hemisphere and the Pacific. Spain ceded Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines to the United States and allowed Cuba independence, which then fell under U.S. indirect colonialism. The U.S. intervention in Cuba and the Philippines undercut the national liberation wars that would have driven out the Spanish colonizers. The United States had purchased the Russian Empire's colony, Alaska, in 1867, and had imposed military control of Hawaii in 1874. During the military invasions in the Pacific, the U.S. forcibly annexed Hawaii after overthrowing Queen Liliuokalani. 60 in 1901. Roosevelt took over as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Spain had ceded the Philippines to the U.S. in 1898, so from the beginning the U.S. was fighting an Indian War, that is, a U.S. military counterinsurgency against the massive liberation resistance that had been fighting the Spanish. Admiral George Dewey led the U.S. Navy in the war. He referred to Filipinos as the Indians and vowed to enter the city and keep the Indians out. 61 It took the United States 3 more years to crush the Filipino-Indian resistance to U.S. occupation, the Army using counterinsurgency techniques practiced against indigenous nations of the North American continent, including new forms of torture such as waterboarding, and under many of the same Army commanders. The death toll of civilian Filipinos was 250,000, with multiple sites of genocidal actions. 62-26 of the 30 U.S. generals in the Philippines had been officers in the Indian Wars. Major General Nelson A. Miles, who had commanded the army in campaigns against indigenous peoples, was put in general command of the army in the Philippines War. 63. The U.S. occupied the Philippines until 1946, while Puerto Rico today remains a colony. The U.S. imposed statehood on Hawaii and Alaska in 1959. Since that time, the Kanak Maoli indigenous Hawaiians have challenged the legitimacy of statehood and organized for independence. As an island colony, Hawaii was on the 1946 United Nations list for decolonization with the right of self-determination and independence, as was Puerto Rico. The U.S. government sat on the committee at the UN in 1953 that removed Hawaii from the list. At that time, prior to the 1960s and 70s independence movements in Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean, the UN was primarily European and funded mainly by the United States, where its headquarters are located. 64. During his last year as president, Roosevelt addressed the Methodist Episcopal Church in Washington, D.C., in a speech he titled The Expansion of the White Races, saying, "There is one feature in the expansion of the peoples of white, or European, blood during the past 4 centuries which should never be lost sight of, especially by those who denounce such expansion on moral grounds. On the whole, the movement has been fraught with lasting benefit to most of the peoples already dwelling in the lands over which the expansion took place." 65. The Second Ku Klux Klan. On February 8, 1915, D.W. Griffith's film The Birth of a Nation had its gala premiere at Clunes Auditorium in Los Angeles and subsequently opened in theaters in major cities across the country. 66 Griffith, who is lionized as the father of modern filmmaking, grew up in rural Kentucky, the son of a Confederate officer. The nearly 3-hour silent film was adapted from Thomas Dixon Jr.'s 1905 novel The Klansman, a romanticized portrayal of the Ku Klux Klan that demonized Reconstruction in the former Confederate States. Dixon was from the rural North Carolina Piedmont region and was an avowed racist. He had been a classmate of President Woodrow Wilson's at Johns Hopkins University and arranged for Griffith to do a special screening of the movie in the Wilson White House 10 days after it opened nationally. Wilson had been in office for 2 years and had exhibited his own deeply racist views by resegregating the federal civil service. Although Washington, D.C., was a totally segregated city, federal civil service had been desegregated since Reconstruction. 67. The Birth of a Nation had some black actors, although they received no credit, but most of the black characters were portrayed by white actors in blackface and were depicted uniformly as lazy, ignorant, and violent. The central message of the movie was that black people were not fit for citizenship and were a threat to the security and purity of the white race. Most importantly, the KKK was extolled as the savior of righteous white dominance. The KKK portrayed in the film had been founded by former Confederate General Nathan Bedford Forrest. It operated as a loose network of terrorists, most of them former Confederate soldiers and officers. The film was blatant propaganda that glorified the Klan and inspired the rebirth of the 20th century KKK. Jim Crow laws and mass incarceration of black men had been institutionalized when Reconstruction ended. The Klan, having done its job, was replaced by white sheriffs, who continued to control black people. The Klan and the subsequent sheriffs behaved much like the slave patrols under legalized slavery, with all white citizens obligated to assist in suppression of black individuals and communities with public lynchings and other civilian terrorism. 68. Dixon and Griffith achieved their objective. At Stone Mountain, Georgia, 25 miles from Atlanta, on Thanksgiving night, November 25, 1915, 9 months after The Birth of a Nation appeared in packed movie houses across the country, 15 men in white robes and hoods met to establish the Second Ku Klux Klan, this time with the innovation of the burning cross and hoods, which had not been a part of the first Klan. On December 4, 1915, Georgia granted a charter for the fraternal organization, the Invisible Empire, Knights of the Ku Klux Klan Incorporated. The second Klan spread across the country, unlike the original KKK. They paid full-time recruiters and operated in every state from its national headquarters in Georgia. At the peak of its popularity in the early 1920s, the organization claimed 4 to 5 million men as members, or about 15% of the white male population, along with Klan women auxiliaries. It espoused Americanism, attacking any group it deemed un-American, such as Catholics, Jews, labor activists, socialists, and communists, and worked to enforce Jim Crow segregation with threats and violence, including lynchings. But the KKK focus was on the foreign-born, especially Catholics. 69. Historian Linda Gordon writes that the Second Klan was not secret and was highly visible everywhere. nor was it regional and southern-based, rather, it spread over the continent, having added the foreign-born, who were mostly workers in northern and western industries. The organization published recruiting ads in newspapers, and members were proud of their affiliation, while hundreds were elected to public office, including the governorship of Texas. The Klan owned or controlled 150 magazines and newspapers, 2 colleges, and even a movie production company. Most important was their popularity, with millions of dedicated members and many millions more who participated in Klan activities and embraced their cause. Gordon suggests that possibly even a majority of white citizens supported the Klan, that it did not appear as extreme to most people, rather, it appeared ordinary and respectable. Its members included rich and poor, professionals, businessmen, farmers, and wage workers, but its core constituency was lower middle class and skilled working class white men and their families. Building on the politics of resentment, they blamed immigrants and Jews for taking jobs from true Americans. They did not hate the rich, rather, they respected men of wealth and status, instead blaming the elite city people, professionals, and intellectuals, the latter often used as a euphemism for Jews. 70 Fundamentally, the Second KKK was an anti-immigration movement. For descendants of early Protestant English and Scots-Irish settlers, nativism was not new. It descended from earlier movements, such as the Know Nothing Party reacting to Irish Catholic immigrants, and jumping to the 21st century, white nationalists who brought a president to power in 2016. The KKK adopted the language of the anti-immigrant daughters of the American Revolution, creating the category of pure Americans. 71 They channeled the racialist writings of Theodore Roosevelt discussed above. The Klan's Americanism was little different in ideology and general acceptance in Anglo-America from the Americanism in the 1893 White City or that of Theodore Roosevelt, but it was viciously violent. The Second KKK received the green light from the Wilson White House and the ruling class, as well as masses of ordinary citizens. Americanization had fallen short of its goals, and although some leaders of the late 19th and early 20th century workers' movements were descendants of early settlers, many immigrant workers had become internationalists, trade unionists, socialists, and communists. The KKK was an acceleration of Americanism that contributed mightily to the crushing of workers' movements and political socialism. Red Scare anti-communism did not begin with the mid-20th century Cold War, rather, it began at the beginning of the century, even before the 1917 Russian Bolshevik Revolution. Anarchy, socialism, war, and repression of workers' movements. U.S. wars that were never ending, from the War of Independence to the wars to take the continent, followed by the wars to colonize and dominate the peoples of the Pacific and Caribbean, served to bolster Americanism, but the European War that began in August 1914 had no such potential. However, with workers' movements raging across the country and the founding in 1901 and subsequent success of the Grassroots Socialist Party, and the founding 4 years later of the Industrial Workers of the World, United States workers, many of them immigrants, were the vanguard of world socialism, contemporaneous with the Mexican Revolution of 1910 to 1920 and the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. The IWW and the Mexican anarcho-syndicalist Partido Liberal Mexicano, led by Ricardo Flores Magón and his brothers, collaborated with Mexican and indigenous workers on both sides of the US-Mexico border, as well as with Emma Goldman and other US-based anarcho-syndicalists. 72. On April 2, 1917, President Wilson asked Congress for a declaration of war against Germany, and on April 6, Congress granted it and Wilson signed the declaration, nearly 3 years after the war had begun. On June 15, 1917, Congress passed the Espionage Act, which was an act to punish acts of interference with the foreign relations, the neutrality, and the foreign commerce of the United States, to punish espionage, and better to enforce the criminal laws of the United States, and for other purposes. Even failure to purchase or speaking against war bonds was criminalized. Mexican Revolutionary Magón was the first arrested under the Espionage Act in 1918. He was convicted and sentenced to 20 years. Imprisoned in Fort Leavenworth Penitentiary, he died under mysterious circumstances 4 years later. 73. On August 2, 1917, black, white, and indigenous Seminole sharecroppers and tenant farmers in eastern Oklahoma cotton fields took up arms against military conscription. Living hand to mouth, as they did, without their young sons working the cotton fields, they would starve. The Socialist Party in Oklahoma had the largest percentage of members of any state and had elected many of its members to local offices and school boards throughout the state. The IWW had successfully organized migrant oil workers, wheat thrashers, and miners in the state. And although the Socialist Party organized tenant farmers, the more radical working class union had influenced the Green Corn Rebels, who declared themselves in favor of a revolution to overthrow the U.S. government and to establish a commonwealth. They were able to blow up bridges and create a liberated zone, but the rebellion was crushed by local deputies and landowners. 74. On September 5, 1917, using the Espionage Act, the Department of Justice raided 48 IWW meeting halls, arresting 165 IWW members, including founding leader William Big Bill Haywood, for conspiring to hinder the draft, encourage desertion, and intimidate others in connection with labor disputes. 75. In April 1918, Haywood and 100 other Wobblies who had been arrested went to trial. It was the longest criminal trial in U.S. history at the time, spanning 5 months, Haywood himself testifying for 3 days. All were found guilty, with varying sentences. Haywood and 14 others received 20 years. 76. Then the administration went for the Socialists, arresting Eugene Debs, the Socialist Party co-founder and 4 times presidential candidate, on June 30, 1918. A few days before, Debs had given a speech in Canton, Ohio, urging resistance to the draft and the war. He was charged with 10 counts of sedition under the Espionage Act. He was convicted and sentenced to serve 10 years in prison. While in prison, he ran for president on the Socialist Party ticket in 1920. He died in 1926. 77. The infamous Palmer raids in November 1919 and January 1920 constituted a massive attack on Southern and Eastern European immigrant workers. A. Mitchell Palmer was the U.S. Attorney General in the Wilson administration and instructed authorities to arrest all leftists, especially anarchists and communists. One of his most dedicated assistants was J. Edgar Hoover, who would go on to create and head the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the next half-century. On December 21, 1919, Emma Goldman was among the 248 radicals deported to the Soviet Union under the Immigration Act of 1918, called the Alien Act, which specifically mandated expulsion of any non-citizen associated with anarchism. 78. The IWW leader Bill Haywood was free on bail while fighting in courts to overturn his conviction, but he failed, and in April 1921, when he was to report to prison, he skipped bail and fled to the Soviet Union, where he lived until his death in 1927. 79. Immediately after the end of World War I, on November 11, 1918, Allied intervention, including the United States, in the Russian Civil War attempted to overthrow the new Bolshevik regime, established in November 1917, to stop the perceived threat of communism worldwide. 80. Exclusion, inclusion, and erasure. World War I slowed European immigration to the United States. Then in 1921, with the immigrant Catholic and Jew-hating Ku Klux Klan at its apex, the United States imposed restrictions that led to the National Origins Immigration Act of 1924, giving priority to Western and Northern European immigrants. 81. Among other hardships, it made family reunion nearly impossible. The quota for all of Germany and Austria combined was 27,000. One insidious and deadly result of this was the quota applied to German and Austrian Jews in the 1930s. A number of President Franklin Roosevelt's appointees to the State Department expressed support for the Nazi exclusion of Jews from public life and did not favor admitting Jewish refugees to the United States. Roosevelt's War Department was not concerned with the development of concentration camps. Historian Richard Rothstein writes that the Assistant Secretary of State in charge of Immigrant Affairs, William J. Carr, referred to Jews as kikes and, after a visit to Detroit, complained that the city was full of dust, smoke, dirt, Jews. To obstruct the entry of Jews fleeing Germany, the State Department rigidly enforced a law that required immigrants to present a supportive police affidavit from their home countries, which, of course, was impossible for Jews fleeing the country. The diary of Breckinridge Long, head of the State Department's Visa Department, was filled with invective against Jews, Catholics, New Yorkers, liberals, and in fact everybody who was not of his own particular background. William F. Dodd, the U.S. ambassador to Germany, said that while he did not approve of the ruthlessness that is being applied to the Jews here, I have said very frankly that they had a very serious problem. The Jews had held a great many more of the key positions in Germany than their numbers or their talents entitled them to. 82. The self-indigenizing narrative of being first settlers or discoverers, like the Hispanos of New Mexico, the Scots-Irish in Appalachia, the Irish Catholics, the Western U.S. white ranchers, and the U.S. states adopting Columbus as first founder, appears as a requirement for citizenship acceptance, erasing the still living, still colonized indigenous nations, the majority of whom had been removed from the eastern United States where the European immigrants made their homes. While violence pressured Eastern and Southern European immigrants to assimilate, erasure of indigenous presence allowed immigrants to become settlers, Americanized. In the process of rooting the U.S. founding with 1492, the Roman Catholic Church in the United States itself became Americanized, eventually shedding the Protestant bigotry of the past. In 2014, the Spanish colonizer of California, Junípero Serra, the Franciscan architect of the concentration camps to incarcerate California indigenous peoples called missions, was canonized as a saint. The ceremony took place in the U.S. at Washington National Cathedral with Pope Francis officiating and was attended by President Obama and family, his entire cabinet, and congressional members while indigenous peoples protested outside. By 2019, 6 of 9 Supreme Court justices were Catholic while 2 were Jewish, along with 1 lone Episcopalian who had been raised as a Catholic. Reliance on founding myths and pursuing whiteness were not options for Chinese immigrants who began arriving on the West Coast and in New York at the same time as the Southern and Eastern European Catholic and Jewish immigrants were populating the industrial centers of the East. Chapter 7. Yellow Peril. The discovery in Wuhan, China, of COVID-19 in the fall of 2019, and its detection in the United States 2 months later, brought on a barrage of xenophobia and attacks against Asian Americans. During the year 2020, there were 2,800 reports of harassment against Asian Americans in the United States, with some 240 physical assaults. One Princeton professor An Onlin Cheng observes, this recent onslaught of anti-Asian violence can partly be attributed to our former president, who spoke non-stop of the Chinese virus and even the Kung flu, but he could not have rallied the kind of hatred that he did without this country's long history of systemic and cultural racism against people of Asian descent. Scholar Eco Day points out that the attacks reveal the fraudulence of the model minority myth and the assimilationist paradigm that legitimizes state violence against black and brown bodies. Day argues that anti-Asian racism in the U.S. indicates something deeper that is ingrained in the U.S. capitalist system. The idea of Asians, particularly the Chinese, as viral transmitters of disease, part of a longer history of romantic anti-capitalism that remains a key ideology of white settler colonialism in North America. The United States was the first state birthed as a capitalist state. The fiscal military state, since the 1840s has constituted the largest economy in the world, dependent on immigration to meet the needs of the labor market. Yet, immigration has always been fraught with suspicion of newcomers, none more extreme than xenophobia. Although democracy is equated with the ideology of capitalism and free markets, a deep strain of white nationalism demonizes globalization and especially focuses on China. For them, only the restoration of white racial purity can save the planet. Day points out that although these racial rantings appear extreme, they form the bedrock of white settler ideology and fear of white disappearance. Point 2. As Day stresses, targeting Asia and mainly China as the source of disease in the world did not begin with COVID-19. Asian flu is a given to most in the West, although the deadly 1918 to 1919 flu pandemic originated in the central United States, and since then from several locales. The 1996 mad cow virus originated in England. During the 1876 smallpox outbreak in San Francisco, the 30,000 Chinese residents were branded as a laboratory of infection and quarantined. Renewed calls to exclude Chinese immigration contributed to the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act. Marie Myung-Ok Lee writes, "This yellow peril, pest-adjacent imagery of Asians remains deeply embedded in our national psyche. When COVID-19 appeared in the liberal San Francisco Bay Area, the University of California, Berkeley's Student Health Center stated that fear of interacting with those who might be from Asia is a common and normal reaction to fears of the virus. Point 3. In 2015, President Barack Obama announced a pivot to China for the U.S. military and national security apparatus. His successor, President Donald Trump, doubled down on the move, imposing tariffs and positioning warships. Point 4. The 2021 Democratic Party ascendance to the presidency showed no signs of ratcheting down the suspicions of China's actions and motives. Abuse of Asian elders on the West Coast actually increased. Point 5. Yellow peril took a more dangerous turn in the 21st century with the growth of China's economy coming to rival that of the United States, the U.S. economy being 40.75% of the world's economy while China held 34.27% in 2019.6. The trope of Wuhan virus added to the economic panic of a weakened U.S. empire reliant more on military might than economic. The long history of yellow peril. The fear and demonization of Asia and Asian peoples are acute in the United States in the 21st century, as has been the case for nearly 2 centuries of U.S. existence and much longer for Europeans. Marco Polo warned of the peril he believed the Chinese represented. From these qualities, so essential to the formation of soldiers, it is, that they are fitted to subdue the world, as in fact they have done in regard to a considerable portion of it. 7. Historian Gary Okihiro argues that Western belief that the Chinese threatened European civilization and Christianity is based on fear of non-white people, as well as being a justification for European expansion, domination, and colonization. Point 8. The moniker Yellow Peril can be traced to the 1880s, when German Kaiser Wilhelm II referred to yellow peril following a dream in which he saw the Buddha riding a dragon threatening to invade Europe. Sometimes it's called yellow terror or yellow specter. Lungwing Fai writes that the concept blends Western anxieties about sex, racist fears of the alien other, and the Spenglerian belief that the West will become outnumbered and enslaved by the East. 9. Spenglerian refers to the German historian Oswald Spengler's wildly popular and much translated 1918 book, The Decline of the West, and a second volume in 1922.10. The 1948 Chinese Communist Revolution's success recharged yellow peril, with a book to explain the horrors of Oriental despotism. In 1956, Karl August Wittfogel published Oriental Despotism, a comparative study of total power. Under the scholarly guise of a dubious comparative study of irrigation societies, including ancient Egypt, Greece, Rome, and the Inca, along with the Muslim caliphates and Mughal period in South Asia, the focus is clearly despotic China, which in fact was never an irrigation society. The Chinese, according to Wittfogel, are about total power and total terror. 11. Yellow peril centered on China but also included the entire Asian continent and North Africa. In the late 1970s, Palestinian scholar Edward Said conceptualized Orientalism to critique Western views of the Middle East, principally the Arab Muslim world, as one of harems, opulence, polygamy, and domineering patriarchs. 12. But his thesis also gives insight into Western conceptions of that entire vast continent that is peopled by the majority of humanity, of which Western Europe forms a tiny Western peninsula. European colonialism ideologically reduced that majority of humanity to the past as ancients who began civilizations but stopped developing with European ascendance and were viewed as sick and decayed. Said writes that Orientalism expresses the relationship between Occident and Orient as a relationship of power, of domination, of varying degrees of a complex hegemony. The hegemony of European ideas about the Orient, themselves reiterating European superiority over Oriental backwardness. 13. Orientalism is an ideological tool of imperialism. Neither imperialism nor colonialism is a simple act of accumulation and acquisition. Both are supported and perhaps even impelled by impressive ideological formations that include notions that certain territories and people require and beseech domination, as well as forms of knowledge affiliated with domination. With words and concepts like inferior or subject races, subordinate peoples, dependency, expansion, and authority. 14. In 1905, President Theodore Roosevelt wrote his son regarding the difference between the U.S. sport of wrestling and Japanese judo, arguing that wrestling was a sport with rules while judo was designed simply to kill or disable the opponent. Sociologist Wendy Rouse observes that Roosevelt's comparison reflected the U.S.-American attitude toward Japanese culture, a certain admiration of the Japanese for their martial skills. Japan had just won in the Russian-Japanese War, yet confirming that Western wrestling and boxing was high art, and U.S. men were physically and morally superior. Still, the Japanese and their martial art worried men like Roosevelt as they pondered the future of the United States and the potential threat of the New Yellow Peril. 15. China, from wealth to debt, chaos, and famine. Beginning before Christianity existed, the Chinese had developed far-flung trade routes. Although known as the Silk Road, it had many routes, not just one, linking China and Southeast Asia with India, Persia, and the Nile in North Africa. Although the route is named after silk, a major Chinese export, the trade relationships included many commodities cultivated or crafted in China: tea, spices, rice, porcelain, paper, gunpowder, medicines, as well as technologies, ideas, and the spread of Buddhism. When the Ottomans cut off the land routes in the mid-15th century, new routes involving Western European seafaring traders were developed. By that time, Western Europe was firmly under the rule of the Holy Roman Empire. Christianity was fervently evangelical and inherently imperialistic, with its centuries of military crusades against Muslims in West Asia and North Africa. Christian missionaries and Western merchants formed the advance of European colonization of East Asia. Augustinian missionaries, then Benedictines, and others expanded beyond Europe. In 1289, the Pope sent 100 Christian scholars to China, then others arrived, but in the mid-14th century, the Ming regime in China excluded foreigners. By 1500, Christianity had spread extensively, with the Franciscans, Dominicans, and Augustinians establishing missions. Despite the Vatican's efforts, in 1500 there were no practicing Christians in China. Enter the new Jesuit order, the Society of Jesus, founded in 1540. Franciscans and other orders arrived in China, and with the rise of Protestantism, other denominations joined in the evangelical racket, beginning in 1807.16 with Europe and the United States. When Christian missionaries arrive, gunboats are not far behind. During the next 2 decades, China became the main target for U.S. and European Protestant missionaries of every denomination, accompanying parallel U.S. and European economic domination. 17. By the 1830s, China had the largest population of any country in the world, with 400 million people. The Qing regime had ruled for 2 centuries and would prevail until the 1911–1912 revolution led by Sun Yat-sen. The regime, as well as the previous Ming regime, which ruled from 1368 to 1644, had managed robust trade with large surpluses. But then came the opium trade. The British East India Company established a monopoly on opium production in India. Chinese tea, porcelain, silk, and cotton were in high demand in Western Europe, although the West had little to offer in trade to China. Soon after U.S. independence, merchants in Philadelphia, New York, and Boston became active in trade with China, sending ships across the Atlantic to buy and sell in Europe, then around Africa and across the Indian Ocean to China. Philadelphia merchants found a source of opium in Turkey and began to include it with other goods to sell in China. By the 1830s, this trade was integral to the U.S. economy, and opium made up around a quarter of the total sales that U.S. traders made in China. Although the U.S. share of opium sold to China was only 10%, it was still lucrative. Opium had been introduced to China by Muslim traders in the 1600s, being used medicinally and sparingly. But in the next century, North American indigenous tobacco had been hijacked by British colonizers from its indigenous ceremonial and medicinal use to being cultivated and marketed worldwide. Smoking the highly addictive tobacco also spread to China, and opium smoking became popular. Opium addiction increased during the first century of Qing rule, and in 1729, the regime prohibited, without effect, the sale and smoking of opium. Later in the century, importation and cultivation were outlawed, but opium continued to be imported illegally. By 1773, the British East India Company had established an opium cultivation monopoly in colonized Bengal with China as the targeted market. Soon, the opium trade reversed the trade imbalance with China in favor of Europe. European and United States imperialism became increasingly aggressive, and China experienced severe trade deficits, having to make concessions to the imperialist powers. British and U.S. military interventions in 1839 to 1842, called the First Opium War, ended in humiliating defeat for China and Britain's occupation of the strategic peninsula of Hong Kong, where Britain established a military base, exiting only in 1997. The devastation led to widespread famine and related diseases caused by malnutrition, with some 14 million people perishing in 1849 and another 20 million between 1854 and 1860. This is the same period when Britain shored up its colonization of India and, in 1858, established direct rule of the subcontinent. The British Empire, along with the French, launched the Lorcha War, often called the Second Opium War, from 1856 to 1858, triggered by the British complaint over what they deemed mistreatment of a British flag on a Chinese lorcha. This questionable warmongering over a dubious symbol, along with the previous military intervention, garnered vast trade concessions from China. To top off the devastation, the European powers attacked and destroyed Beijing in 1860.18. A social revolution in China, lasting from 1850 to 1871, offered a program for radical reform with a call to abolish private property, to advance gender equality, and to prohibit opium. Although it had a mass base and dominated southeast China, the movement was crushed by the Qing regime, which pleased the British. From the 1860s to the 1930s, the Shanghai waterfront was the rich and powerful base of the Western imperialists in China, operating as a legally protected port. Britain and the United States occupied a section of the main trade port, the Shanghai International Settlement or Bund, extracted through forced treaties that allowed their unfettered presence. In 1896, the British and US-controlled commercial enclaves merged and were joined by other European states. In addition to the United States and Britain, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Italy, Germany, and Japan were represented, each with their own massive buildings that housed banks and other commercial operations, each distinguished with its national flag. They set up municipal councils, including a police force, and ruled the territory, dominating Chinese trade. The only Chinese allowed to enter the zone were servants of wealthy foreign masters. In 1941, the Japanese occupied Shanghai, joining the Axis powers in World War II, putting an end to the European Bund. 19. Chinese needed but not wanted. Given the famines and chaos of imperialist intervention, as well as the disintegrating Qing regime, mass exodus of emigrants from China from the mid-19th century into the 20th century should come as no surprise. Few of those fleeing sought promised lands, rather, survival as China sank into a colonized backwater. Many Chinese migrants to the United States, mostly men, sent a portion of their earnings from gold seeking or labor back to families at home and living under dire circumstances. 20. The first Chinese individuals who arrived in the U.S. in large numbers were men joining thousands of others from around the world and from every part of the United States in the 1850s to seek wealth in gold. The first Chinese gold seekers numbered around 300, arriving in Northern California in 1849, then more than 400 joined them. The numbers increased every year, so that in 1852, there were some 20,000 Chinese in the gold fields. With the construction of the first Continental Railroad, beginning in 1865, Chinese workers were recruited, and in 1870, there were 63,000 Chinese in the U.S., 3/4 in California and others in parts of the country along the railroad routes as well as in northeastern cities. By 1870, Chinese immigrants made up nearly a third of the total population of Idaho, 10% in Montana, and 9% in California, where they comprised a quarter of the entire workforce. Initially, during the gold rush and railroad building, the Chinese had to reside in rural areas, but in the later 19th century they became increasingly urban. 21. By 1900, nearly half of all Chinese in California lived in the urban San Francisco Bay Area. Although Chinese workers made up a large part of the labor force in California, some 40% of Chinese residents in San Francisco and Sacramento were shopkeepers and merchants, along with a significant number of professionals and artisans. By 1900, half the Chinese population in the United States lived in California, while 15,000 were developing Chinatowns in the cities of the Northeast. Historian Ronald Takaki observed that as the first Asian group to immigrate to the U.S. in substantial numbers, close attention needs to be paid to what happened to the Chinese in the second half of the 19th century, as their treatment set the template for how immigrants from other Asian countries would be viewed and treated. 22. Leland Stanford was the 8th governor of the state of California, serving one 2-year term. He took office in 1862 in the midst of the U.S. Civil War as a member of the party of Lincoln, a Republican. He would become one of the Big Four railroad barons, along with Charles Crocker, Mark Hopkins, and Collis P. Huntington. In his inaugural address as governor, he said, "To my mind it is clear, that the settlement among us of an inferior race is to be discouraged, by every legitimate means. Asia, with her numberless millions, sends to our shores the dregs of her population. Large numbers of this class are already here, and, unless we do something early to check their immigration, the question, which of the two tides of immigration, meeting upon the shores of the Pacific, shall be turned back, will be forced upon our consideration, when far more difficult than now of disposal. There can be no doubt but that the presence of numbers among us of a degraded and distinct people must exercise a deleterious influence upon the superior race, and, to a certain extent, repel desirable immigration. It will afford me great pleasure to concur with the legislature in any constitutional action, having for its object the repression of the immigration of the Asiatic races. 23. At the time Stanford spoke those racist words, there were only 35,000 Chinese immigrants among the United States' 31 million population, most of whom, along with tens of thousands of other non-US citizens, had joined the gold rush in Northern California in the 1850s. 24. 5 weeks after Stanford's inauguration, the U.S. Congress and Lincoln administration approved an act to prohibit the coolie trade by American citizens in American vessels, specifying that coolies were defined as individuals disposed of, or sold, or transferred, for any term of years or for any time whatever, as servants or apprentices, or to be held to service or labor. A year later, Stanford and his business partners were recruiting Chinese workers from China to build the Transcontinental Railroad, ignoring the prohibition Stanford had initiated. 25. Railroad building, Chinese labor, and U.S. imperialism. Indeed, profits appeared to soften Stanford's yellow peril paranoia. With the 1862 Congressional Pacific Railway Act, the Central Pacific Railroad Company was chartered to build the western portion, starting at Sacramento. Work began in the fall of 1863, cutting through the Sierra Nevada mountain chain, blasting out 15 separate tunnels and trestles across deep canyons. In the beginning, the workers were white, but they began abandoning the dangerous and hard work and living conditions. The railroad barons decided to recruit Chinese workers, and by late 1865, Chinese men made up the majority of the workforce. Stanford wrote President Andrew Johnson, "Without them it would be impossible to complete the western portion of this great national enterprise, within the time required by the Acts of Congress 26. In 1865, Stanford praised the Chinese workers as quiet, peaceable, industrious, economical, ready and apt to learn all the different kinds of work. Stanford's partner Charles Crocker even went so far as to proclaim, "They prove nearly equal to white men in the amount of labor they perform and are much more reliable, and surely most important of all, no danger of strike among them." 27 Within 2 years, Crocker hired 12,000 Chinese workers, 90% of the entire workforce. Takeka notes that the savings in hiring Chinese rather than white workers was huge. Chinese workers made $31 a month and were on their own in obtaining food and lodging, while white workers would have required higher pay and their room and board covered, which would have increased labor costs by a third. 28 Historian Manu Karika, in his extraordinary book Empire's Tracks, writes, "To be a Chinese worker on the Central Pacific was definitely not to be a slave, the property of another. It was, however, a reduction to the status of a tool for grading earth and drilling a mountain. It was to be expendable, interchangeable, replaceable. Chinese workers were instruments of labor, constant capital for the Central Pacific Railroad Company. The quality of their lives interfered with their essential function, as a quantity of labor." 29. Historian Gordon Chang makes the important observation that China was embedded in the vision of a transcontinental railroad from the moment it manifested as a possibility in the 1840s. One of its foremost boosters was the wealthy U.S. merchant Asa Whitney, who made a fortune in China in the 1840s through the lucrative and unbalanced export trade. He and other railroad boosters like Thomas Hart Benton saw the Intercontinental Railroad as the extension of continental imperialism to overseas imperialism, in which the U.S. would dominate the Pacific. 30. The railroad was also a colonial process of ethnic cleansing, the federal government taking indigenous lands guaranteed by treaties to hand over to the railroad tycoons. As Karika observes, the railroad transformed California from an overseas possession of Spain to a continental possession of the United States, completing the century-long process of continental imperialism. Soon after Chinese railroad labor was no longer needed, Chinese exclusion was implemented. The railroad, and exclusion, were core infrastructures of continental imperialism. 31. All-inclusive yellow peril. U.S. imperialism had long extended to Latin America and the Caribbean, starting with their independence movements soon after U.S. independence. By the 1870s, the elites in those countries were hosts to U.S. and British mining interests and yellow peril paranoia and exclusion that accompanied Chinese, Japanese, and South Asian immigration. In the late 19th century, the demand for workers on Hawaii plantations and in agribusiness in California drew Japanese labor migrations. Around 30,000 Japanese had entered California by 1900, and within a decade, more than 100,000 more migrants had arrived. With labor shortages in the California fields, labor recruiters lured Japanese workers in Hawaii to California. The 1910 census tallied 41,356 Japanese in California, less than 1% of the population but enough to cause yellow peril alarm with exclusionists calling for restrictions. The anti-Japanese movement was much like the anti-Chinese, focused on perceived threat to health and morality of the white population, but the real fear was economic and the effect on white workers. 32. Historian Erica Lee notes that Asian immigration was fraught with what she calls hemispheric Orientalism. Lee documents the interconnected debates about Asian immigration in the U.S., Canada, Hawaii, Mexico, the Caribbean, and parts of Latin America, beginning in the mid-19th century. 33 Between 1868 and 1941, 42% of Japanese migrants in the Americas settled in Latin American countries. By 1941, 33% of the Chinese population in the Americas lived in Latin America and the Caribbean, while 46% were in the US and 21% were in Canada. The first Chinese immigrants in Mexico arrived in 1864 from the United States to work in railroad construction and the Sonoran mines, mostly owned by U.S. corporations. 34 Because the United States had established the racialized template for yellow peril, it played an important role in the circulation of Orientalism abroad. 35 In 1908, a year after anti-Asian riots took place up and down the Pacific coast from San Francisco to British Columbia, President Theodore Roosevelt called for unity of action among the Anglo states of the US, Canada, Australia, and Britain to promote a white Pacific, in which white supremacy would dominate against ascendant Japanese power. Roosevelt dispatched the U.S. Navy's 16-battleship Pacific tour to demonstrate Anglo unity against the yellow peril that Japanese immigration represented. Roosevelt told a reporter for the New York Times that the fleet would confirm that New Zealand and Australia were white man's countries. 36 Measuring whiteness. As noted in the introduction, until 1875 the only legal guide to U.S. immigration was the Race-Based Naturalization Act of 1790, which allowed citizenship only to free white persons, a measure that remained on the books until the 1952 Walter McCarran Act. 37 People simply arrived, many of them aggressively recruited for the newly ethnically cleansed territories seeking statehood, which desperately needed settlers to outnumber the indigenous peoples who were being driven out or forced into reservations. In 1875, the U.S. Supreme Court declared that regulation of immigration was a federal matter but did not specify the terms of immigration. The Immigration Service was established only in 1891. Tellingly, the first federal immigration laws, which created the foundation for U.S. immigration, were based on exclusion. It is crucial to recognize that when and how immigration as such began, it was based on overt, blatant racism. That law was the Chinese Exclusion Act of May 6, 1882, which suspended Chinese immigration for a 10-year period and barred resident Chinese from U.S. citizenship, and in 1902, was renewed indefinitely. The laws were widely evaded. Exclusion was repealed by the Magnuson Act on December 17, 1943, which allowed 105 Chinese individuals to enter per year. 38 However, except for Chinese exclusion, prior to World War I, as historian May Guy points out, the United States had virtually open borders, immigration was encouraged and unfettered. 39 In the wake of the U.S. entering the European War, xenophobia surged, and the U.S. Congress in 1917 enacted an extremely restrictive immigration law that became the basis of the Comprehensive Immigration Act of 1924, the primary determinant of eligibility for citizenship being whiteness, under the guise of the nationality of the immigrant. 40 The 1917 law for the first time imposed a literacy test and increased the fee paid by arriving immigrants. It also gave more leeway to immigration officials to make decisions over whom to exclude. And, most restrictive of all, it excluded anyone from what was defined as the Asiatic barred zone, except Filipinos, who could travel freely to and within the U.S. because of colonial status. There were no quotas or restrictions on Western Hemisphere populations. In 1921, Calvin Coolidge, who would become president in 1923 and sign the 1924 legislation, wrote in the popular magazine Good Housekeeping that biological laws tell us that certain divergent people will not mix or blend. The Nordics propagate themselves successfully. With the other races, the outcome shows deterioration on both sides. 41. In the 1924 immigration law, practically all immigration from Asia was prohibited, including from Japan, with the quota set at 165,000 for all of Asia. It limited the number of immigrants allowed entry into the United States through a national origins quota. The quota provided immigration visas to 2% of the total number of people of each nationality in the United States as of the 1890 national census, which restricted Southern and Eastern Europeans while it had little effect on Western European immigration. This was to preserve the ideal of U.S. homogeneity, in the words of the U.S. State Department Office of the Historian. 42. The process of measuring whiteness is illustrated by the treatment of Asian Indian immigrants. The first notable arrivals from South Asia were Sikh farmers and businessmen from the Punjab of then British-occupied India during the first decade of the 20th century. They traveled the Pacific route from Hong Kong, arriving at San Francisco, established farms, initiating the rice industry to Northern California, and built lumber mills in the Pacific Northwest. In 1912, a Sikh temple opened in Stockton, California, the first in the United States. Most Punjabi men married into Mexican families. 43. Other individuals from various parts of India arrived during the early 1900s. The first known India-born immigrant to become a U.S. citizen was Bhikaji Franyi Balsara, a Parsi merchant from India. In 1909, Circuit Judge Emile Henry Lacombe of the Southern District of New York described Balsara as appearing to be a gentleman of high character and exceptional intelligence. However, the judge had expressed reluctance in his decision regarding citizenship for Balsara, because the Congress that framed the original Naturalization Act intended it to include only white persons belonging to those races whose emigrants had contributed to the building up on this continent of the community of people which declared itself a new nation. He realized he was broadening the concept of free white persons to include all branches of the great race or family known to ethnologists as the Aryan, Indo-European, or Caucasian, which would bring in Afghans, Hindus, Arabs, and Berbers. The judge assured the public that the U.S. attorney would appeal the decision, which he did, and that a higher court would decide, and the Circuit Court of Appeals agreed that Parsis should be categorized as white. Several other South Asian individuals were naturalized, but in 1917, Congress passed the Barred Zone Act, overriding President Wilson's veto, that barred all Asians, and specifically Asian Indians, from entering the U.S. Then in 1923, the Supreme Court, in United States v. Bhagat Singh Thind, ruled that Asian Indian people were ineligible for U.S. citizenship. The restriction was rescinded after World War II when Congress passed the 1946 Luce-Celler Act, allowing both Asian Indian immigration and citizenship. 44. The Nazis' adoption of the U.S. pseudoscience of eugenics has been well documented. They borrowed U.S. race laws and also the U.S. strategy of continental imperialism, ethnically cleansing the land in order to populate it with white settlers, what the Nazis called Lebensraum. Less well known is Nazi officials' interest in U.S. racially determined immigration laws and citizenship requirements. Writing 4 years after the 1924 Immigration Act, Adolf Hitler, in the unpublished 1928 sequel to Mein Kampf, admiringly characterized the United States as a race state, referring to the U.S. racist immigration measures that began with Chinese exclusion in 1882 and expanded to other nationalities in 1924. Hitler wrote, "American immigration policies provide confirmation that the previous melting pot approach presupposes humans of a certain similar racial basis, and that approach immediately fails as soon as fundamentally different types of humans are involved." When the Nazi lawyers began studying U.S. race laws in depth in 1936, they were surprised that racial exclusion dated to the founding, one remarking that such was not common at the time. 45. Yale law professor James Q. Whitman writes in his important book Hitler's American Model, The United States and the Making of Nazi Race Law, the two new Nazi anti-Jewish measures that we remember today as the Nuremberg Laws were the product of many months of Nazi discussion and debate that included regular, studious, and often admiring engagement with the race law of the United States. In A Global History for German Readers published in 1934, Nazi historian Albrecht Wirth hailed the founding of the United States, the most important event in the history of the states of the second millennium. Was the founding of the United States of America. The struggle of the Aryans for world domination received thereby its strongest prop. Another Nazi-era book in 1936, the translated title of which was The Supremacy of the White Race, characterized the U.S. founding as the first fateful turning point in the worldwide rise of white supremacy, informing readers that the United States had assumed the leadership of the white peoples after World War I, without which a conscious unity of the white race would never have emerged. 46. The taint of white supremacy in workers' movements. John Kuo Weichin, historian of the New York Chinese experience in the 19th century, identifies an omen in 1870 of anti-Chinese furor that would lead to the next decade's Chinese exclusion. It was also a harbinger of the developing white supremacy in the nascent trade union movement. This was a lengthy front-page article in the main liberal Republican newspaper in the country, the New York Tribune, written by the chief editor and future prominent labor organizer, John Swinton. Eschewing debates over coolies in the workforce, Swinton addressed what he deemed unresolvable racial differences that led to a recent anti-Chinese protest. The deepest dividing line between men is that of race. Deeper than politics or religion, deeper than the contemporary differences of laws or manners, are the depths and differences of race. The people of the United States are of the white European race, the Japhetic stock, from which have sprung the Germanic, Celtic, and Latin varieties, all immediately related to each other by historical terms, all growing side by side for thousands of years, and all developing a progressive civilization through the changes of time. 47. Swinton argued that labor must unite with capital to fight the scourge of the Chinese, against the threat of the infusion and transfusion of the Chinese, Mongolian or yellow race with the white American race. He claimed that experts were in agreement that the Mongolian blood is a depraved and debased blood. The Mongolian type of humanity is an inferior type, inferior in organic structure, in vital force or physical energy, and in the constitutional conditions of development. Swinton raised Darwin's theory of natural selection and warned that a nation like ours would run a fearful risk from the degradation of its race existence. As evidence, he wrote, in the Spanish colonies on this continent, the European race mingled with the Indian and the African, and we need nothing more than the direful and dismal history of Mexico and Central America as commentary on the fact. 48. Swinton did not factor in the United States military and economic domination and interventions, including annexation of half of Mexico. John Swinton was born in Scotland and as a child immigrated with his parents to the newly ethnically cleansed Illinois in the 1830s. Soon orphaned and an adolescent, he started working full-time, apprenticing as a printer. He took a printing job in Canada, then returned to the U.S. for various jobs in different cities. Early on, Swinton embraced radical abolitionism and even moved to the Kansas epicenter of abolition action in 1856 to work on the anti-slavery newspaper Lawrence Republican. Moving to New York at the start of the Civil War, he obtained a job at the New York Times where he remained for a decade, becoming chief editorial writer, then moved on to the Tribune. By the mid-1870s, he had immersed himself in the trade union movement in New York and was a popular orator. In 1883, he started his own trade union weekly, John Swinton's Paper, in which he upheld the workers' movement and attacked millionaires, monopolists, and plutocrats. As the masthead of each issue proclaimed. 49. Swinton represented the early articulation of white supremacy in the formation of U.S. trade unions, which played a large role in the federal enactment of Chinese exclusion in 1882, as well as seeding a fatal flaw in the future of U.S. trade unionism. Historian Matthew Fry Jacobson writes, an Irish immigrant in 1877 could be a despised Celt in Boston, a threat to the Republic, and yet a solid member of the Order of Caucasians for the extermination of the Chinamen in San Francisco, gallantly defending U.S. shores from an invasion of Mongolians. 50. Dennis Carney enacted that capsule description of the vile anti-Chinese obsession of white workers in the late 19th and early 20th century. Carney was born in County Cork, Ireland, during the potato famine. He took to sea at 11 and eventually ended up in the U.S., marrying an Irish-American woman and settling in San Francisco, where he became a citizen. The majority of opposition to Chinese and Japanese immigration originated in labor unions and especially from Dennis Kearney's Workingmen's Party on the West Coast. Their ravings warned of dire perceived threats to the health and morality of the white population. White workers' white supremacy barred any thought of organizing the Asian workers. 51. Across the country in the mid-1870s, there was high unemployment and economic depression. Workers' rallies in San Francisco led to the formation of the Workingmen's Party of California in 1877, which was led by Carney. Anti-Chinese immigration was at the top of the organization's agenda, with the party's slogan being "The Chinese must go." The following year the party won 11 seats in the California Senate and 17 in the State Assembly, playing a deciding role in rewriting the state constitution and denying Chinese citizens voting rights, which was later overturned as being unconstitutional. But it had the desired effect 5 years later with the Federal Chinese Exclusion Act. 52. Kearney's speeches were filled with violent threats against capitalists. Many, if not the majority, of the unemployed workers associated with the party were Irish Americans, and Carney was accused of being a foreign agitator by business leaders and other pillars of San Francisco. Anglo-American politician Frank Pixley, a former California Attorney General and no defender of the Chinese, wrote of Carney and the Union in the newspaper he published, The Argonaut, when an organization, composed almost entirely of aliens, who are themselves here by the sufferance of a generous hospitality, band themselves together in defiance of the law to drive out a class. It is an act of insolent audacity that ought to move the indignation of every honest man. 53. The party and Kearney's power didn't last for long, but Carney was confident that their goals were met and justified. In an 1889 letter, he wrote, "After the adoption of the new Constitution and the passage of the anti-Chinese restriction bills of 1879 and 1882, California began to move, and she is still a-booming. Chinese immigration is excluded. There are a few smuggled in over the borders. My next fight will be to get Canada to pass an anti-Chinese exclusion law. At present, she is being made the dumping ground for Asiatic pests who are afterwards smuggled into our country. I am a young man just turning 43. I am in hopes of living long enough to see the Asiatic hordes excluded from this continent from Cape Horn to Icy Cape. 54. In her study of myths about immigration taking away U.S. Americans' jobs, Aviva Chomsky writes that it is one of the most common arguments brandished to justify the need for a restrictive immigration policy. 55. Chomsky challenges the claim that immigration and immigrants reduce the jobs available, arguing that immigration is a minor factor in job loss and cites the U.S. government and the U.S. economic system itself as the main factors that maintain and exploit global inequalities. She points out that, due to the extremely restrictive quotas of the 1925 immigration law, immigration was very low when the Depression hit and unemployment soared to 20%, but the forced deportation of tens of thousands of Mexican workers during that time did not lower unemployment numbers. The post-World War II industrial boom shrank unemployment figures, again unrelated to immigration. 56. White supremacy was embedded in the first labor confederation, the American Federation of Labor. In 1905, the president of the AFL, Samuel Gompers, made that crystal clear, writing, "Caucasians are not going to let their standard of living be destroyed by Negroes, Chinamen, Japs, or any others." 57. Gompers opposed U.S. annexation of the Philippines not for anti-imperialist reasons, rather, arguing, if the Philippines are annexed, what is to prevent the Chinese, the Negritos, and the Malays coming to our country? How can we prevent the Chinese coolies from going to the Philippines and from there swarm into the United States and engulf our people and our civilization? Can we hope to close the floodgates of immigration from the hordes of Chinese and the semi-savage races coming from what will then be part of our own country? 58. The United Mine Workers of America advocated upholding Caucasian ideals of civilization, warning against the Yellow Peril. 59. Historian Alexander Saxton observed that Euro-American workers in the U.S. were organized in the 19th century through their competition and confrontations with three racialized groups: Native Americans, African Americans, and Chinese Americans. Central to each transaction has been a totally one-sided preponderance of power, exerted for the exploitation of non-whites by the dominant white society. In each case, white workingmen have played a crucial, yet ambivalent, role. They have been both exploited and exploiters. On the one hand, thrown into competition with non-whites as enslaved or cheap labor, they suffered economically. On the other hand, being white, they benefited by that very exploitation which was compelling the non-whites to work for low wages or for nothing. Ideologically they were drawn in opposite directions. Racial identification cut at right angles to class consciousness. 60. Bill Fletcher Jr. observes that beyond racial prejudice, there was also the silence of the labor movement on the objectives of the settler state itself. 61 Fletcher writes that the official labor movement, that is, the white majority or white exclusive formations, in effect pledged its loyalty to the racial settler state. In time this was treated as patriotism. 62 And that movement either supported or simply ignored the U.S. wars against indigenous peoples to take their land for settlers to replace them. Free land presented possibilities for white workers to own property. Fletcher writes, whether in openly white supremacist terms or by omission, the official movement situated itself as a movement of white working people in struggle against the white employer class, but joined together by the framework of the white republic against all others. 63. Jack London's obsession with yellow peril. Jack London was a leading anti-Chinese bigot in the San Francisco Bay Area, where he was born in 1876. He died of alcohol-related disease at age 40 in 1916, but he contributed a lot during his short life to yellow peril panic, mainly because he was a literary celebrity. London was not only a working man's advocate, but also an active and radical Marxist and socialist. Thanks to his best-selling books, he became wealthy. London's mother, descended from Puritan settlers in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, worked as a music teacher and spiritualist, but his birth father was Irish, which London was not proud of. In denial of his paternal Irish roots, he identified as pure Anglo-Saxon. London started working at 14 when he borrowed money to buy a boat to use illegally to harvest oysters in the bay to sell on the streets. At 17, he spent 8 months on a sailing schooner to Japan, and at 21, he joined the Klondike Gold Rush, all material for his adventure novels and stories. He married and had children soon after, divorced and remarried, all the time writing and publishing stories and building wealth. In 1905, he was affluent enough to buy a ranch in Sonoma County, 50 miles north of San Francisco, and purchased adjacent land until it was a vast estate, where he lived the rest of his short life. He spent the equivalent of over $2 million in 21st century currency to build a stone mansion, which was destroyed by fire before he moved in. He was recruited to join the elite men's Bohemian Club, in which he was active, and was a member of high society in the San Francisco Bay Area as a celebrity and despite his radical political views. 64. London joined the Socialist Labour Party in 1896, when he was 20, giving nightly radical speeches in a local park and once being arrested. Even before he joined the party, he had written an article promoting socialism for the San Francisco Examiner, What Socialism Is. He also wrote a letter published in the Oakland Times recommending that people study Karl Marx's Capital. 65 In 1901, he left the Socialist Labour Party for the more radical, newly formed Socialist Party headed by Eugene Debs. The Socialist Party ran candidates for office, and in 1901, London lost a run for mayor of Oakland on the Socialist Party ticket, and again in 1905. He expressed admiration of the anarcho-syndicalist industrial workers of the world, but didn't join. 66 London was a celebrity socialist and writer, admired by Lenin and Trotsky. Famous anarchist Emma Goldman called him the only revolutionary author in America. Even after his withdrawal from socialism and after his death, later socialist-minded writers Tilly Olson and Doris Lessing saw him as a working-class hero. 67 Once London became more successful and wealthy, he lost interest in socialism. California historian Kevin Starr calls the stage of London's life post-socialist, writing that by 1911, London was more bored by the class struggle than he cared to admit. 68. In all his speeches and political writing, even his fiction, London railed against Chinese immigration. Like most of the elite and intellectuals of the progressive era, including those in highest political office, such as Theodore Roosevelt, he embraced eugenics. 69. In 1910, London published a story titled The Unparalleled Invasion in McClure's magazine. A fantasy set in a future 1976, it tells a story of the West's recognition of China's enormous population and potential for world domination and preventing it with an unparalleled invasion of biological warfare that resulted in the complete annihilation of the Chinese people. 70. London certainly had a deep effect on people of all classes, particularly in the San Francisco area. In February 1905, the San Francisco Chronicle stoked public fear, warning of a raging torrent of Japanese expected in California. 71. The California legislature called for the U.S. Congress to limit Japanese immigration. Delegates from 67 organizations in California, most of them labor unions, created the Asiatic Exclusion League, citing Japanese low standard of civilization, living and wages. Branches proliferated, lobbying for exclusion and calling for boycotts. In 1906, the San Francisco Board of Education banned Japanese and Korean children, sending them to the Oriental School in Chinatown to join Chinese children who had been segregated there since 1885. 72. War, occupation, colonization, and Filipino Americans. By the 21st century, there were 4 million citizens of Filipino descent living in the United States. Under the first 3 decades of U.S. occupation and colonization of the Philippines, Filipinos were categorized as U.S. nationals, the same status as Puerto Ricans, and there was no restriction on their entry to the United States. Not strictly immigrants or refugees, and not U.S. citizens, Filipinos were colonial subjects. In 1910, only 406 Filipinos lived in the United States, most having arrived before the U.S. invasion while Spain still held the Philippines as a colony. A decade later, in 1920, there were over 5,000 Filipinos in the U.S., and in 1930, 45,208. Filipinos were scattered in many states, the majority in California with 30,470, while there were 3,500 in Washington state, 2,000 in Illinois, over 1,000 in Oregon, and 1,000 in New York, some hundreds in Michigan, and smaller numbers in many other states. 73. In 1930, Filipino workers comprised 80% of the asparagus workforce in the Sacramento Valley of California and the majority of lettuce workers in California's San Joaquin Valley. The workers suffered racial violence as early as 1926 in Stockton, California, and in 1928 in a central California town where young white men attacked Filipino workers. In the state of Washington, a group of white men forced some 500 Filipino workers out of the Yakima Valley. 74. Historian May Guy explains that the animosity of white people toward Filipinos was distinct from the ongoing Asian exclusion, first, because Orientalist characterizations didn't easily fit. Filipinos were Christians and spoke American English, wore Western clothes, and were fluent in U.S. popular culture. It seemed that the discomfort white people felt reflected that seeming contradiction of familiarity but foreignness. She writes, in a sense, the reaction of white Americans to the acculturation of Filipinos was similar to the unsettled response of 19th-century Americans to acculturated Native Americans. Then there were the sexual fears. Most Filipino workers, who were men, did not bring their families with them, although they sent home remittances, so being womanless, they had relations with and married white as well as Native and Mexican women. Guy quotes a sociologist of the time who said that Filipino men associating with white women strained relations between the two races. He cited a white employer who said he would have nothing against them if they did not display so much interest in American women. 75. War and Japanese Americans. Neither the horrific atrocities committed by the Japanese military in China, Korea, and the Philippines, nor the attack on the U.S. naval base in Hawaii justified the actions taken by the Franklin Roosevelt administration, in concert with California Attorney General Earl Warren. By 1940, two-thirds of the 120,000 Japanese Americans living on the West Coast, most in California, were American-born Nisei, that is, citizens of the United States. There were 158,000 Japanese living in the U.S. colony of Hawaii before it became a state, but the U.S. military governor of the territory argued strongly against mass internment and won the day, so only 1,444 suspect Japanese were interned in Hawaii. 76 Not so in white supremacist California, where Japanese Americans had little chance of escaping punishment after, as historian Richard Drennan puts it, decades of agitation against the Yellow Peril by the native sons and daughters of the Golden West, the California Joint Immigration Committee, the American Legion, and other champions of white supremacy, including the Hearst and the McClatchy newspapers, chambers of commerce, and agricultural, labor, and business organizations. 77. 3 days after the Pearl Harbor attack, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover reported that 1,291 Japanese 367 in the Hawaii colony, 924 in the United States had been detained, along with 857 Germans and 147 Italians. Hoover, no flaming liberal, opined that mass internment of Japanese could not be justified on the basis of security. 78 The Germans and Italians who were detained had been under surveillance for some time and clearly had ties with the Nazi and fascist regimes, but the nearly 1,300 detained Japanese Americans had no such complicity. They comprised the leadership of Japanese American communities, Buddhist priests, martial arts instructors, language teachers, members of theater companies, and editors of Japanese language publications, as well as local political leaders. 79 In California, days after the Pearl Harbor attack, hundreds of Japanese American workers were fired and Japanese American businesses had few customers. In Los Angeles, 1,200 Japanese American union workers in produce were laid off. The U.S. Treasury Department closed down merchants in the wholesale markets. Some of the fear and bigotry calmed down, with rehiring taking place, but would explode again with mass internment and war. 80. Lieutenant General John L. DeWitt, head of the Western Defense Command in charge of California, disagreed with Hoover's assessment and insisted that all Japanese, including citizens from certain areas, should be relocated and interned away from the coast, saying he doubted Japanese loyalty. A Jap is a Jap is a Jap, he said. 81 DeWitt pushed back at U.S. Attorney General Francis Biddle's argument that it was unconstitutional to forcibly relocate citizens en masse, and that there were no reasons for mass evacuation. DeWitt insisted, the Japanese race is an enemy race. Over 112,000 potential enemies, of Japanese extraction, are at large today. On February 19, 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066.82, and as Roosevelt said of the December 7, 1941, attack on Pearl Harbor, February 19, 1941, was a day that will live in infamy. Not only were Japanese Americans removed from their homes, allowed to take only one suitcase each and deposited in military-guarded concentration camps, but so too were the Japanese living in the U.S. colony of the Philippines. And so too were the Aleuts, the indigenous people of the islands in the Bering Sea, off the coast of the U.S. colony of Alaska. U.S. authorities admitted that based on security, they had no suspicion of Aleuts, but they framed incarceration as being for their own good. White U.S. American settlers living on one of the Aleutian Islands were not evacuated or incarcerated. Nearly 900 Aleuts were forced onto ships and dropped off on the southeast Alaska mainland. The Navy herded them into abandoned mining camps with no services. 83. Presuming racial disloyalty, the U.S. government removed 120,000 Japanese Americans, two-thirds of whom were citizens, from their homes on the Pacific coast and interned them in 10 concentration camps. 84 Liberal Republican Earl Warren was California Attorney General in 1941. Warren was born in California, the son of working-class union activists who had migrated from Scandinavia. Warren would go on to serve 3 terms as California governor and in 1953 became Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court that handed down the school desegregation decision. Attorney General Warren argued that there was a reason for the difference in treatment of the Japanese in relation to the Germans and Italians. We believe that when we are dealing with the Caucasian race we have methods that will test the loyalty of them. But when we deal with the Japanese we are in an entirely different field and cannot form any opinion that we believe to be sound. 85 Warren initiated a mapping project to identify every parcel of Japanese American agricultural land, and under the guise of national security, all the farmland of Japanese Americans was confiscated, sold, and never returned to them, nor were they compensated for it. 86 The land, amounting to 200,000 acres, was transferred to new owners or renters, most of whom were naturalized European immigrants or white migrants from the Dust Bowl region. Japanese American truck farmers had produced 40% of all vegetables grown in the state, and nearly 100% of all tomatoes, celery, strawberries, and peppers. In his memoirs, Warren defended his central role in the internment, writing, "The atmosphere was so charged with anti-Japanese feeling that I do not recall a single public officer responsible for the security of the state who testified against a relocation proposal." 87 He did not apologize. The War Relocation Authority was the civilian agency under the Department of the Interior tasked with rounding up the detainees and managing the camps. New Deal Democrat Dylan S. Meyer, lately in the U.S. Department of Agriculture, was the director of the WRA. Meyer and his crew perceived an opportunity to transform concentration camps into planned communities and Americanizing projects, speed assimilation with self-government, schooling in English, work, and rehabilitative activities. Aware of the Nazi concentration camps, they believed their own project was an ironic testimony to the value of American democracy. Historian May Guy writes, "The greater irony, however, is that WRA's assimilationism led to the most disastrous and incendiary aspects of the internment experience: the loyalty questionnaire, segregation, and renunciation of citizenship. WRA workers treated adult Japanese as children, infantilizing them, with the same mindset that prevailed in the U.S. government's Indian boarding schools." 88. Indeed, Dylan Meyer's concentration camp experience led to his appointment as head of the Bureau of Indian Affairs in the Truman administration, 1950 to 1953. During his tenure he designed the federal government termination and relocation policy, which was projected to end treaty-based tribal sovereignty and dissolve the reservation land bases that had gained semi-autonomy with the New Deal legislation, the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934.89. The 1988 United States Congressional Civil Liberties Act granted reparations to the 82,219 still living Japanese Americans who had been interned, the measly sum of $20,000 each, along with an apology. 90 The State of California Assembly apologized for California's role only in 2020, no compensation included. 91 War and Korean Americans. The U.S. war against Korea was ostensibly a United Nations intervention. The UN was only 5 years old in June 1950 and was dominated by the United States. It was made up of the 5 states that had won World War II: China, the Soviet Union, Britain, France, and the United States. The resolution demanded that North Korea cease crossing the 38th parallel that had been established as its border with South Korea by the U.S. military when it liberated the southern part of Korea from Japanese occupation, while the Red Army of the Soviet Union liberated the northern part, empowering the Korean resistance fighters and exiles who were communists. At the time of the UN Security Council's vote, Chiang Kai-shek still held the council seat for China, although he had retreated with his army to Taiwan following defeat by the Communists, who were led by Mao Zedong. The Soviet Union was boycotting the Security Council because of that. 92 Rather than going to Congress, President Harry Truman used the Security Council resolution to go to war. Although the war was called a United Nations action, 90% of the military forces were U.S. military personnel. 40,000 of them were killed in action. 5 million Koreans were killed, more than half of them civilians, 10% of Korea's pre-war civilian population. Civilian casualties were higher in the Korean War than in World War II or the war in Vietnam. Massive numbers of Koreans were driven from their homes and became refugees. Refugees were constantly killed in U.S. bombing raids of anything that moved. In the fifth month of the war, the U.S. Air Force began burning and annihilating Korean towns and cities, with ground and naval operations also involved in the destruction, creating massive refugee flows. As the U.S. military tends to do in every war, based on its formation in the genocidal wars against Native Americans, it turned to total war, not distinguishing between civilian and military structures or people. 93 One of the many mass atrocities victimizing fleeing refugees was the 1950 No-Gun RI massacre, which was not revealed to the U.S. public until 1999. The Associated Press issued a report using testimony of U.S. 7th Cavalry veterans and Korean survivors and gained access to documents that revealed U.S. orders to fire on civilians and a 3-day killing spree. Subsequent to the AP report, the Army investigated and acknowledged the killings, but refused to apologize or pay reparations, describing the massacre as an unfortunate tragedy inherent to war and not a deliberate killing. Later, the AP found other documents indicating that U.S. commanders ordered soldiers to shoot and fire on civilians during the massacre. This exposure led the South Korean government to investigate, and they identified more than 200 massive slaughters, mostly carried out by low-level air strafing. The number of dead from the No-Gun RI massacre is not known for certain, but North Korean journalists at the time reported some 400 bodies in the area, including 200 in one tunnel. 94 By mid-1951, whole swaths of North Korea were flattened, with people living in holes and caves, suffering infectious diseases and starvation and freezing in the very cold winters. 95. By 2018, there were only 1.8 million Korean Americans in the United States, 99% from South Korea. Although Koreans make up a tiny percentage of the population, the United States is the site of the largest Korean diaspora community in the world. Most live in the greater Los Angeles area, New York City, and Baltimore, Washington. Although there were a few thousand Koreans in the United States who arrived in the late 19th and early 20th century, their numbers grew sharply after the 1965 immigration law removed restrictions on Asian immigration. 96 As in most brutal wars in which civilians are targeted and killed in large numbers, many orphans were left at the end of the U.S. war in Korea. And, as in all U.S. wars, the Christian missionaries poured in to exploit the trauma and destitution of the targeted population. U.S. Americans have attempted to atone for the wreckage caused by their government and rushed to adopt orphans, adopting more than 4,000 Korean children between 1955 and 1961. Some were GI babies with U.S. military fathers. 29% of South Koreans were Christians, so Christian missions played a large role in facilitating the adoptions. 97. U.S. War in Vietnam. The fear and challenge of China have been the driving forces of U.S. imperialism and wars, beginning in the 1840s with the wars to force U.S. sovereignty on the North American continent and its peoples. Reaching the Pacific was the goal of the mid-19th century war against Mexico and annexation of California to open the door to the Pacific. By the mid-20th century, with the U.S. at war in Korea, fundamentally a proxy war with newly communist China, the United States considered China its number one enemy. With the 1953 stalemate and armistice, the Eisenhower administration believed that the real threat in Vietnam, as in Korea, was China. 90% of the Chinese people who lived outside China lived in Southeast Asia. After World War II, the U.S. was paying 75% of the cost of French military operations in Vietnam. During 1954 and 1955, the US and China came close to a shooting war over two tiny islands, Mizzou and Jimen, off the coast of China. 98 These two obscure islands took center stage in the Kennedy-Nixon presidential race of 1960, Nixon urging war over the islands. Now what do the Chinese communists want? They don't want just Quemoy and Matsu. They want the world. 99 John F. Kennedy was elected to the U.S. Senate, representing Massachusetts, in 1952 at age 35. Vietnam was not new to him when he was elected president in 1960. As a U.S. Senator, he was a booster of intervention. At a Washington, D.C., luncheon meeting on the situation in Vietnam in 1956, Kennedy, casting intervention as responsibility, said of Vietnam, "This is our offspring, we cannot abandon it, we cannot ignore its needs. And if it falls victim to any of the perils that threaten its existence, communism, political anarchy, poverty, and the rest, then the United States, with some justification, will be held responsible, and our prestige in Asia will sink to a new low." 100. In 1964, when the U.S. military mobilized for war in Vietnam, only 603 Vietnamese people lived in the United States, and they were students, teachers, and diplomats. By the turn of the 21st century, there were some 2 million U.S. citizens of Vietnamese descent, 40% living in California, nearly all of them among or descended from the 500,000 war refugees. Photographer Philip Jones Griffiths observed, "The Washington, D.C. Memorial to the American War Dead is 150 yards long. If a similar monument were built with the same density of names of the Vietnamese who died in it, it would be 9 miles long." 101 The U.S. war in Vietnam was a slaughterhouse. John F. Kennedy's use of New Frontier to encapsulate his presidential campaign echoed debates about U.S. history that had begun more than 6 decades earlier. Historian Frederick Jackson Turner had presented his history-making frontier thesis at the 1893 celebration of Columbus, claiming that the crisis of that era was the result of closing the frontier, and that a new frontier was needed to fill the ideological and spiritual vacuum created by the completion of settler colonialism of the continent. The frontier metaphor described Kennedy's plan for employing political power to make the world the new frontier of the United States, a new imperialism. Central to this vision was the obsession with communism, what Richard Slotkin calls a heroic engagement in the long twilight struggle against communism, to which the nation was summoned, as Kennedy characterized it in his inaugural address. Soon after he took office, that struggle took the form of a counterinsurgency program in Vietnam. Slotkin writes, 7 years after Kennedy's nomination, American troops would be describing Vietnam as Indian country and search and destroy missions as a game of cowboys and Indians, and Kennedy's ambassador to Vietnam would justify a massive military escalation by citing in metaphoric terms the necessity of moving the Indians away from the fort so that the settlers could plant corn. 102 Another Indian War. By 1966, returning soldiers were telling stories of witnessing or participating in massacres in Vietnam, and rumors circulated, but not until the documentation of a company of U.S. soldiers murdering 504 villagers of My Lai, 182 of them women, 17 of them pregnant, and 173 children, including 56 infants on March 16, 1968, did the reality of the war come home. The killing stopped only when Army helicopter pilot Hugh Thompson happened upon the site and landed between the soldiers and the terrified villagers trying to flee or hide, Thompson threatening to open fire on the killers. The Army photographer assigned to the company photographed the carnage as it happened, and when the grisly photographs were published, there was no doubt as to the horror. There were no weapons in the village, not even the presence of young men of military age. 103 Those photographs made the attempted Army cover-up impossible, hard as the young Major Colin Powell tried. Lieutenant William Calley, who was the company commander, wrote in his memoir, Body Count, "We weren't in My Lai to kill human beings, really. We were there to kill ideology that is carried by I don't know. Pawns, blobs. Pieces of flesh. And I wasn't in My Lai to destroy intelligent men. I was there to destroy an intangible idea. To destroy communism. I looked at communism as a Southerner looks at a Negro, supposedly. It's evil. It's bad." 104 The only killer charged with crimes was Calley, a native of Columbus, Georgia. He was sentenced to life in prison, but after 3 days' detention, President Richard Nixon reduced his sentence to 3 years house arrest. In 2009, he expressed remorse and apologized for what happened that day in My Lai 105. Vietnamese refugees. A week before the U.S. was driven out of Vietnam on April 29, 1975, 10 to 15,000 South Vietnamese allies, mostly military, and families were evacuated. Subsequently, 86,000 Vietnamese were airlifted out, among them over 3,300 infants and children in what was called Operation Baby Lift. One of the planes carrying infants and children exploded after takeoff, killing 138 passengers, 78 of them Vietnamese infants and children. A total of 110,000 Vietnamese were evacuated from Saigon. 106 Those evacuated made up only a small percentage of the South Vietnamese who had been allied with the United States. Between 1975 and 1978, thousands of others fled in boats. They landed on various islands and shores and were often refused entry in Malaysia, Hong Kong, and the Philippines. By mid-1979, there were 350,000 Vietnamese in refugee camps in Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. In all, some 500,000 Vietnamese refugees were resettled around the United States. 107. Yellow peril. Fears of the Vietnamese refugees followed the usual pattern of bigotry and discrimination, the most extreme publicized case taking place in the Gulf area of southeast Texas. In the late 1970s, around 100,000 Vietnamese refugees were resettled in Texas, mainly along the Gulf of Mexico, where they fished and shrimped. Immigration agents had asked Congress to scatter the refugees around the country to avoid what they called ghettoism, that is, Vietnamese forming coherent communities and thereby not assimilating. This led to Vietnamese people being placed in states like Texas and Oklahoma that had small Asian populations or limited experience with Asians, but carried most of the bigotry embedded in U.S. culture, which was exacerbated by regarding Vietnamese as the enemy. Being excellent fishers and hard workers, the Vietnamese worked many more hours than the Anglo fishermen and lived more frugally, and they soon did well financially. Most of the refugees initially did not speak English and were Roman Catholics. They were surrounded by Anglo-Protestants and the virulently anti-Catholic, anti-immigrant Ku Klux Klan. By 1979, tensions were high and escalated over the next 2 years, with the Klan firebombing Vietnamese boats and houses and destroying fish traps, while the Vietnamese defended themselves with little help from law enforcement, which, at any rate, was friendly with the KKK if not members. Many of the young Anglo fishers and shrimpers had served in Vietnam and regarded the Vietnamese as the enemy gooks, communists that they believed the liberal Carter administration had rescued instead of helping the vets. They also thought that aid groups and the government were subsidizing the refugees, which was not the case. The late 1970s was a period of economic downturn and gas shortages, with fierce competition over the fishing grounds and cheaper imports driving many out of the industry. Rather than blaming the economy, the Anglo fishers and shrimpers scapegoated the Vietnamese. On August 3, 1979, several Vietnamese boats were torched and a vacant Vietnamese house firebombed. Vietnamese and Anglo fishermen got into a brawl that ended with the shooting death of one of the Anglos. 2 Vietnamese were tried for murder and acquitted on self-defense grounds. This made Anglos more resentful. One Anglo fisherman expressed a common sentiment saying, "There's too many of them, and there's not enough room for them, and there's going to be lots of hard feelings if they don't get some of them out of here and teach the ones that they leave how to act and how to get along. I think they ought to be put on a reservation somewhere or in a compound to teach them our laws and our ways, the way we live, our courtesy as a people." 108. On February 14, 1981, Anglo fishermen organized a rally that was attended by the Grand Dragon of the Texas Knights of the KKK, Louis Beam. More than a dozen uniformed men of the KKK's armed militia, the Texas Emergency Reserve, which boasted 2,500 members, also attended. Beam threatened the federal government with action if they did not remove Vietnamese fishermen and shrimpers by May 15, the start of the shrimping season. Beam proceeded to demonstrate how to burn a boat, then invited the Anglo fishermen to join the Klan. The Ku Klux Klan is more than willing to select out of the ranks of American fishermen some of your more hardy souls and send them through our training camps. And when you come out of that, they'll be ready for the Vietnamese. 109. The following month, Beam led armed, hooded Klansmen and militiamen to harass the Vietnamese fishermen with a boat parade, stopping alongside Vietnamese communities to brandish their weapons, burning an effigy of a Vietnamese man being lynched. Civil rights attorney Morris Dees filed a federal lawsuit on behalf of the Vietnamese fishers against the Klan itself and Beam, plus other specific Klansmen. The case was assigned to the first African-American federal judge in Texas, Gabrielle Kirk McDonald. Beam demanded that the judge self-disqualify, referring to her as a negress with prejudice against the Klan. Beam's demand was denied. At trial, Vietnamese fishers gave testimony to a courtroom packed with robed Klansmen. Judge McDonald issued a preliminary injunction on harassment of the Vietnamese. The shrimping season began the next day, with U.S. Marshals on the Vietnamese boats assigned to protect the fishers. The judge found in favor of the Vietnamese complaints. On June 9, 1982, the court issued a permanent injunction against the Klan's Texas Emergency Reserve and prohibited the Klan from having any military organization or training or parading in public with firearms. 110. Secret U.S. war in Laos and Hmong refugees. Laos is a small landlocked and mountainous country bordered by China, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar. In 1960, it had a population of 2 million people. Like Vietnam and Cambodia, Laos had been colonized by France and won independence in 1953. The Kingdom of Laos was formed, but it was opposed by the communist Pathet Lao that had been successful, along with the Vietnamese communists, in defeating the French in their war to maintain occupation of Southeast Asia. The U.S. Department of Defense promptly created an office to support and fully finance the Royal Lao Army against the Pathet Lao. Laos was officially neutral during the U.S. war in Vietnam, based on a neutrality agreement signed in 1962 by the United States, China, the Soviet Union, Vietnam, and 10 other countries, forbidding Sinyas from invading Laos or establishing military bases there. But the U.S. ran a covert war in Laos for 9 years, 1964 to 1973, called the Secret War in Laos, which was secret to no one except the U.S. public. During that time, the United States Air Force bombed nearly every inch of Laotian territory to annihilate the Pathet Lao, which they failed to do. The Pathet Lao took power in 1975, and Laos remains a socialist country. U.S. planes dropped over 2 million tons of cluster bombs on the country, more bombs than all the ones dropped during World War II. No country has ever been bombed so heavily and for so long. Since the bombing ended, more than 50,000 Lao civilians have been killed or maimed by the unexploded 8 million U.S. bombs left behind. 111. By 1958, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency had already covertly begun organizing the Hmong and other ethnic minority villagers in the central highlands of Laos into a proxy counterinsurgent force. The Hmong had one cash crop, opium, and the CIA became the main purchaser and distributor of the commodity. The Hmong's opium production for export was already well developed by the French military in the 1930s. The French promoted the opium industry all over Southeast Asia, but the Hmong territory in Laos became the most productive opium growing area. Historian Alfred McCoy writes that it was the French that changed the hill tribe economy from subsistence agriculture to cash crop opium farming. 112. Around 1958, the CIA took up the reins of the trade without missing a beat. The Hmong were the first to be drawn into the U.S. mercenary warfare, which built up to all-out war against Vietnam, becoming entwined in counter-guerrilla operations and the drug trade. The local market itself included 1 million or so opium addicts when the CIA arrived. The CIA had the organization that was needed to move the opium from the mountains to urban markets. By the late 1960s, it served a global market in opium. 113. The CIA recruited General Vang Pao in 1960 to be the commander of the CIA's secret Hmong army to destroy the Pathet Lao guerrillas in Laos, then to carry out counterinsurgency against the North Vietnamese army. Vang Pao had served in the French colonial military and became a major general in the Royal Lao Army after Laos became independent. 60% of the Hmong male population joined the CIA's counterinsurgent Hmong army. The United States even operated a secret air force, Air America, which was the lifeblood of the CIA's Hmong counterinsurgency operation, transporting in personnel, food, and supplies to and from their remote bases and transporting out the opium. 114. By 1975, nearly 250,000 Laotian civilians and military, a tenth of the total population, were dead. Twice as many were wounded. A full quarter of the population 750,000 had become refugees, including General Vang Pao himself. With the 1973 ceasefire agreement signed in Paris, some 120,000 Hmong became refugees in Laos, along with 18,000 Hmong soldiers. Around 50,000 Hmong civilians had been killed or wounded in the war. Following the 1975 evacuation of U.S. and South Vietnamese military personnel from Saigon, General Vang Pao and around 2,500 Hmong military members and their families were airlifted to Thailand. Thousands more Hmong swarmed the air base but were left behind. They moved into Thai refugee camps that were established by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and began to be resettled. The first Hmong family resettled in Minnesota in November 1975. The largest resettlement came after the passage of the U.S. Refugee Act of 1980. By the 2010 census, 260,000 Hmong had been resettled in communities across the United States, with 87,000 in California, 66,000 in Minnesota, 47,000 in Wisconsin, 10,000 in North Carolina, and under 10,000 scattered in Colorado, Georgia, Alaska, Oklahoma, and Oregon. 115. Maider Vang, a second-generation Hmong writer raised in the United States, observed, "While a person can be evacuated from his war-torn country, he can never be evacuated from the trauma. This war is my inheritance." Viet Thanh Nguyen points out that for Maider Vang and other Hmong Americans, war, memory, and identity are inextricable because Hmong identity in the United States does not exist without war. 116 Some young and apparently healthy Hmong refugees go to sleep and never wake up, while their dark hair turns white overnight. 117. U.S. airstrikes in Cambodia, killing fields and refugees. In 1749, the Vietnamese conquered territory that included Cambodia. After many revolts against the occupation, Cambodia overthrew Vietnamese control in 1851. 36 years later, the French absorbed Cambodia into their colonial Indochinese Union until Japan forced the French out and occupied Cambodia from 1941 to 1945. France returned but withdrew from Southeast Asia with their 1953 defeat in Vietnam. Norodom Sihanouk of the Cambodian royal family took power. With U.S. war mobilization against North Vietnam on the horizon, Cambodia broke relations with South Vietnam in 1963. In March 1970, former Prime Minister General Lon Nol led a coup, overthrowing Sihanouk and the monarchy and establishing a republic. 2 months later, the United States began its interminable bombing campaign in Cambodia, triggering a civil war between the Lon Nol government and the Khmer Rouge communist forces led by Pol Pot. As the United States fled Southeast Asia in the spring of 1975, the Khmer Rouge formed an alliance with the exiled Sihanouk to capture the Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh, establishing the Kingdom of Cambodia headed by Prince Sihanouk. A year later the Khmer Rouge forced Sihanouk back into exile and established Democratic Kampuchea under Khmer Rouge dictatorship. The regime soon broke relations with the Unified Socialist Republic of Vietnam. What followed was the Khmer Rouge's implementation of a death cult, forcing all professionals, teachers, intellectuals, and artists out of the capital into the countryside to work under starvation conditions, leaving 2 million dead. Thousands of others were slaughtered. In January 1979, the Vietnamese army intervened, capturing Phnom Penh and driving out the Khmer Rouge. Vietnamese occupation lasted until 1989. In 1992, a United Nations peacekeeping force monitored Cambodia, and free elections were held the following year, a constitution ratified restoring the monarchy, with Norodom Sihanouk returning to the throne. In 1997, a United Nations tribunal was established, which tried and convicted Khmer Rouge leaders. Pol Pot escaped by dying. 118. Too often the brief but macabre and deadly Khmer Rouge terror reign over the Cambodian people is conceptualized in a vacuum, rather than acknowledging the central U.S. role in terrorizing Cambodian civilians for 4 solid years of B-52 carpet bombings. Starting in 1965, the U.S. had been bombing sites in Cambodia where they claimed Vietnam guerrillas had supply lines. Under the same international agreement that established Laotian neutrality, Cambodia also officially became a neutral country. In his 1979 book Sideshow, Kissinger, Nixon, and the Destruction of Cambodia, British journalist William Shawcross placed blame directly on President Richard Nixon and his national security assistant Henry Kissinger for plunging Cambodia into the chaos that made possible the Khmer Rouge horrors that followed. 119 Genocide historian Ben Kiernan writes that the Khmer Rouge would not have won power without U.S. economic and military destabilization of Cambodia. It used the bombings, devastation and massacre of civilians as recruitment propaganda and as an excuse for its brutal, radical policies and its purge of moderate communists and Sihanoukists. 120 In his study of Henry Kissinger's role in the Nixon administration's acts of war, historian Greg Grandin cites the U.S. bombings of Cambodia, spanning 8 years, as driving the Cambodian peasantry to support the Khmer Rouge. 121. Even after the Vietnamese drove out the Khmer Rouge regime of terror, the United States, along with Western Europe and China, continued to support them. Although the United States publicly condemned the Khmer Rouge, several presidential administrations, plus China and the US-dominated Association of Southeast Asian Nations, gave military support to the Khmer Rouge. During the Reagan administration, the U.S. increased its covert aid to the coalition government of Democratic Kampuchea from $4 million to $10 million for its resistance to the Vietnam-aligned Cambodian government. 122 As a result of Chinese, U.S., and Western opposition to the Vietnamese intervention that overthrew the Khmer Rouge, the United States insisted that the disgraced and defeated Khmer Rouge, rather than the Cambodian Vietnam-aligned government, be allowed to hold Cambodia's United Nations seat until 1982. After 1982, the UN seat was filled by a Khmer Rouge-dominated coalition, CGDK, which it held until 1993. The United States did not recognize and open relations with unified Vietnam until 1995.123 and, of course, the Clinton administration and subsequent ones did not even consider war reparations. Trauma after trauma beset the Cambodian people, trauma that the refugees carried with them to the United States. 700,000 Cambodians were killed in U.S. bombings and ground war. Viet Thanh Nguyen writes, if we count what happened in a bomb-wrecked, politically destabilized Cambodia during the Khmer Rouge regime of 1975 to 1979 as the postscript to the war, the number of dead would be an additional 2 million, or close to one-third of the population. 124 Some 150,000 Cambodians were given refugee status in the United States, while another 6,000 or so arrived as immigrants, and 2,500 with humanitarian status. Besides Khmer Cambodians, there were also refugees from the Cham and Khmer Lou ethnic communities. As with the Vietnamese and Hmong refugees, the Cambodians were purposely scattered around the country to promote cultural assimilation. The 2010 U.S. Census estimated that nearly 300,000 Cambodian Americans resided in California, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. 125. Among the refugees, Viet Thanh Nguyen writes, some are the living dead. 126 62 to 92% of Cambodian refugees in the United States suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. Some experienced an illness called hysterical blindness, during which the person cannot see, but there is no discernible medical cause. Nguyen asks, what has traumatized, blinded, or killed these people? Memories. 127 Such extreme trauma reverberates intergenerationally. In the U.S. wars in Southeast Asia, the United States carpet bombing campaigns and planting of landmines left millions of tons of unexploded ordnance, killing or maiming hundreds each year. 128. As in the aftermath of all U.S. wars, Christian evangelicals of all stripes flock in to convert the vulnerable and traumatized people. Viet Thanh Nguyen, who immigrated as a child with his Vietnam War refugee family, writes, "When we remember the wars that forced people to flee, oftentimes into the embrace of their colonizer or invader, then we can see that the immigrant story, a staple of American culture, must actually be understood, in many cases, as a war story." 129 Indeed, as of 2020, the U.S. had been at war against Asian peoples for 122 years, killing millions of civilians and creating internal and migrating refugees and immigrants, many to the United States. The U.S.-Asian Wars began with the invasion and occupation of the Philippines, 1898 to 1944. Since 1969, 10 years after Philippine independence, the United States military has been involved in counterinsurgency in the Philippines against groups resistant to continued U.S. domination, and with the post-9/11 War on Terror, against the Muslim community. Robert Kaplan writes of the strategic importance of the Philippines for the United States, in terms of what he deems the real enemy, China. Combating Islamic terrorism in this region carried a secondary benefit for the United States. It positioned the U.S. for the future containment of nearby China. 130. The war with Japan, 1941 to 1945, ended with the United States' use of its newly invented nuclear and hydrogen bombs, which killed and maimed hundreds of thousands of civilians in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, inaugurating the permanent threat of nuclear war and ramping up the military-industrial complex. In a March 1947 address to Congress, President Harry Truman, who ordered the nuclear attacks on Japan, declared war on communism with the Truman Doctrine. Although preceding the communists coming to power in China by 2 years and targeting the perceived threat of communists coming to power in Greece, it guaranteed a foreign policy to counter communism in any country where it appeared. The free peoples of the world look to us for support in maintaining their freedoms. 131 The end of Japanese occupation of Korea occasioned implementation of the Truman Doctrine with the 1950 to 1953 Korean War, hostilities with North Korea continuing in the 21st century. The U.S. war in Vietnam began with a decade of counterinsurgency following the Vietnamese liberation movement's victory over the French military at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu in 1954, then a virtual U.S. declaration of war with the Gulf of Tonkin resolution and troop buildup in 1964. U.S. wars in West Asia and the Middle East. In 1990, the U.S. mobilized for war against Iraq with the Gulf War of 1991, followed by military control and economic sanctions, becoming all-out war again in 2003, with an apparently permanent military presence. After decades of vilification, boycotts, and attempted assassinations of Muammar Gaddafi of Libya by 5 U.S. administrations, the Obama administration destroyed that thriving country in 2011, leaving Gaddafi dead and mutilated. Soon after, the administration turned to a mostly covert and proxy war in Syria, with no end in sight. In 2019, Syrians accounted for the largest forcibly displaced population in the world at more than 13.4 million internal and external refugees out of a pre-2011 population of 21 million. 132 Although U.S. wars, overt and covert, and arms sales are primarily responsible for the misery of these peoples, the U.S. government accepts very few asylum seekers or immigrant applications from the war-torn countries. British journalist Patrick Cockburn observes, "The endless nature of these present-day conflicts has come to seem to be part of the natural order of things, but this is absolutely not the case." He points out that the Syrian government won the war there militarily by 2018, but the US and the West want to get rid of Assad, so they kept up the fighting, making Syrian civilians cannon fodder. Cockburn writes that cynical calculations about denying the other side an outright victory kept the other wars going, regardless of the human cost. 133 In Yemen, where since 2015 the United States has fueled the war of its allies the Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates monarchies. 80% of the population is dependent on humanitarian aid for food and shelter and were on the brink of mass starvation, because the monarchies and the U.S. blocked aid. 134. U.S. domination and military interventions in the Middle East, the Persian Gulf, and Afghanistan did not begin with President George W. Bush's terror wars in the 21st century. With only the United States among world powers having come out of World War II unscathed in the homeland and the beneficiary of wealth accumulation with the military-industrial complex that was built for the war, the Truman and Eisenhower administrations took up the banner of reconstructing the world order while managing the European colonies that were achieving or fighting for independence in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. Edward Said wrote that, for the West, everything to the east of an imaginary line drawn somewhere between Greece and Turkey was called the Orient, representing for the West a special mentality, as in the phrase the Oriental mind, and also a set of special cultural, political, and even racial characteristics. 135. By the end of World War I, the Western European states and the United States, squabbling among themselves, were in a colonial relationship with around 85% of the globe, whose peoples were struggling for independence, Arab peoples among them. Most of the former Ottoman-occupied peoples achieved independence from the 1930s to the 1970s. Starting in 1942, U.S. ships, troops, and bases arrived in North Africa, Iran, and Saudi Arabia and have never left the Middle East since that time. In the beginning, it was about control of strategic oil reserves. In 1948, the State of Israel was established as a European and United States proxy in the mostly Muslim Middle East. As a settler state, its first order of business was to ethnically cleanse the lands within the newly undrawn boundaries of the indigenous Palestinian Arabs, undercutting longtime Palestinian national aspirations just coming out from under Ottoman, then British, colonization. Palestinian historian Rashid Khalidi aptly calls it the 100 Years' War on Palestine, which began with the Balfour Declaration supporting a homeland for Jews in Palestine. 136 In what Palestinians call the Nakba, meaning catastrophe, more than 700,000, about half their total population, were driven out of their homes by Israeli forces, becoming refugees. Hundreds of Palestinian villages were looted and destroyed between December 1947 and January 1949. 137 In 1967, in a six-day war, Israel captured the West Bank Palestinian area, which it has occupied since that time, inviting Jews in the diaspora to build settlements, which is illegal under international law. By the late 1970s, the United States became the central financial and military mainstay for Israel, the situation of the Palestinians worsening by the year. The United Nations Agency for Palestine Refugees provides services and operates camps. In 2020, there were some 5 million Palestine refugees eligible for UNRWA services. Nearly a third of registered Palestinian refugees, more than 1.5 million individuals, live in 58 recognized refugee camps in Jordan, Lebanon, the Syrian Arab Republic, the Gaza Strip, and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. UNRWA maintains schools and health care centers. The majority of the 6 million people of Palestinian descent live in Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, a total of 2.5 million, while 2 million Palestinians reside in their autonomous territories of the West Bank and beleaguered Gaza Strip. Approximately 750,000 Palestinians live in the State of Israel. There are some 200,000 Palestinian Americans. 138. Following the Iranian Revolution in 1979, Iran became the main target for the United States, increasingly involving Israel as a proxy. In 1953, the CIA, along with British intelligence agencies, staged a coup to overthrow the democratically elected president, Mohammad Mossadegh, who had nationalized the oil industry, replacing him with the monarchical dictatorship of Shah Reza Pahlavi. The Shah privatized the oil industry and, with the assistance of the CIA, created one of the world's most hideous secret surveillance and torture regimes, Savak.139 Stephen Kinzer writes, in 1953 the United States was still new to Iran. Many Iranians thought of Americans as friends, supporters of the fragile democracy they had spent half a century trying to build. It was Britain, not the United States, that they demonized as the colonialist oppressor. 140 This was a cruel awakening for former British and French colonies in the Persian Gulf region and the Middle East, knowing nothing about U.S. imperialism, seduced by Hollywood westerns, war stories, and dramas of the everyday life of affluent white people. The 1979 revolution that succeeded in overthrowing the Shah was long in the making clandestinely but became public in early 1977 when journalists, intellectuals, lawyers, and political activists published a series of public letters criticizing the Shah's dictatorship. This was followed later in the year by a 10-night poetry festival that attracted thousands of participants with lectures criticizing the government. Mass demonstrations in Tehran and other cities began a few months later. The protests grew in 1978, and at the end of that year, worker strikes and street demonstrations, with masses of women participating, paralyzed the country, shutting down the oil industry. The Carter administration arranged the departure of the Shah in mid-January 1979, then did not interfere in the return of the conservative Ayatollah Khomeini. In a voter referendum, Iran became an Islamic republic on April 1, 1979. Iranian students stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran on November 4, 1979, and held diplomatic hostages for over a year, releasing them on January 20, 1981, after the inauguration of Ronald Reagan. The Carter administration cut off diplomatic relations with Iran and seized all Iranian assets in U.S. banks. 4 decades later, that non-relationship endures, as does the U.S. military threat to Iran. 141. Acute anti-Muslim bigotry began with the hostage crisis. 4 days after the hostages were taken, ABC television promptly began a nightly news program, The Iran Crisis: America Held Hostage, which pumped public anger. ABC newsman Ted Koppel became the face of the show when he began as anchor in March 1980, renaming it Nightline. Dark-skinned individuals misidentified as Iranians across the country were targets of attack. In the Southwest, gas stations put up signs informing that their employees were Mexicans, not Iranians, after one Mexican-American employee was shot. Naveed Mansari points out that after the 1979 revolution, the figure of the Muslim attained an increasingly prominent role in U.S. domestic and foreign policy. In the so-called War on Terror, the Muslim serves as a foil against which the United States draws legitimacy to justify its military exploits in the Middle East. The entanglements between anti-Muslim and anti-black racism are tightly woven together in the concept of the riot. 142 By 1979, there were around 50,000 Iranian Americans, and more Iranians arrived in large numbers after the 1979 revolution. The 2000 U.S. Census counted 385,488 Iranian Americans. 143. As of 2020, the United States had been at war in Afghanistan, much of it covered, for 40 years. In 1979, the Soviet Union responded to the neighboring and beleaguered Afghan communist government with support, sending troops in to fight the Mujahideen guerrillas but giving up after a decade, triggering the collapse of the Soviet Union. Soon after the Soviet incursion, the Carter administration began a CIA-covered war supporting the Mujahideen that was continued and increased with the Reagan administration, cynically giving the Soviets their own Vietnam, as Carter's fanatically anti-communist national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski put it in a memo to President Carter. 144 Hatred and animosity toward Russians as a component of the Yellow Peril was a fundamental aspect of the rabid anti-communism promoted by the U.S. government and embraced nearly universally by the U.S. population. Russophobia lessened during the 1990s, when Russia was in chaos due to U.S. and Western European looting, but accelerated in the 2000s with the election of Vladimir Putin. During the 1980s fighting, more than 5 million Afghan civilians fled to Pakistan and 3 million to Iran. Even in 2020, Afghans made up the world's second largest refugee population. 145 When the Soviets left in 1989, the Mujahideen groups battled one another for power, until the Taliban took Kabul in 1996, with the Mujahideen groups retreating to the mountains, still supported by the CIA. Osama bin Laden, from a wealthy Yemeni family in Saudi Arabia, established Al-Qaeda and became a player, leading to the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks. Although the United States' initial interest in dominating the Muslim Middle East and the Persian Gulf was control of the vast oil reserves, in the 21st century the U.S. became self-sufficient in domestic petroleum reserves and one of the top exporters of oil and gas. It was no longer principally about oil, rather, it was about imperialism and intentionally creating chaos to maintain its dominance and large war budgets. U.S. military interventions, starting with the 1991 Gulf War and coup attempts, some successful, led to hardline international Muslim resistance with the founding of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and the Sudan, spawning other Islamicist groups and spreading to the war zones created by the U.S. invasions and occupations of Iraq and the US-led NATO war that destroyed Libya in 2011. 146. One of the first acts of the Trump administration in early 2017 was to ban Muslim entrance into the United States. Trump signed an executive order that banned foreign nationals from 7 predominantly Muslim countries from visiting the country for 90 days, as well as suspending entry of all Syrian refugees indefinitely, and prohibited any other refugees from coming into the country for 120 days. Many family members of refugees and immigrants were stuck in transit at major airports. The American Civil Liberties Union immigration attorneys as well as other immigration attorneys and whole law firms crowded into international terminals of major airports to assist the stranded. Trump issued further bans, and in June 2018, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the ban. The ACLU's Immigrants' Rights Project stated, "This ruling will go down in history as one of the Supreme Court's great failures. It repeats the mistakes of the Korematsu decision upholding Japanese-American imprisonment and swallows wholesale government lawyers' flimsy national security excuse for the ban instead of taking seriously the president's own explanation for his action." 147 Upon assuming the presidency in 2021, Joe Biden rescinded the Muslim ban. But historian Elliot Young offers the reminder that in 2021, after nearly 2 decades, 40 Muslim men were still caged in Guantanamo, with only 2 of them having been convicted. 148. Asia immigration after 1965. The Hart-Celler Act of 1965 raised the yearly U.S. immigration numbers to 290,000, plus continuing as in the past the non-quota allowance of immediate family members of citizens immigrating from the Eastern Hemisphere, spanning Europe, Asia, and Africa. 170,000 immigrants were allocated, with a hierarchy of preferences, 8% for family members and 20% for occupations, with a maximum of 20,000 per country. The Western Hemisphere quota was 120,000, without country or occupation-specific requirements. The trade union lobby won a requirement that immigrants had to be certified by the U.S. Department of Labor that there were not enough U.S. workers able, qualified, willing, and available for the jobs the immigrant would seek. The Department of Labor listed particular professions that were in short supply for which an immigrant could enter without a specific job offer. This included doctors, nurses, and engineers. 149 The latter could and did amount to a brain drain from less developed countries. By 1972, 86% of the scientists and engineers and 90% of physicians and surgeons who immigrated to the United States were from poor countries. 150 In the wake of the powerful civil rights revolution led by African Americans, the Johnson administration made clear that the new immigration law, in abolishing national origins quotas, repairs a very deep and painful flaw in the fabric of American justice. It corrects a cruel and enduring wrong in the conduct of the American nation. 151 One consequence of the new immigration quotas, which included unrestricted family immigration, was a huge growth in Asian immigration. Between 1965 and 2000, the Asian American population grew from less than 1.2 million to nearly 11 million. Asians accounted for 2/3 of immigrant physicians. In 1960, before the 1965 Immigration Act, there were only 12,000 East Indian immigrants living in the United States. By 2015, there were 2.4 million, the second largest immigrant group after Mexicans, making up 6% of the 43.3 million foreign-born. 48% of South Asian Americans were professionals and business people, many in the electronics industry. Congress raised the immigration ceiling in 1990 by 35% in response to the 1980s economic boom, and by the mid-1990s, annual immigration numbers were near 1,152,000 compared with both the immigrant and the native-born population. Immigrants from India were more likely to be better educated and working in management positions with higher income. Nearly half obtained permanent residence status through employer sponsorship, while the remainder had immediate relatives in the U.S. 153. Immigrants of East Indian descent did not migrate to the United States only from India. British colonialism's practice of forced labor and deportation was the South Asian indenture system. From the 1830s to 1920, more than 2 million subcontinent Indians were forcibly deported by Britain as indentured workers to labor in its far-flung colonies in Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. With the British Empire's abolition of slavery in 1833, the system expanded, lasting into the 1920s, with indentured worker populations making up near majorities in some colonies and today's independent states Malaya, Singapore, Burma, Trinidad, Jamaica, Suriname, Guyana, Mauritius, Fiji, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, with expulsions in the 20th century in Uganda and Fiji and marginalization or repression in other states. 154 In 1972, the autocratic Uganda dictator Idi Amin expelled the 60,000 long-time East Indian residents, most of them Ismaili Muslims, giving them only 90 days until departure. Their homes, businesses, farms, and all assets were seized. 155 Although most resettled in countries of the British Commonwealth, some mostly professionals immigrated to the United States. In an attempt to detract from the continued oppression and exclusion of African Americans, the Nixon administration portrayed Asian Americans as the model minority. 156 Historian May Guy writes, the model minority stereotype elides the existence of large numbers of working-class immigrants, undocumented workers, and refugees reproducing Asian Americans' foreignness, that could amount to a new version of yellow peril breeding new forms of discrimination. 157 Lisa Lowe notes a U.S. national memory that haunts the characterization of Asian Americans, one that has persisted beyond the loosening of immigration restrictions and has been sustained by U.S. wars in Asia, so that Asian Americans are seen as the perpetual immigrants, as the foreigner within, not actual citizens. 158 And although European othering of Asians long precedes the virulent and specific U.S. anti-Asian discrimination and exclusion that began in the late 19th century, its particularity may stem from already existing and deep-seated perception of Indians as the enemy. As Chickasaw scholar Jody Bird suggests, the supposedly scientific insistence that all indigenous peoples of the entire Western Hemisphere migrated from Asia through the Bering Strait continents evokes yellow peril immigration of potential enemies. 159 Wars and forced migrations have been the leitmotif of imperialism since Columbus landed on an island in the Caribbean. Even today, when the immigrant speaks of war as the origin of their Americanization, Viet Thanh Nguyen observes, many U.S. Americans interpret that to mean the difficulties of being new to the country and the horrors of their original country. The mythical power of the immigrant story intoxicates. While not all war stories involve immigrants, and while war stories do not scar all immigrants, a vast territory exists where war story and immigrant story overlap. Segregating immigrant story from war story cools the seething histories of strangers who carry troubling memories of American wars, creating in their place narratives filled with damage, wound, and identity. Readers and writers often imagine damage, wound, and identity as the results of cultural conflict, being torn between two worlds, rather than what they often are, the calamitous consequences of war, colonization, and exploitation conducted by foreign forces and domestic tyrants. The conventional immigrant story warms the heart, but the story of the immigrant as the collateral damage of American warfare warrants anger as much as tears. 160. Chapter 8. The Border. Donald Trump began his bid for the presidency in July 2015 by criminalizing Mexicans who attempt to migrate to the United States. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists, which he repeated and expanded upon for the following 16 months of stadium rallies, promising to build a wall across the entire border, and answered by chants of "build that wall." However, the steady stream of undocumented families with children, as well as unaccompanied children, crowded at the border crossing seeking asylum, were not Mexican citizens, rather desperate families and children from Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, refugees from dysfunctional governments, drug gang violence, and lack of employment, people running north for their lives and the lives of their children. They were refugees from the chaos and wreckage of the violent 1980s U.S. counterinsurgency wars and coups in their countries to destroy democratic left movements that were supported by majorities of those populations. But indeed, the refugees, mostly poor mestizos from El Salvador and Honduras, along with a large number of Mayans from the Guatemalan highlands, were at the US-Mexico border, a surge that began en masse in 2014 during the Obama administration. 1. A Fox News host, tapping into U.S. Mexican hating, erroneously said that the asylum seekers were from 3 Mexican countries. 2. In the years leading up to Trump's campaign, the Mexican immigrant population in the United States shrank by 300,000. By 2016, many more Mexicans in the U.S. had returned to Mexico than the numbers entering the United States, while detentions of undocumented Mexicans were at a 40-year low. Mexico was no longer the top origin country among the most recent immigrants to the U.S. 3. Mexican hating. Thanks to his Mexican-hating top aide, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump was aware of the power of historical Mexican hating for attracting and building a white nationalist base. 4. Miller grew up in the 1990s in the affluent white west side of Santa Monica, an oceanside enclave in Los Angeles County. In the larger Los Angeles area, people of Mexican heritage numbered 3.5 million out of the 9 million population. During Miller's high school years, the Chicano youth organization Mecha had an active presence, and he began nourishing a hatred for Mexicans and found mentors to educate him in white nationalist politics. 5. At Trump stadium rallies, Miller's ideology reverberated as Trump conjured an invasion of animals, raving about the dangers of the Salvadoran American Mara Salvatrucha, the MS-13 gang whose members, none of whom are Mexican, comprise only 1% of all gang members in the entire United States. 6. Clearly, the 46% of voters who elected Donald Trump responded to Mexican hating with enthusiasm. With an instable 2,000-mile border between Mexico and the United States, and a half of U.S. continental territory annexed from Mexico, and with 37 million Mexican Americans making up more than 60% of the entire Latino population in the United States and over 11% of the total U.S. population, Mexico and Mexicans loom large in the U.S. political world of white supremacy and paranoia. 7. Influential Harvard political science professor Samuel P. Huntington, who died in 2008, asserted, "The single most immediate and most serious challenge to America's traditional identity comes from the immense and continuing immigration from Latin America." 8. In a book, articles, and frequent public lectures and media interviews, Huntington specialized in demonizing Muslims and Mexicans using the euphemism Hispanic long before Donald Trump's 2015 to 2016 stadium speeches, naming the same people as enemies and a danger to civilization. But Huntington was no vulgar politician, rather an esteemed Ivy League professor. He served in President Jimmy Carter's liberal administration, tasked with national security. Huntington believed that Latinos were unwilling to assimilate or even learn English, and that their affiliation with Roman Catholicism was a threat to the Protestant order. Huntington was a distinguished professor who is said to be the most quoted source for political science students. On Sunday, August 3, 2019, Patrick Crusius, a 21-year-old resident of suburban Dallas, Texas, drove 634 miles to the Walmart Supercenter in El Paso and with a WASR-10 rifle, a civilian version of the AK-47, shot and killed 22 people and injured 23 more, targeting Mexicans. 8 Mexican citizens were among the dead, while most of the others who were dead or injured were U.S. citizens of Mexican descent. The self-identified Mexican-hating murderer wrote a manifesto that he posted on a white nationalist website more than an hour before he started shooting. The 4-page manifesto is titled The Inconvenient Truth, apparently referencing Al Gore's 2007 book and subsequent documentary film An Inconvenient Truth, which warned of catastrophic climate change. Under the cover of being concerned about the environment, blaming Hispanic immigrants for polluting and causing overpopulation in the U.S., he revealed his true motive: this attack is a response to the Hispanic invasion of Texas. They are the instigators, not me. I am simply defending my country from cultural and ethnic replacement brought on by an invasion. This is what white nationalists claim to be a program of white genocide. He also expressed fear that Hispanic voters would turn Texas into a Democratic Party-dominated state, as well as making the United States a one-party country with the Democratic Party in power. 9. As in California, Mexican Americans make up 38% of the population in Texas. Crusius appeared unaware that Texas, like California, had been a state of Mexico populated entirely by Mexicans and indigenous nations until the 1820s, when Anglo-slaver immigrants began invading, then took over and claimed Texas as an Anglo-republic. Then, in 1846 to 1848, when the U.S. invaded and took the northern half of Mexico, Texas, with its stormtrooping Texas Rangers, became an ethnically cleansed state, reducing the indigenous and Mexican peoples to minorities. Crusius's ignorance of or indifference to this fact reflects the infamous Texas public educational system in its teaching of state history. The 2019 El Paso massacre was not the first mass shooting targeting Mexican Americans and Mexican citizens on the border. The July 18, 1984, massacre of Mexican Americans at a McDonald's in the border city of San Isidro, California, was the largest mass shooting up to that time in the modern era of mass shootings in the United States, with 22 left dead, including the shooter, and 19 wounded. One of the victims was pregnant, and another an 8-month-old baby. Nearly all were Mexican American or Mexican citizens visiting from Tijuana. The killer was a 41-year-old Anglo-American man armed with a shotgun and an Uzi. James Oliver Huberty, the shooter, was born and lived most of his life in Ohio. A serial failure at keeping a job or starting a business, he moved to Tijuana, then to San Isidro a year before the massacre. Back in Ohio, he had been a survivalist hoarder, apparently not with an organized group. He had accumulated an arsenal and also hoarded food and other survival necessities, taking it all along in the move west. He believed government regulations caused his business failures, that international bankers controlled the Federal Reserve, and that communism was taking over, with economic collapse and nuclear war imminent. These were the Reagan years of deindustrialization, workplace shootings, and a widening wealth gap, as well as Rambo and burgeoning white power militias. 10. San Isidro is located up against the border inside the United States, directly across from Tijuana inside Mexico. Residents of Mexican descent, mostly U.S. citizens, comprise 90% of San Isidro's population. At the time, the border crossing was open day and night to locals on both sides. San Diego is 18 miles north of San Isidro, but it took 35 minutes for police helicopters and a SWAT team to arrive at the crime scene. From the time the shooting began to when the shooter was gunned down was 78 minutes, during which he fired some 245 rounds. Historian Roberto Hernandez, a native of San Isidro, the backyard of his childhood adjacent to the border, was 5 years old when the massacre took place, but he remembers the trauma vividly, because his family came close to being among the victims. He and his mother, grandmother, and sister had shopped for groceries and were headed to the McDonald's to buy ice cream for the kids when they recalled they had ice cream at home. The massacre had started by the time they arrived home. 11. When U.S. Americans talk with fear or hate about Latinos or Hispanics, or that there are too many of them, they are talking about Mexican Americans, not Cuban Americans or Argentine Americans. And the Mexican American population in the U.S. at 37 million does dwarf all other Latino groups, the second and third largest being Cuban Americans and Salvadoran Americans at over 2 million each. Importantly, unlike other Latin American nations, there is an ancient connection between central Mexico and the southeast and southwest, and beyond, of what is now the United States, with migrations, roads, and trade routes. The large indigenous civilizations of what is now the U.S. originated in central Mexico centuries before the European invasions. In the Cherokee, Muskogee, and Puebloan migrations north, they carried the sacred corn food and the green corn dance with them. The people who became the Nahuatl-speaking Mexica, ultimately ruling central Mexico, migrated from what is now the U.S. southwest to central Mexico, while their relatives who did not migrate, the Hopi people, still reside in the original homeland. The Nahuatl language of the Mexica people was widespread in New Mexico when the Spanish over decades explored it, then invaded and occupied it in 1598.12. Those centuries of migrations and exchanges prior to European colonization live in the memories and stories of the indigenous peoples, north and south, who were cut off from one another with Spanish, then British, and U.S. colonialisms. Although not enunciated by the Mexican haters in the U.S., this affinity of North and South threatens the legitimacy of settler colonialism and the artificial border that the United States established and militarized but cannot control. Mexican hating is a form of Indian hating. 13. The border crossed U.S. 14. As narrated in Chapter 4, the border between the United States and Mexico was redrawn in 1848, at the end of the 2-year violent U.S. military invasion, occupation, and annexation of the northern half of Mexico. Anglo intrusions began at the moment of Mexico's independence from Spain following a decade of a massive war of independence. Anglo slavers from Missouri started purchasing land in the Gulf and Rio Grande area of the Mexican state of Texas, then declared the independence of Texas as an Anglo republic. Anglo intruders in the New Mexico state of Mexico married into elite New Mexican families, setting the stage for U.S. takeover. U.S. citizens also settled in the Mexican state of California and took the side of the U.S. when it invaded. Although the new border made by war was fixed, it was porous, with little restriction possible. However, Mexican Americans continued to experience settler and official violence in the United States for a half-century before the mass migrations north began with the 1910 Mexican Revolution, when 10% of the Mexican population crossed the border to the U.S. between 1911 and 1917. Many people in the U.S. are unaware that thousands of Mexican American men and women were lynched in the former Mexican territory, now the U.S. Southwest, beginning with the gold rush in Northern California and increasingly in Arizona and New Mexico. 15 Violence against Mexicans in Texas dates back to the U.S. slaver settlers who came to dominate the southeast of the Mexican state of Texas in the 1820s, following Mexican independence from Spain. But it was after the U.S. war against Mexico, annexing the northern half, with Anglo settlers pouring in, that lynching took off. Distinct from the lynching of African Americans, who mostly were individually hung in spectacles with large crowds, Mexican Americans were more often lynched in groups and only occasionally as spectacle. Historians William D. Carrigan and Clive Webb write, "There is little doubt that the unfamiliarity of most Anglos with Mexican culture, especially the Spanish language, made it difficult for them to conduct legal and extra-legal investigations. Mob-seeking Mexicans accused of a crime often found it difficult to determine who among a group of Mexicans was guilty of an alleged transgression. Frustrated with the necessity of translation, unable to decide who was really guilty, and fueled with racist feeling against persons of Mexican descent, Anglo mobs often chose to indiscriminately lynch whole groups of Mexicans." 16. As Jean Guerrero writes in her biography of Stephen Miller, the abuse has never ended, anti-immigrant sentiments remained mainstream. Slurs like wetbacks and beaners were common schoolyard taunts. The word Mexican became an insult. 17 Most Mexicans and Mexican Americans felt pride in their heritage and resented that Mexican was pejorative. More affluent Mexican Americans preferred to be called Latin American or Spanish American, which suggested European heritage. 18 In 1929, prominent U.S. citizens of Mexican descent founded the League of United Latin American Citizens and claimed whiteness. As a matter of absolute record, it was the Latin American who first braved and tamed the Texas wilderness. They were the first white race to inhabit this vast empire of ours. 19 Many young Mexican Americans preferred to call themselves Hispanic or Latino or, in the 21st century, Latinx. In the words of Chicano historian Rodolfo F. Acuna, anything but Mexican. 20. The Mexican Revolution and U.S. intervention, 1910 to 1917. Violence against Mexicans soared with great numbers of refugees arriving in the United States during the Mexican Revolution. During the 1913 to 1914 economic recession, the U.S. Immigration Commissioner publicly lamented that Mexicans might demand public relief. That became and continues to be a common fear expressed about Mexican immigration. Historian Ricardo Romo wrote, California nativists found immigrants a prime economic scapegoat. The Los Angeles Times warned that providing relief for uninvited guests could be costly. During the period 1913 to 1918, a brown hysteria fully as great as that aimed at communists and other radicals elsewhere, was directed at Mexicans living in Los Angeles. Los Angeles County supervisors requested the federal government to deport cholos likely to become public charges. 21. The Mexican Revolution overthrew the 31-year authoritarian reign of Porfirio Diaz, who took power in Mexico in 1877 in a successful military coup. Industrialization and destruction of the peasantry was his agenda, with the full participation of and investments by U.S. corporations, allowing U.S. railroad and mining companies to dominate. Being thrown off the land, the food self-sufficient, mostly indigenous peasantry was crushed, left landless and starving. Both peasant and elite revolutionary movements developed over 3 decades and finally ousted Diaz in 1911 in a revolution that would last to 1917. In that period, some 2 million war refugees fled north across the border. The Woodrow Wilson administration intervened militarily in the Mexican Revolution on 2 occasions. In 1914, U.S. troops occupied the Gulf port city of Veracruz for 7 months. U.S. warships arrived with 502 Marines and 285 armed Navy sailors who went ashore with orders to capture the customs house and telegraph offices, as well as the railroad terminal and power plant. Local authorities tried to arm the population to resist but lacked supplies for effective defense of the city. They were able to kill 4 U.S. Marines and wound 20, which led to the U.S. forces expanding the occupation from the port to the whole city. Street fighting ensued, but the U.S. forces took control of the city with more than 6,000 troops. The second U.S. intervention came in March 1916, after Revolutionary Pancho Villa's army, which was based at Agua Prieta across the border from Douglas, Arizona, had crossed the border 3 miles into the United States, burning the town of Columbus, New Mexico. The U.S. Army dispatched troops across the border deep into Mexico to search for the elusive Villa and his army of peasants but failed to capture Villa. Wilson also deployed 130,000 National Guardsmen and 30,000 troops along the border. Texas Rangers massed in the lower Rio Grande Valley to patrol the borderlands and suppress revolutionary actions. Vigilantes and state officials acted in concert, using sheer force to enforce a color bar in the labor force and terrorizing Mexicans and Mexican Americans through beatings, torture, shootings, and mass decapitations. Thousands of Mexican Americans were killed during La Matanza, and in the Porvenir massacre of 1919, 15 men and boys were executed, their corpses left to rot. 22. The contingent status of Mexican workers. The 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act was the first federal immigration law, marking the first time that a particular group was designated as illegal. 23 Because of the exclusion, many Chinese immigrants entered the U.S. through Mexico, so the U.S. further tightened restrictions at the border. The second law was the Immigration Act of 1917, extending exclusion to all Asians. That law targeting Asians also required an $8 per person fee and a literacy test to enter the United States. The impact was immediate, reducing the number of legal immigrants at the border from 295,000 in 1917 to 111,000 in 1918. The draconian 1924 Johnson-Reed National Origins Act limited the number of immigrants allowed entry into the United States through a national origins quota that provided visas to 2% of the total number of people of each nationality in the United States as of the 1890 national census. The total number of immigrants allowed entry under the law was 165,000. The total number admitted in 1924 was 162,000, of which 141,000 were from Northern and Western Europe. 25. There were only 78,000 Mexicans counted in the 1890 U.S. Census, but the restrictive quotas did not apply, because a quota exception was made for workers from Western Hemisphere countries, which meant Mexico, as immigration from the other Latin American countries was minimal. This exemption resulted from the political power of the business interests in the Western states. The agricultural and mining industries were dependent on Mexican labor, which they preferred precisely because of the absence of the workers' bargaining power at the height of U.S. labor wars. The Mexican workers, supporting large extended families and communities in Mexico, worked cheap and withstood harsh working conditions to keep their jobs. Following the Mexican Revolution with the reform government in power, Mexican authorities attempted to persuade people to stay and work to rebuild war-torn Mexico, but in reality, there were few jobs in Mexico. The 1917 Mexican Constitution guaranteed free movement but required work contracts in order to emigrate legally, which were nearly impossible to obtain, so the migrants' exit was usually undocumented, as was their entry into the United States, making them vulnerable to exploitation. 26. The 1924 immigration law also created the U.S. Border Patrol, housed in the Department of Labor, clearly targeting those crossing the US-Mexico border, at the time seeking to bar the entrance of Chinese. Between 1900 and 1930, some 700,000 Mexican migrants entered the U.S. legally, while many others entered without documents. Most migrants worked seasonally and returned to their villages in Mexico, which growers encouraged. As one California grower put it, "After harvest I will kick them out." 27. And that is exactly what happened on a large scale beginning in 1930. Agribusiness employers in the Southwest preferred Mexican seasonal migrant workers, because at the end of harvest, the workers were on their own, without pay or housing during the winter season. The migrants who chose to stay would relocate to cities where charities or local governments would provide relief during the periods there was no work. This shifted the expenses from employers to the public, which caused resentment, mostly toward the workers. But the caregivers also complained about the employers. The Colorado Catholic Charities director queried, why the citizens at large, the community chest, the churches, the taxpayers, should have to care for the employees of the sugar companies, the railroads, and mines, between seasons of labor, is not clear to the students of economics or justice. 28. This situation was dubbed the Mexican problem, which came to encompass other racial resentments against Mexicans. 29. One aspect of Anglo-racism in the Southwest was not wanting their children to go to school with Mexican children. By 1928, segregation of Mexican American children in schools was widespread in California and Texas. In 8 California counties, enrollment in 64 schools was 90 to 100% Mexican American, and in Texas, school boards created 40 separate Mexican American schools. In 1930, in the San Diego County town of Lemon Grove, the local school board attempted to construct a segregated school for 75 Mexican and Mexican American elementary school children. The Mexican parents organized and took the school board to court and won. The Superior Court of San Diego County ruled that the move violated California state laws because ethnic Mexicans were considered white under the state's Education Code. Point 30. This decision is often hailed as the first successful desegregation decision in the United States, preceding the 1954 Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka, the hallmark U.S. Supreme Court decision ordering desegregation of all public schools. However, the Lemon Grove decision validated the U.S. racial code that recognized only three races: black, white, and yellow. The 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo had guaranteed to Mexicans who remained within the United States after the new border was established all the rights of citizens of the United States, including the right to vote, hold public office, own land, and testify in court, all the rights of white people. Elite former Mexican citizens were able to enter the Anglo-social order. But many of those who were poor or owned little or no property, or who lived in socially segregated barrios, were sometimes classified by federal or state officials as Indian and denied white rights. 31 Yet there was no consistency or institutionalization of Mexicans racially. Depending on the place and time, Mexicans were treated as white according to status and skin color. The Federal Census Bureau classified Mexicans as white up to 1930, when it responded to congressional pressure and started enumerating Mexicans as a separate racial group, Mex, along with Negro, Indian, Chinese, and Japanese. Outside the southern states, intermarriage was not illegal but often stigmatized. In many parts of the Midwest and even more in the Southwest, whites-only signs barred Mexicans from public places such as theaters, dance halls, parks, swimming pools, beaches, beauty parlors and barber shops, bowling alleys, restaurants, and even cemeteries. Voter intimidation and workplace discrimination were common. None of these restrictions were sanctioned by law, as was the case for black people under Jim Crow regimes. But in the Southwest, especially Texas, courts upheld the boundaries more often than they challenged them. 32 The Lemon Grove case was isolated as a local event and set no precedent affecting California or elsewhere. Segregation of Mexican and Mexican American children continued in some places to the 1970s. While the Lemon Grove case was in process, forced repatriation of Mexicans and Mexican Americans was in full swing. From Mexican repatriation to contract labor. The level of Anglo-Mexican hating in the West and Southwest skyrocketed with the onset of the Great Depression that followed the financial crash of 1929, and a 12-year program of mass deportations ensued. As historian May Guy writes, as economic insecurities among Euro-Americans inflamed racial hostility toward Mexicans, efforts to deport and repatriate the latter to Mexico grew, not distinguishing between documented immigrants, undocumented migrants, and U.S. citizens of Mexican descent. 33. Beyond the deportations carried out by the Federal Immigration and Naturalization Service, local and state authorities used every means at their disposal to expel Mexicans and Mexican Americans. California municipal governments passed laws restricting relief services and unemployment benefits. Los Angeles and many towns used police forces to block migrants from entering. In 1936, the Colorado governor imposed martial law in the southern counties, allowing officials of the Southern Colorado Military District to turn back Mexican workers trying to enter the state. In El Paso, Texas, Anglo locals demanded that the entry be closed during morning hours to prevent local commuters from the Mexican city of Juarez from walking across the bridge to go to their jobs in El Paso. And all over, local relief agencies gave lists of Mexicans to INS officials for deportation, including legal residents, with Anglos characterizing Mexican immigrants as lazy, dependent, diseased, illiterate, delinquent, and unwilling to assimilate. Sociologist Cybele Fox observed that the welfare office quite literally turned into an immigration bureau or became an extra-legal arm of the immigration service, expelling those Mexicans who were documented or citizens, which the INS could not legally carry out. 34 Local authorities in the Southwest and Midwest forcibly deported some 400,000 Mexicans during the early 1930s. 35 Between 1930 and 1934, dragnets scooped up people in workplaces, parks, and public squares, piling them onto trains headed south, often deep into Mexico. There was abundant support for the mass deportations among Anglos and European immigrants, who were convinced that Mexicans were taking jobs that should be theirs. Social workers did not treat European immigrants living in the Midwest and Northeast in need of assistance as they treated Mexican immigrants. 36 Some 2 million individuals of Mexican descent were forced out of their homes, work, and communities, at least 1.2 million being naturalized U.S. citizens or U.S. born. Despite proposals, the U.S. government has not apologized for the deportations, nor has any state except California. The California legislature passed the 2005 Apology Act for the 1930s Mexican repatriation program, which officially acknowledged the unconstitutional removal and coerced emigration of United States citizens and legal residents of Mexican descent, and for the fundamental violations of their basic civil liberties and constitutional rights committed during the period of illegal deportation and coerced emigration. 37 No reparations were attached to the words. Due to pressure from Southwest agribusiness operators, in 1942, as it prepared for war with Japan, ramping up a war production industry, the United States signed the Mexican Farm Labor Agreement with Mexico. It came to be known as the Bracero Program, the Spanish word bracero meaning man who worked with his arms, or manual laborer. The contract program lasted 22 years. When it was established, the U.S. promoted it as a wartime emergency to prevent food shortages and high prices. The process began with U.S. employers requesting a particular number of contract workers, then the U.S. State Department could send the request to its Mexican counterpart who would then recruit the workers. The Mexican government was in charge of selecting the workers to be sent and approved only young and landless men whose labor was not needed in their communities, that is, the unemployed and landless. At the border, US designated personnel met and transported the workers to the worksites. The workers' contracts specified that, in addition to free transportation to and from their worksites, they would receive wages similar to U.S. farm workers, along with decent living and working conditions. 10% of their earnings were to be withheld and deposited in a Mexican bank account to retrieve when they returned home. During the first 5 years of the program, 219,000 authorized workers participated, scattered over 24 states but the majority in California. A third were assigned to railroad companies. 38 None of the guarantees were adhered to in reality. With the wartime emergency over, the Bracero program lingered, although the congressional statutory basis for it had expired. In 1947, the Truman administration replaced the government contract system with direct employer recruitment of Mexican workers, assisted by the INS but without the processes required by the legislative program. In fact, the INS arranged legalization of unauthorized Mexican farm workers. By 1950, the number legalized and paroled to employers was 5 times greater than the number recruited from Mexico. The Korean War revived the employers' argument that labor shortages were imminent, and Congress passed a law that gave statutory legitimacy to the Bracero program until its expiration in 1964. The government was again directly involved in recruitment. 39. There was general consensus in the 1950s that Mexican contract labor was a government solution to economic and political issues, rather than what Guy calls a form of imported colonialism. In 1951, President Harry Truman's Commission on Migratory Labor described seasonal Mexican labor migration as an invasion. The magnitude of the wetback traffic has reached entirely new levels in the past 7 years. In its newly achieved proportions, it is virtually an invasion. 40 But, the Commission presented a rosy view that contract labor would bring order to the agricultural labor market and protect Mexican contract workers from abuse, especially endorsing a widespread belief that contract workers were the legal successors to the illegal wetbacks. 41 On the contrary, as Guy observes, imported contract labor had produced a low-wage regime outside the bounds of federal labor standards and workers' rights. Farm labor wages were 36.1% of manufacturing wages, a decline from 47.9% in 1946. This was the result of contract and undocumented workers having no legal standing. 42. Migrant workers organizing. Abuse of Mexican workers was rampant. During the Bracero program, more undocumented workers entered than those under contract. There was no penalty for employers to hire the undocumented workers, and employers actually preferred them, as they were more vulnerable and could not make demands for higher pay or better conditions or try to form a union. They were criminalized as illegal aliens. The employers could withhold wages, call the ins, or abuse the workers in any way, knowing they had no legal standing and had families in Mexico dependent on them. 43 Contract workers were also exploited, and they began to organize in unions by 1960. They had a champion in Mexican-American scholar and labor organizer Escobedo Galarza. Soon after he received a doctorate from Columbia University, Galarza began organizing Mexican workers in 1947, with a 30-month strike against the huge DeGiorgio Corporation in the California Central Valley. Between 1948 and 1959, Galarza led the National Agricultural Workers Union in California in organizing more than 20 strikes and other actions, although he eschewed organizing undocumented workers. In 1959, the AFL-CIO contributed funds and assisted in organizing, which led to the 1960s and 70s strikes and boycott successes of the United Farm Workers. 44. In the Pacific Northwest, living conditions were unsanitary or non-existent. In 1943, in Grants Pass, Oregon, some 500 Mexican contract workers became sick from food poisoning. Poor quality food persisted into 1945 until the Mexican government intervened. Lack of food, poor living conditions, discrimination, and exploitation led braceros to become active in strikes and to successfully negotiate their contract terms. 45 Mexican contract workers were discriminated against and exploited all over the Pacific Northwest, and they organized to improve conditions and wages in the work camps. During the first 2 years of the Bracero program, the workers organized over 20 actions. They would load harvest sacks with rocks to increase their pay. 46 The workers timed their actions strategically, holding work stoppages at the height of harvest or in cold weather. 47 Workers were aware that their work was needed and that the employers would prefer negotiation over deporting them, especially at harvest time, because of the time and expense associated with the Bracero program. 48. After years of struggle and lobbying, finally Galarza and other union activists were able to bring the Bracero program to an end in 1964. Up to that time, some 4.6 million contract workers' visas had been issued, with an average of around 200,000 a year. During the same period, the INS deported 5.5 million unauthorized Mexican workers, averaging around 500,000 a year, and then there was the 1954 Operation Wetback 49. All they will call you deportee. On February 3, 1948, the folk music artist Woody Guthrie penned a poem he titled Los Gatos Plane Wreck, familiar to most people as the Pete Seeger song that was put to music by Martin Hoffman a decade later. Guthrie was unable to set it to music or record or perform the poem, as his mental health was declining from Huntington's disease. The haunting poem tells of the crash of an airplane on January 28, 1948, in Los Gatos Canyon, near the town of Coalinga, California, that was carrying 28 undocumented Mexican farm workers being deported to Mexico during the Bracero program. In news reports, the names of the 4 Anglo pilots and flight attendants were released, but the deportees were not named. Woody Guthrie gave them names he created: Juan, Rosalita, Jesus, Maria, decrying the dehumanization of calling them only deportees. In 2010, award-winning poet and writer Tim Z. Hernandez, who grew up a child of Mexican farm workers in the San Joaquin Valley of California, happened on an old news article about the tragic crash. He realized it was the event that Woody Guthrie had written a song about and that Pete Seeger had recorded, and he began listening to the many recordings of it, haunted by the song and the ghosts with no names. He was troubled that the deportees remained nameless and began researching, intent on finding out who these individuals were. Hernandez was able to identify all 28 passengers and proceeded to search for the families of the deceased. He had found 7 at the time his book All They Will Call You was published in 2017, and soon he found 5 more families as he continued to search. Hernandez also raised money, and with the cooperation of the Fresno, California Diocese and Holy Cross Cemetery, they installed a memorial headstone listing the names of all the passengers. The bodies of the victims had been buried there in a mass grave, and the cemetery catalog had listed each in the name column as Mexican National 50. Tim Z. Hernandez's project reveals the long-time and continuing cruelty of U.S. immigration policies at the border and of mass deportations. The 28 deportees killed in the plane crash were among the estimated 400,000 deported mostly by trains in the preceding year. The U.S. Justice Department took no responsibility for identifying the crash victims or compensating their families. Rather, the department emitted a terse disclaimer: no liability attaches to the government in connection with the Coalinga accident. 51 deportations of Mexican workers took place constantly during the Bracero program. 5 years after the Los Gatos plane crash, one of the largest deportations in a 2-year time span was carried out, with the official name Operation Wetback. It had aspects of a showpiece intended to placate the Mexican-hating public and to give the appearance that the U.S. government was successfully expelling Mexicans, while employers demanded more Mexican workers. Operation Wetback. The original idea for such an operation came from a dubious figure, Harlan B. Carter, the head of the U.S. Border Patrol. His plan was to use the U.S. military to round up and deport undocumented Mexicans. He titled it Operation Cloudburst and was able to get it to President Eisenhower, who considered it but turned it down due to the Posse Comitatus Act, which generally prohibits military use to enforce domestic law. Although Eisenhower didn't accept Carter's plan, it planted the idea that soon became Operation Wetback, which Carter was appointed to lead on the border. Carter was a convicted murderer before he became a border guard. He was born in 1931 in Laredo, Texas, where his father was a border guard. When he was 17, Carter shot and killed a Mexican-American teenager, Ramon Casiano. Carter was angry that Casiano and some friends were talking outside his home, so when they left, he grabbed a shotgun and went after them, shooting Casiano in the chest. Carter was convicted of murder and sentenced to 3 years, but the sentence was overturned on a technicality, and he served less time. 52 Carter went on to graduate from the University of Texas and from law school at Emory University, then joined the U.S. Border Patrol. He commanded the Border Patrol from 1950 to 1958, then directed the Immigration and Naturalization Service Southwest Region until he retired in 1970. A member of the National Rifle Association, he joined its national board in 1951, then was NRA president from 1965 to 1967. He remained active and influential in NRA affairs. After retiring from the Border Patrol in 1970, Carter moved to eastern Washington state, bordering western Idaho, a region that was developing as a hub for the burgeoning white nationalist movement. There, Carter founded the Second Amendment Foundation in 1974, along with a lobbying arm, the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms. At the 1977 convention of the National Rifle Association, Carter and like-minded radicals were able to seize leadership in the NRA, with Carter serving as executive vice president until 1985. The post of executive vice president was the NRA's central operating position, and during Carter's 8-year tenure, membership tripled to 3 million and the annual budget grew hugely to $66 million. It was during this period that the NRA became the House of the Second Amendment and a white nationalist organization. 53. With a Mexican-killing white nationalist in charge of the border and of Operation Wetback, the Eisenhower administration installed a new Commissioner General of the INS, Joseph M. Swing. Swing was a retired Army general and former West Point classmate of Eisenhower. In May 1954, the U.S. Attorney General, Swing, and Harlan Carter issued a press release announcing Operation Wetback. They executed their task aggressively, military style. Swing saw the undocumented Mexican workers' presence as an actual invasion of the United States and viewed the operation as an attack upon the hordes of aliens facing us across the border. Carter told the Los Angeles Times that an army of Border Patrol officers complete with jeeps, trucks, and 7 aircraft planned all-out war to hurl Mexican wetbacks back into Mexico. 54 The highly publicized threats and rhetoric of military-like attacks spread panic throughout Mexican immigrant communities in the southwestern states. Deportations had been climbing, from over 10,000 expulsions in 1942, when the Bracero program began, to over 900,000 in 1953. Swing and Carter were threatening many more, and the Border Patrol proceeded to convert public parks to concentration camps to hold 1,000 or more people at a time. 55. The operation was launched on June 10, 1954, with Border Patrol officers installing checkpoints across Southern California and western Arizona. During the days that followed, border guards apprehended around 11,000 undocumented Mexicans, and by June 30, 22,000 more. Then for several months, the Border Patrol forces swept through California, Arizona, Texas, Chicago, and the Mississippi Delta, raiding farms, restaurants, and Mexican communities. Everywhere the Border Patrol went, reporters thronged, broadcasting stories of roundups, detentions, and deportations. 56 The operation involved 750 INS officers, including Border Patrol and investigators, 300 jeeps, cars, and buses, and 7 airplanes. 57 Swing explained that planes were used to locate wetbacks and to direct ground teams working in jeeps. Transport planes, trucks, and buses were used to convoy the arrested aliens to staging areas, and in order to discourage re-entry, moved many far into the interior of Mexico by train and ship. More than 30% of those deported were herded into hired cargo ships at Port Isabel, Texas, and shipped to Veracruz. A congressional investigation described one vessel, where a riot had taken place on board, as an 18th-century slave ship. 88 Mexican workers died of sunstroke in a roundup that was carried out in 112-degree heat. At Nuevo Laredo, on the Mexican side of the west end of the Texas border, a Mexican labor leader reported that the deportees were brought in like cows on trucks and unloaded 15 miles down the highway from the border in the desert. 58. By official government accounts, Operation Wetback apprehended 3,000 undocumented workers a day and around 170,000 total during the first 3 months. In all, 801,069 Mexican migrants were reported to have been deported. In October 1954, Swing declared that the operation had forced more than 1 million Mexicans deep into Mexico. However, historian Kelly Lytle Hernandez clarifies that although the treatment of the detained and deported Mexican workers was brutal and hundreds of thousands were deported, the actual number was likely closer to 300,000. Operation Wetback is often cited as the event that led to mass deportations and more rigid border enforcement, but that was not the case. Nor did it reduce the number of undocumented Mexicans in the U.S., and it did not end unauthorized entry at the border. Rather, after Operation Wetback ended, the Border Patrol de-escalated, dispatching 2-man patrols on foot or horseback. Hernandez writes, in other words, after General Swing declared conquest at the border, he kept apprehensions low at the U.S. Mexico border by changing patrol tactics. 59. Miserable as it was for the Mexicans who were deported and the communities affected, Operation Wetback was a cynical show for the public, because agribusiness and mining giants demanded the workers. Immigration reform and the United Farm Workers. In the wake of the anti-racist civil rights movement, on October 3, 1965, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Hart-Celler Act in a ceremony at the foot of the Statue of Liberty. He intoned that abolishing national quotas would repair a very deep and painful flaw in the fabric of American justice. It corrects a cruel and enduring wrong in the conduct of the American nation. He claimed that the new law says simply that from this day forth those wishing to immigrate to America shall be admitted on the basis of their skills and their close relationship to those already here. 60. The law was lauded by the liberal establishment, the New York Times editorializing that it was a major reform that put all countries on an equal footing, removing race and Western European preference. Unmentioned in the President's speech and celebrations of the new immigration law was the quota on Western Hemisphere immigration of 120,000 annually. Immediately, more than 500,000 undocumented Mexican workers had no legal avenue to change their status, so were increasingly vilified as illegal aliens. The law actually imposed quotas that had not existed before. In the early 1960s, authorized Mexican migration comprised around 200,000 contract workers and 35,000 regular admissions. Unsurprisingly, deportations of undocumented Mexicans increased by 40% in 1968 to 151,000.61. Nicolas de Genova observes, these enforcement proclivities and prerogatives, and the statistics they produce, have made an extraordinary contribution to the commonplace fallacy insinuating that Mexicans account for virtually all illegal aliens, have served to stage the U.S. Mexico border as the theater of an enforcement crisis, and have rendered Mexican as the distinctive national/racialized name for migrant illegality. 62. And it only got worse in 1976, when Congress amended the Hart-Celler Act, limiting Mexico to 20,000 immigrant visas annually and allowing only limited family reunification. In 1980, with the passage of the Refugee Act of 1980, the visa limit fell to 18,200. Between 1965 and 1986, there were 28 million undocumented Mexican entries into the U.S. and 23.4 million exits. 63. This was the legal and policy setting in which the United Farm Workers Union was founded, first as the National Farm Workers Association in 1962, by Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta. Up until that time, both Chavez and Huerta, who were from middle-class Mexican-American families, had been organizers with the Community Service Organization, founded by Fred Ross Sr. during the Depression era. 64. From the beginning in 1962, Chavez, like Galarza before him, lobbied for strict control of the US-Mexico border, arguing that a mass of non-citizen and politically powerless workers would make it difficult to recruit U.S. citizens to the Union. They also viewed undocumented Mexican workers as strike breakers. The UFW maintained that stance in its early years, even reporting undocumented workers to the Immigration Service. But by 1974, important Chicano support organizations were openly criticizing the stance, making newspaper headlines. It came to a crisis when Attorney General William B. Saxby announced that the Justice Department would deport 1 million illegal aliens and claimed to have the full support of the UFW. The UFW backed off the stance, and Chavez wrote a letter, published in the San Francisco Examiner, denying Saxby's claim, writing that illegal aliens are doubly exploited, first because they are farm workers, and second because they are powerless to defend their own interests. If there were no illegals being used to break our strikes, we could win those strikes overnight and then be in a position to improve the living and working conditions of all farm workers. But he promised that the United Farm Workers would support legalization for the undocumented, our brothers and sisters. By the late 1970s, Chavez's views had changed, and he was advocating the legalization of undocumented immigrants and encouraged their inclusion in the union movement. 65. The United Farm Workers' achievements in the 1960s went beyond any previous effort to bring dignity, safety, and fair pay to farm workers in California, which by then was the breadbasket of the world. In 1966, the UFW's collective bargaining agreement with growers was the first such agreement in the continental United States. The first union contracts required clothing to protect the workers from pesticides and banned pesticide spraying when workers were in the fields, plus banning DDT and other dangerous pesticides and requiring scheduled monitoring. Rest periods, hand-washing facilities, and clean drinking water were required in the fields. Union contracts replaced labor contractors with union hiring halls, guaranteeing workers seniority rights and job security. A comprehensive health plan, a credit union, and pension plan were included in the contracts. The crippling short-handled hoe was abolished. State unemployment, disability, and workers' compensation were extended to farm workers, as well as public assistance and amnesty rights. The contracts required regulation of the sanitary and safety conditions in farm labor camps, and banned discrimination in employment and sexual harassment of women farm workers. The UFW also established in 1966 a non-profit farm workers service center separate from the union that operated 3 radio stations run by farm workers and built single-family homes and rental complexes for low-income farm workers and other rural residents. 66. Since the U.S. invasion and annexation of what is now the U.S. Southwest, throughout a long history of discrimination, deportations, and hardships, the majority of Mexican people, whether citizens, immigrants, or undocumented, were vulnerable with little institutional support. They survived by developing communities of mutual assistance: cultural, economic, medical, education, legal. Mexican mutual aid societies began among those Mexican citizens living in the annexed states, as well as in Mexico itself. As Mexicans entered the U.S. in greater numbers after 1910, they brought mutual aid societies with them. Historian Julie Leninger-Pisier observes that this mutual assistance continues in the 21st century at many levels. 67 One example is the sacrifices Mexican workers in the United States make in sending a part of their earnings back to their families and villages in Mexico. Even during the 2020 pandemic, such remittances actually increased. In August 2020, they amounted to $3.57 billion, baffling U.S. economists who predicted an extreme decrease, underestimating the strength of the human networks between Mexican migrants in the U.S. and their families and communities back home. 68 Mexican Americans built organizations and institutions that benefited all migrants, immigrants, and refugees, such as the National Network for Immigrant and Refugee Rights, the National Council of the Raza, and many others. 69. From Reagan's 1986 immigration reform to NAFTA. At the end of the U.S. wars in Southeast Asia in 1975, along with the perceived energy crisis, a right-wing backlash paralleled a disappearance of not only anti-war and anti-imperialist protests on campuses and on the streets but also the media, which turned away from covering continuing protests for women's and gay rights and racial justice. At the same time, right-wing nationalists developed think tanks and strategy for reversing the gains of the civil rights, women's, and LGBTQ movements, gaining traction with the burgeoning conservative evangelical movement's opposition to women's reproductive rights. These social developments resulted in the rise of Ronald Reagan and the Republican Party's Southern strategy of blatant white supremacy and demonization of unions, combined with exporting production for cheap labor, resulting in deindustrialization. Unsurprisingly, a new wave of anti-Mexican panic broke out that resulted in the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, authored by Wyoming Republican Senator Alan Simpson and Representative Pete Rodino, Democrat of New Jersey. 70 Mexican-American civil rights groups, along with immigration advocates, lobbied for and won a form of amnesty that allowed access to legalization for nearly 3 million undocumented immigrants, the majority being Mexican. Organized labor lobbied for employer sanctions, so that in the legislation any employer with more than 3 workers was required to check and verify immigrant status of their employees and was subject to fines for hiring undocumented workers. The Immigration and Naturalization Service budget was increased by 50%, and the Labor Departments by nearly that amount for the purpose of document verification and worksite inspections. These requirements were easy for employers to circumvent, and INS inspections were a farce. The most egregious part of the legislation was the ramping up of border control, consuming 90% of the INS budget, while only 10% was designated for workplace verification and employer sanctions. With increasingly harsh interdiction, undocumented workers were not able to continue their seasonal migrations and had to stay living in the shadows, with the threat of deportation and no return possible. New immigration laws were enacted during the Clinton administration under the guise of welfare reform. The Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act gave the Border Patrol the power to admit, detain, and deport without judicial review any person arriving at the nation's border, which applied also to refugees and asylum seekers. 71. The North American Free Trade Agreement, which created a trading bloc between the United States, Canada, and Mexico, went into effect during the Clinton administration on January 1, 1994. On that New Year's Day, the world woke to find televised images of an army of around 3,000 masked Mayans, armed with a few old rifles, the rest mostly symbolic wooden ones, occupying 6 municipalities in the Mexican state of Chiapas, including San Cristobal de las Casas. The EZL and Zapatista Army of National Liberation had formed in 1983 and organized the Mayan villages clandestinely for a decade. They had come out of hiding to protest, on behalf of all indigenous peoples and small farmers of Mexico, the NAFTA measure that changed Article 27 of the 1918 Mexican Constitution to allow the influx of cheap corn from the U.S. commercial corn industry, which would destroy the self-sufficient livelihood of small farmers, who were mostly indigenous. 72 NAFTA soon wiped out subsistent farmers and commercial operators in Mexico as they could not compete with the cheap, GMO-modified corn from Iowa. That was mainly producing ethanol and animal feed. 73. The negotiations that produced NAFTA began in the first Reagan administration, continued with George H. W. Bush's administration, and was sealed a year after Bill Clinton took office. Important elements of the Democratic Party's constituents opposed NAFTA, including the AFL-CIO, the Congressional Black Caucus, and environmentalists. Historian Greg Grandin writes, Clinton was Reagan's greatest achievement. He carried forward the Republican agenda. NAFTA, though, represents the clearest and most consequential through line. 74. NAFTA allowed unrestricted passage of goods and investments over the border but did not grant the same to workers, who were not even mentioned in the agreement. With farmers in every part of Mexico thrown off the land, undocumented migration from deep within southern Mexico soared. Grandin writes, rapid militarization of the border took place exactly at the moment NAFTA went into effect. The Clinton administration knew that NAFTA would lead to a spike in undocumented migration, and planned accordingly. It significantly increased the budget and staff of the Border Patrol, supplied it with ever more technologically advanced equipment. A substantial length of what the administration didn't want to admit was a wall was built. The wall forced desperate migrants to take extremely dangerous routes, the Border Patrol in 1998 reporting nearly 7,000 known deaths, the estimate a fraction of the actual toll. 75. Post 9/11 immigration. In the wake of NAFTA, which opened the border to trade, 3 harsh laws were enacted in 1996. The Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act gave the Border Patrol authority to admit, detain, and deport any arrival at the border without judicial review, and included refugees and asylum seekers as well. The Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act was primarily a part of the Clinton welfare reform, but it also included immigrant provisions. 76. The Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act required mandatory detention of non-citizens awaiting a decision as to whether they were deportable and indefinite detention of non-citizens ordered removed to countries that would not accept them. INS detention increased from 8,500 in 1996 to nearly 16,000 in 1998. 77. It also severely restricted the constitutional rights and judicial resources traditionally afforded to legal resident aliens, as it authorized local police to enforce immigration laws. 78. And that was 5 years before the War on Terror was declared. On October 26, 2001, President George W. Bush signed the USA Patriot Act that enveloped all immigrants, tightening border controls. It allowed the monitoring of all private communications that originated in a foreign country and authorized the blocking of all suspected terrorists from entering the country and the deportation of anyone suspected of terrorism who lived in the U.S., even with valid documents. The following spring the Enhanced Border Security and Visa Entry Reform Act was signed, and President Bush ordered the INS to share all its alien data with the State Department. It also funded the hiring of 1,600 additional INS agents. In November 2002, the Department of Homeland Security was established, which unified 22 federal departments and agencies, including the INS, the name of which was changed to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The 2005 Real ID Act established federal information standards for all state driver's licenses and ID cards. It changed visa limits for temporary workers, tightened laws of asylum and the deportation of terrorists, and funded the construction of a 14-mile border wall across San Diego County in California. ICE undertook Operation Frontline in 2004 to 2005, to deport undocumented immigrants who were considered national security threats. ICE sweeps during the Bush administration netted 8.3 million voluntary returns. Undocumented Mexican immigrants who were caught in the sweeps were transported to the border without fingerprinting or paperwork. There were 2 million formal deportations during the period. 79. In late 2005, Congress passed the Border Protection, Anti-Terrorism, and Illegal Immigration Control Act of 2005, a bill that required more stringent employment verification and sought funding for a 700-mile border fence. But most onerous were proposed penalties for entering the country without documents, including a 10-year minimum sentence for entry with forged documentation and the criminalization of anyone who helped undocumented immigrants, even by providing water and food or teaching English. Immigrants arrested for drunk driving were to be deported. All undocumented entries were classified as aggravated felonies subject to extended detention. In March 2006, 500,000 people protested the legislation in Chicago, and a few days later 1 million protested in Los Angeles, along with many other cities across the country. A powerful movement emerged, bringing together immigrant and labor organizations with religious and civil rights leaders and legal aid and immigrant rights advocates. They organized the National Day of Action for Immigrant Social Justice in April 2006, with marches and rallies in over 60 cities. This led to the May Day 2006, a day without an immigrant rally, which brought out massive crowds, primarily Mexican workers. 80. During Barack Obama's two-term presidency, deportations increased with his zero-tolerance policy, with 2.1 million voluntary returns and 3 million removals, earning him the nickname Deporter-in-Chief. His justification was to demonstrate that the US-Mexico border was secure in order to push Congress to enact comprehensive immigration reform, which never happened. 81 Many Mexicans had returned home during the 2008 recession and few were entering the U.S. Before the recession, the undocumented Mexican population was approximately 6.9 million, and by 2015 it had decreased to 5.6 million. 82 When Donald Trump began his campaign for the presidency, warning of masses of Mexicans entering the U.S. illegally, they were actually leaving. The DREAM Act, which would allow undocumented immigrants who were brought as children to the U.S. a path to citizenship, began circulating in Congress in 2001 and through both the Bush and Obama administrations. With no action from Congress, in 2012 President Obama introduced the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, which stopped the deportation of immigrants who fit certain criteria. If applicants would graduate from a community college, or study 2 years toward a 4-year university degree, or serve in the military for 2 years, they could be granted permanent resident status. In 2017, the Trump administration rescinded the program. New versions of the DREAM Act circulated in Congress without resolution, while an impressive movement of DACA applicants organized, garnering considerable public support. 83 On his first day in office, President Joe Biden reinstated the DACA program. 84 The Chicano movement. Student activism in the 1960s opened a dynamic new front in the defense of Mexican Americans. At the height of the successes of the United Farm Workers movement in the 1960s, with the increasing participation of a generation of Mexican American students along with the example of the Black Power movement, the Puerto Rican independence movement, and the American Indian movement. The Chicano movement and identity surged in 1968 and quickly spread throughout the Southwest and the entire country. Chicano students founded the Movimiento Estudiantil Chicano de Estlán. In 1968, Chicanos formed CASA, the Centros de Acción Social Autonomous, which counted several thousand dues-paying members in the Los Angeles area who, along with many volunteers and activists, provided some 60,000 undocumented people with legal aid as well as food and shelter. They also developed links with the left in Mexico. Their newspaper, Sin Fronteras, was widely distributed. 85 CASA was also a training ground for union organizers, immigration lawyers, and future political leaders in California. 86 Also in 1968, the first Chicano Studies program was established at the University of California, Los Angeles as a research and publication center and later became a full academic department, the UCLA Cesar E. Chavez Department of Chicana/O and Central American Studies. Under various names, university programs and departments were established all over the Southwest. 87 The extraordinary 1970 anti-war march in Los Angeles, the Chicano Moratorium, led by the Chicano organization Brown Berets and which drew 30,000 participants, was described by historian Lorena Oropeza as one of the largest assemblages of Mexican Americans ever. 88. The idea of Chicano/O was embraced enthusiastically by Mexican American public school students and barrio youth. Many young people from Central American immigrant families joined the Chicano movement in California. Embedded in the new moniker was a particular mindset. Most who identified as Chicanos were born in the United States, and either did not speak Spanish or spoke very little. Many Mexican parents, in an attempt to protect their children, had not encouraged them to learn Spanish. These young people rejected earlier generations' attempts to assimilate and be accepted as white. 89 Instead, they proudly embraced their mestizo ancestry and promoted the Spanish language. They called for community control of institutions and self-determination, indeed revolution. They identified with the working class and poor people, the farm workers movement, and with Emiliano Zapata and the women soldiers of the Mexican Revolution. Chicanos identified the greater Southwest Estlan as their homeland, as was discussed in Chapter 4. They adopted Aztec iconography, dances, and ceremonies and did not specify territorial rights. The inchoate idea of a Southwest homeland took dubious form with the establishment of the August 29 movement, founded in 1974. The organization held that Chicanos constituted an oppressed nation that had been annexed by the United States and had the right to independence. 94 years after its founding, ATM merged with the Asian American organization Warcoon and formed the League of Revolutionary Struggle, which lasted until 1990. Part of the LRS joined the Freedom Road Socialist Organization in 1994. The FRSO split but continues to exist and endorses the Chicano Nation claim in the Southwest, including the right to self-determination, up to and including independence from the United States. 91 The majority of FRSO members formed a new organization, Liberation Road, which does not claim indigenous territories although their program states, the Chicano-Mexicano people in the Southwest and California are an oppressed nation. 92 The territory that some Chicanos claim for the Chicano Nation overlaps the ancient homelands and contemporary federal reservations of the Navajo, Apache, Ute, and Pueblo nations. This is similar to but distinct from the Hispano self-indigenization discussed in Chapter 4. During the first few years of Chicano formation of organizations and leadership in Colorado, Texas, and Southern California, the movement did not deal primarily with immigration or border issues, but they did strongly support the farm workers movement and attempt to organize unions. 93 That changed with the increase in undocumented immigration countered by Anglo-nativism and INS repression. In the late 1970s, Chicano activists were inspired by and supported the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, and some Chicanos volunteered during the insurgency that led to the 1979 victory. 94 They also supported the revolutionary movements in Guatemala and El Salvador and the war refugees who were turned away at the border and forced to enter illegally. U.S. invasions, occupations, wars, and covert operations in Central America. The ignorant Fox News host who identified El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala as 3 Mexican countries was unintentionally not that far off. The Mayan nation extends south from Yucatan, Chiapas, and Quintana Roo in Mexico across borders to Guatemala and Honduras, while many of the Nahua-speaking farmers of central Mexico migrated as far as western El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua long before the European invasions. These states are specific and particular with varied historical trajectories, linked, however, since their independence from Spain by an intruder in common, the United States. Before there were the independent states of El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, there was the Federal Republic of Central America that also included Costa Rica and what is now the southern Mexican state of Chiapas. Panama was not a part of Central America but rather was a province of Colombia. When the U.S. determined that the Interoceanic Canal should go through the Panama province, the Republic of Colombia refused, so the U.S. incited a secessionist movement and recognized Panama as an independent state in November 1903. The Central American Republic, with its capital in Guatemala City, existed from 1823 to 1841. In December 1823, President James Monroe, in the annual message to Congress, included what came to be known as the Monroe Doctrine, which officially established U.S. intentions to dominate the newly independent Central and South American nations, stating that the American continents are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. 95 Since independence, the United States has never allowed Central Americans to pursue their own destiny. With its foothold of British Honduras as a colony and indirect economic control of eastern Honduras and Nicaragua, British imperialism, through unequal trade in Central America after its independence, paved the way for U.S. economic dominance and military interventions. The Federal Republic of Central America did not survive British imperialism, and the small separate states, governed by elites of 2 warring parties and reliant on mono-agribusiness bananas and coffee owned by foreign companies, were too weak to defend their countries from the predatory Great Britain and United States. 96. In 1849, the gold rush brought hordes of gold seekers from Nicaragua's Caribbean coast to the Pacific and north to San Francisco, a scheme established by the U.S. shipping and railroad tycoon Cornelius Vanderbilt. Already, the U.S. aspired to dig an interoceanic canal through Nicaragua, and this was the possible route. 97 Under the guise of protecting U.S. lives and interests during political disturbances, in March 1853, U.S. Marines landed on the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua for 2 days, and in July 1854, U.S. naval forces bombed and burned San Juan del Norte on the Nicaraguan coast over a period of nearly a week. 98 U.S. pro-expansionist William Walker, under the banner of Manifest Destiny, believed Central America was destined to be the key to global trade and should be annexed by the United States. In April 1855, Walker and 57 mercenaries sailed from San Francisco to Nicaragua to support one side in an ongoing civil war, but within a few months the mercenaries seized control of the country with a plan to make it a white settler country, introducing slavery, with Walker as president. President Franklin Pierce recognized the regime as legitimate. The other Central American countries combined their armies, with support from South American states as well, and forced Walker out in May 1857, executing him in a firing squad. 99 Although Walker's plan failed, it was a dress rehearsal for longer official U.S. occupations and military interventions. After sending troops to eastern Nicaragua for varying lengths of time in 1894, 1896, 1898, 1899, 1907, and 1910, the U.S. occupied Nicaragua from 1912 to 1933, leaving once the first Somoza family dictatorship was installed and ruled for more than 4 decades. During the same time frame, the U.S. invaded and occupied Haiti from 1914 to 1934, with a reign of torture, murder, and forced labor that left some 15,000 Haitians dead. In 1954, The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency recruited, trained, armed, and financed a mercenary army to overthrow the democratically elected president of Guatemala, Jacobo Arbenz. 100. The 1980s Reagan administration enacted its campaign to overthrow the popular 1979 Nicaragua Revolution, which had ousted the USBAC dictator Anastasio Somoza. The leftist Sandinista National Liberation Front established democratic institutions that had not existed in Nicaraguan history since its independence from Spain, implementing democratic socialism, a mixed economy, land distribution to landless peasants, and widespread literacy, while the U.S. mounted a brutal counter-revolution. 101 The Contra War, using neighboring Honduras as a base, turned that impoverished country into a stationary U.S. battleship overrun with armed militias and right-wing evangelicals from the United States to assist the Contras. 102 In order to illegally transport arms to the Contras, the CIA collaborated with the drug kingpin of Honduras that owned an airline, its flights returning from the U.S. with arms. In El Salvador, an armed socialist movement was attempting to take political power and was met with US-backed counterinsurgency and death squads. 103 In Guatemala, the US supported a repressive military dictatorship against a resistance that had been fighting for nearly 3 decades to restore democracy since the US overthrew their democratic government to protect the United Fruit Company. 104 With resistance suppressed, the Sandinistas voted out of power, and the collapse of the Soviet Union. Removing the motive of anti-communism for intervention, the U.S. abandoned war-torn Central America and turned to invading Iraq in 1991. The body count from Reagan's wars in Central America was horrendous, with 65,000 dead in El Salvador, 50,000 in Nicaragua, and more than 200,000 in Guatemala, the majority rural Mayans. Between 1981 and 1990, some 1 million refugees from El Salvador and Guatemala crossed the Mexico-US border, fleeing the violence in their countries. By 1982, some 200,000 to 300,000 refugees from El Salvador, a country of only 5 million people, and tens of thousands of Guatemalans had fled to the U.S. Under the 1980 Refugee Act and international law, they had the right to asylum, but the migrants' applications were turned down, while there was no limit on those claiming asylum from Socialist Cuba and Nicaragua, or the European Socialist states. 105 The Reagan administration categorized the refugees as economic migrants, maintaining that the Salvadoran and Guatemalan governments had not violated their human rights. The administration only increased deportation. Of more than 6,000 asylum petitions in 1981, 154 were considered and only 2 granted, while 1,000 were deported. By 1986, around 50,000 people had been forced to return, and some did not survive the military regimes in their home countries. 106. Consequently, approval rates for asylum were less than 3% in 1984, while in the same year approval rates for Iranians was 60% and 40% for Afghans fleeing the Soviet military intervention. The Salvadoran and Guatemalan refugees were detained at the border and herded into crowded detention centers, then pressured to agree to voluntary return to their countries. Thousands were deported without having legal counsel. With pressure from U.S. support groups, in 1983, 89 members of Congress requested that the Attorney General and the Department of State grant extended voluntary departure to Salvadorans who had fled the war, but their request was denied, the Reagan administration stating that such a grant would be a magnet for more undocumented Salvadorans. In the late 1980s, the Democratic-controlled House of Representatives passed bills to suspend deportations, but none passed the Senate. 107 A coalition of dozens of local, regional, and national civil society organizations, along with both Catholic and Protestant religious figures and parishioners, opposed the U.S. interventions in Central America with marches, petitions, delegations, and lobbying Congress. Thousands more provided assistance and sanctuary to the refugees arriving in the United States. In 1980, a network of religious congregations formed the Sanctuary Movement, starting in Tucson, Arizona, on the border. At its height in the mid-1980s, over 150 congregations openly defied the government and publicly sponsored and supported undocumented Salvadoran and Guatemalan refugee families. Another 1,000 local Christian and Jewish congregations endorsed sanctuary. The movement coordinated with the many activists in Mexico to smuggle refugees across the border, providing legal and humanitarian assistance to the refugees. The Department of Justice initiated criminal prosecution against 2 Texas activists in 1984, which ended in 1 conviction and 1 acquittal. A more serious 71-count criminal conspiracy federal indictment was made against 16 U.S. and Mexico religious activists in 1985. A volunteer team of criminal defense attorneys took on the cases, with much publicity exposing the Reagan administration's treatment of the refugees. All those defendants were convicted, but none received jail time. It was a boon to the movement, as the number of congregations involved in sanctuary increased, and no more indictments were forthcoming. 108. In a speech to the nation about Central America in May 1984, President Reagan used scare rhetoric invoking invasion, saying that San Salvador is closer to Houston, Texas, than Houston is to Washington D.C. 109. Coordinated with the speech was the launch of a Hollywood fantasy, Red Dawn, that had the Nicaraguan and Cuban armies successfully invading and occupying the United States, of course on behalf of the Soviet Union, and imposing communism. 110. General Alexander Haig, Reagan's former Secretary of State, sat on the board of directors of MGM, which produced the film, and it premiered in the White House. 111. Red Dawn fit the Reagan era of Rambo blockbusters. Hate and anti-communism were highly profitable. 112. Central American refugees of war, starvation, and violence. Between 2011 and 2016, the number of people from El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala who sought refuge in surrounding countries increased by 2,259%, and by the end of 2019, an estimated 539,500 people would be displaced from those countries. In 2018 alone, 49,000 children and adolescents in El Salvador dropped out of school, and in Guatemala and Honduras, there were over 2 million children out of school. Gang warfare had made those countries into the most dangerous places on earth, with high rates of brutal homicides, extortion, and rape, but most disturbing was the aggressive recruitment of young boys into gangs. This was the main reason that parents gave for sending their children to the U.S. border. The United Nations Refugee Agency, based in Geneva, responded with personnel on the ground, but UNRWA can set up and administer refugee camps only with the invitation of a government. 113. The U.S. government assumed no responsibility for the damage wrought, nor were U.S. people and the media interested in Central America after the bang bang and headlines ceased. Then, in 2014, 2 years into President Barack Obama's second term, 68,541 unaccompanied children from Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala were detained at the U.S. border with Mexico. 114. For many of the Salvadoran children, reunification with their parents who had fled to the United States was the objective. Honduras was the murder capital of the world, and the violence was the push factor for Honduran families sending their children north. Guatemalan Mayan families living in the most extreme poverty in the rural areas could not feed their children and risk sending them north. The Reagan administration had used Honduras as a military base of operations for the Contra War while tolerating drug trafficking and militarily assisted the El Salvador government's slaughter of peasants and the Guatemalan military genocide against the Quiche Mayan people, which left them impoverished and displaced. By definition of law and ethics, these unaccompanied children at the border constituted a severe refugee crisis, but they were treated as an alien invasion while elected officials called for massive deportations. The chickens had come home to roost, but few U.S. citizens, journalists, or politicians seemed to remember that the situation was a predictable consequence of U.S. policies and actions that led to a humanitarian crisis, violence, drug gangs, and chaos in Central America, now visible on the U.S. border. A third of the children were from Honduras. Certainly, State violence had been rampant in Honduras during and after the U.S. Contra War was staged there, as was the growth of drug cartels, which had been tied to the U.S. military presence. But change had been palpable when President Manuel Zelaya took office in January 2006. As an heir of a wealthy provincial family in the logging, timber, and cattle businesses, Zelaya was a member of the small Honduran elite. He ran for offices in his home province in the 1980s as a member of the Liberal Party, which was not liberal in the sense the term invokes in the US but rather was a party of free trade capitalism. Zelaya campaigned for the presidency promising to fight crime and the drug cartels, but once in office he turned to measures to improve rural food production and the environment, initiating reforestation projects. He began moving away from his party's center-right position and looked to Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez for assistance in dealing with Honduras's extreme poverty. In 2008, Zelaya took Honduras into the ALBA Group. This Bolivarian alternative for the Americas had been formed in 2004 by Venezuela and Cuba. When Honduras joined in 2008, there were 7 other member states, and soon after, 5 other Latin American countries joined. The following year, President Zelaya organized a referendum that would have allowed revision of the constitution to change presidential terms from 1 term to 2. But on June 28, 2009, the day the referendum was to take place, the military, led by Honduran officers who had been trained at the US infamous School of the Americas, forced Zelaya out of office and out of the country, quickly installing the conservative leader of the National Congress. 115. International opposition was immediate and forceful. The United Nations condemned the coup, and the Organization of American States suspended Honduras's membership and established the Honduras Truth and Reconciliation Commission to investigate, finding that it was an illegal coup. The United States, being the principal source of funding for the OAS, wields sway in the organization, which is based in Washington, D.C. The Obama administration, which had taken office only months before, publicly worked through diplomatic channels for months to reverse the coup. But behind closed doors in Washington, a parallel, personal diplomacy was going in another direction, which culminated in official recognition of the coup government. Lanny Davis, former special counsel to President Bill Clinton and a Clinton family friend, played a pivotal role as the lobbyist for the Honduran business leaders who backed the coup. 116. In a 2014 article, Hillary Clinton bragged that she had used her role as Secretary of State to assure that Zelaya would not be reinstated. She wrote, "In the subsequent days I spoke with my counterparts around the hemisphere. We strategized on a plan to restore order in Honduras and ensure that free and fair elections could be held quickly and legitimately, which would render the question of Zelaya moot." 117. The Obama administration provided military support and police training to the post-coup government, made up of pro-coup loyalists, which constructed a horrendous human rights crisis as drug cartels flourished. Government violence against activists, especially indigenous and black communities and environmentalists, was symbolized in its complicity in the murder of environmental activist Berta Isabel Caceres Flores and was responsible for the massive emigration of children in 2014, continuing thereafter. 118. One stark fact stood out in the 2014 situation at the border: not a single one of the children was from Nicaragua, one of the poorest countries in the hemisphere, which also had been left in shambles by the 8-year Contra War. There were several factors that explain why Nicaraguans were not fleeing or sending their children out of the country. The refugees from the other Central America countries were fleeing violence, some of the highest homicide rates in the world, with unstable or corrupt governments and organized drug gangs dominating the streets. At the time the Central American children appeared at the border in 2014, Nicaragua had little gang activity and minimal drug trafficking, logging the lowest homicide rate in Latin America with 8.7 per 100,000 inhabitants, down from 17.4 in 2006 when the Sandinista party returned to power, 16 years after they had been ousted in the 1989 election. In 2014, neighboring Costa Rica, the most affluent Central American country, had a higher homicide rate than Nicaragua, with 10.3 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants. Honduras had the highest murder rate in the world with 92 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants, while El Salvador rated 68 and Guatemala 39. The United Nations Development Programme 2014 report on the region classified Nicaragua as atypical 119. Although the majority of Nicaraguans were poor and rural, land distributions to the peasantry in the 1980s endured, and the government supported small farmers and agricultural cooperatives, creating universal food self-sufficiency, as well as community health care, especially preventive care. In 2018, Nicaragua ranked second in Latin America and the Caribbean in reducing the gap between rich and poor, the poverty level reaching a low 7.6% in 2013.120. The Trump administration's Secretary of State, John Bolton, branded Nicaragua, along with Cuba and Venezuela, as a troika of tyranny, and the U.S. government imposed severe economic sanctions on Nicaragua while fomenting violence there in 2018. The Nicaraguan economy was set back and the future of possible Nicaraguan emigration is not clear, although there were few Nicaraguans in the caravans of Central Americans that arrived at the border in 2018.121. Unaccompanied children and child separation. Although the Trump administration practices in 2018 and 2019 appeared to be unprecedented in terms of harsh detention of unauthorized immigrants and refugees and family separation, it had long been a practice in the sordid history of U.S. immigration practices, particularly with people of color. Unlike past administrations, President Trump and his twisted assistant Stephen Miller trumpeted their intentions and practices with glee. But it was George W. Bush's administration that first separated asylum-seeking parents from their children. They opened the notorious T. Don Hutto Center in Texas where children were separated from parents and abused by staff. Only an ACLU lawsuit put a stop to it. The Obama administration used harsh measures against immigrants and asylum seekers and deported record numbers, housing unaccompanied children at military bases and incarcerated mothers with small children in camps, and on occasion tried to put children in solitary confinement to punish their mothers for going on hunger strikes. However, the administration mostly detained parents and children together. 122. In November 2017, Department of Homeland Security officials in California gathered 4 Central American families into a room together. When one of the asylum seekers from El Salvador protested that his 12-year-old son was handcuffed, a DHS officer told him, "You don't have any rights here." DHS proceeded to separate the children of the 4 families. The families had documents proving the family relationships and had presented themselves at the border as asylum seekers fleeing persecution in their own countries. In this way, the Trump administration quietly tested family separation of asylum seekers in 2017, then in 2018 launched and implemented a policy of separating thousands of families, with the stated goal of severely punishing the asylum seekers and deterring others from attempting to seek asylum for fear of losing their children. Some 8,000 families were separated, children, even infants, taken away and housed in makeshift structures, many enclosed in cages. 123. The 1948 International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide states that a government forcibly transferring children of the group to another group is an act of genocide. 124. This was one of the arguments made in the United States Senate to not adhere to the treaty until 1988, given the century-long practice of separating native children from their families and the 7 decades of chattel slavery, when slavers could separate children from their families at will in the manner of other property. In May 2018, the 5 U.S. immigration attorneys along the border, 3 of them appointed by Trump, were reported to have expressed concern when they received Attorney General Jeff Sessions' order to prosecute all undocumented immigrants, even if it meant separating children from their parents. "We need to take away children," Sessions told the prosecutors, adding that if the parents cared about their kids, they would not bring them, and that there would be no amnesty to people with kids. After two government lawyers had refused to prosecute two cases because the children were infants, Rod J. Rosenstein, the Deputy Attorney General at the time, told the prosecutors that it did not matter how young the children were. 125. By the middle of 2018, the U.S. was holding nearly 13,000 children in border detention centers, 10 times as many as in 2017. 126 The 2018 horror show of family separations elicited massive negative publicity and outrage from citizens and organizations all over the country, many of whom rushed to the border to protest. Lawsuits and court decisions ensued. But in the end, the administration found ways to continue separating children, maintaining that children were being taken because their parents were neglectful or a danger to their children. 127. The American Civil Liberties Union, which had been tasked by the courts to locate the parents, reported that around two-thirds of the parents who had been separated from their children were deported to their countries of origin in Central America, with the children left behind. Some 1,030 children were removed from their parents. The ACLU had found the parents of 485 of the children, but the parents of more than 600 of the children had not been found. In the rush of summary deportations, the destinations of the deported parents were not recorded. Paula Luzzi, the director of Families Belong Together, a coalition of 250 groups, said, "The Trump administration ripped hundreds of children away from their parents, lied about it, then lost track of them as they departed into danger. That's par for the course for a sadistic immigration system." 128. The border divides indigenous communities. The border itself has been transformed into a forbidding wall, whether or not an eventual structure will be in place. Harshavalaya writes, "A long arc of dirty colonial coups, capitalist trade agreements extracting land and labor, climate change, and enforced oppression is the primary driver of displacement from Mexico and Central America. Migration is a predictable consequence of these displacements, yet today the U.S. is fortifying its border against the very people impacted by its own policies." 129. For the indigenous peoples, whose homelands span the 1,848 border between Mexico and the United States, the border itself is static invasion. The barriers and walls that have been constructed, and the ones being planned, cut through their living rooms and fields. The territories of 36 U.S. federally recognized tribes, including the Kumeyaay, Cacopa, Quechan, Tohono-O'odham, Yaqui, Tigua, and Kickapoo, straddle the 2,000-mile border. Tens of thousands of native people live near the border in the Mexican states of Baja California, Sonora, and Chihuahua and are not recognized as indigenous by U.S. authorities. They cross the border into the U.S. for their kin's cultural events and sacred sites, to attend burials and visit family. Like other non-resident aliens, they are required to pass through the rigid security checkpoints where they are subject to interrogation and delay, often rejection. The kind of border wall being planned by the U.S. government would make their visitations much more difficult, if not impossible. The Tohono-O'odham Nation, whose homeland straddles the border in Arizona, has fought the government's plans for a border wall. Through hard-fought law over many years, Tohono-O'odham citizens who reside in Mexico are eligible to receive educational and medical services in Tohono-O'odham facilities inside the U.S. Before the border terror panic of the 21st century, Tohono-O'odham people in Mexico would simply drive or even walk directly across their land cut by the border, but after September 11 and the militarized security measures, they have to drive long distances to official ports of entry, where they are inspected and delayed. One Tohono-O'odham rancher on the U.S. side said he has to travel several miles to draw water from a well that is 100 yards away from his house but inside Mexico. In 2019, 3 Tohono-O'odham villages in Sonora, Mexico, were cut off from their nearest food supply. Although it was nearby, it was in the U.S. All the indigenous nations whose territories were divided by the imposition of the 1,848 border experience similar problems. International agreements that the U.S. government is party to, including the 2007 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, confirm indigenous peoples' rights to draw on cultural and natural resources across international borders. Several U.S. laws also confirm such rights. United States law also requires that federally recognized tribal nations on the US-Mexico border must be consulted in federal border enforcement planning. Yaqui elder and activist Jose Matus, who died in 2017, lived in Yaqui territory north of the border. He said, "Our relatives are all considered aliens. They're not aliens. They're indigenous to this land. We've been here since time immemorial." 130. The border has long been a nightmare for people, both migrants and indigenous residents, but the walls and barriers that have been constructed and proposed also cut through one of the most diverse and biologically rich regions of North America. The border region is home to species whose survival depends on an ecosystem stretching from well into the United States to Mexico, with more than 1,500 plants and animal species, 93 of them listed by the International Union for Conservation and Nature as critically endangered, or vulnerable. The wall affects not only habitats but also the flow of food, protection, and even mating partners. An extended network of national parks, archaeological monuments, and wilderness and nature reserves straddles the border, protecting wildlife habitat and cultural resources on both sides. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service warned that an impermeable barrier and bright light at night will destroy many endangered species. 131. Joseph Nevins writes, "The border, stricto sensu, is a state-sanctioned system of violence, physical, environmental, economic, and cultural." 132. What is to be done about this open sore that causes so much suffering and death? Mostly, the horror is invisible to people across the United States, even those who work for social change. The outrage generated by media coverage of the 2018 detentions of children and turning away thousands of asylum seekers, victims of U.S. wars, receded while the atrocities continued. Ideally, the Mexican government could take the United States to the International Court of Justice and question the very legitimacy of the border. The U.S. would boycott the proceedings, and Mexico would win by default. For the Mexican government to launch such a challenge would require a mass movement in Mexico itself, as well as in the United States. But change has to start somewhere, and with the massive uprising demanding defunding or even abolishing the police in the summer of 2020, there were calls to abolish ICE. As Mexican immigration historian Alexandra Delano Alonso writes, abolishing ICE would include shutting down detention centers and ending deportations, breaking the cycle of violence and lack of accountability embedded in immigration enforcement and incarceration. Delano Alonso acknowledges that the project of dismantling ICE can't be left to the will of the government, rather it will require reimagining society's vision of justice and a reckoning with the racial and economic injustice built into the nation of immigrants from its very origins. The words illegal and immigration must be decoupled in our public and private conversations. 133. Conclusion. The United States has never been a nation of immigrants. It has always been a settler state with a core of descendants from the original colonial settlers, that is, primarily Anglo-Saxons, Scots-Irish, and German. The vortex of settler colonialism sucked immigrants through a kind of seasoning process of Americanization, not as rigid and organized as the seasoning of Africans, which rendered them into human commodities, but effective nevertheless. In the 1960s, U.S. historians were having to adjust the historical narrative of the White Republic and progress in response to black civil rights demands for a reckoning about racism. But in the process of those adjustments and reforms, the settler state was never a subject of debate. Mahmoud Mamdani writes, "If America's greatest social successes have been registered on the frontier of race, the same cannot be said of the frontier of colonialism. If the race question marks the cutting edge of American reform, the native question highlights the limits of that reform. The thrust of American struggles has been to deracialize but not to decolonize. A deracialized America still remains a settler society and a settler state. One attempts to include native peoples as victims of racism further camouflages settler colonialism and constitutes a type of social genocide. The U.S. polity has been trying to rid itself of indigenous nations since first settlement. 400 years later, multiculturalism is the mechanism for avoiding acknowledgement of settler colonialism. Momdani correctly observes that the very existence of indigenous nations constitutes a claim on land and therefore a critique of settler sovereignty and an obstacle to the settler economy too. Multiculturalism was the response to civil rights demands, which required revision of the U.S. history narrative. For this scheme to work and affirm U.S. historical progress, indigenous nations and communities had to be left out of the picture or somehow woven into the story. Point 3. As territorially and treaty-based peoples in North America, they do not fit the grid of multiculturalism but were included by transforming them into an inchoate, oppressed racial group, while oppressed Mexican Americans and colonized Puerto Ricans were dissolved into another such group, variously called Hispanic or Latino, and more recently Latinx. The multicultural approach emphasized the contributions of oppressed groups and immigrants to the United States' presumed greatness. Indigenous peoples were thus credited with contributing corn, beans, buckskin, log cabins, parkas, maple syrup, canoes, hundreds of place names, ecology, Thanksgiving, and even contributing to the U.S. Constitution the concepts of democracy and federalism. This idea of the gift-giving Indian helping to establish and enrich the development of the United States is a screen that obscures the fact that the very existence of the country is a result of the looting of an entire continent and its resources, reducing the indigenous population, and forcibly relocating and incarcerating them in reservations. The fundamental unresolved issues of indigenous lands, treaties, and sovereignty could not but scuttle the premises of multiculturalism for Native Americans. Multiculturalism persisted into the neoliberal 21st century, culminating in widespread diversity training, the coining of a new term, people of color, and the production of Hamilton, which not only erased the indigenous peoples and African slavery but also turned the white founding fathers, who authored a constitution that recognized only white people as citizens, into brown and black men. The Black Power and women's liberation movements of the 1960s gave birth to identity politics, which saw the coalescence of Mexican American youth as Chicanos, Native American Red Power, and a Trans-Asian Pacific American identity. A generation that came to adulthood in the 1960s who could not speak Chinese or Spanish, as their immigrant parents felt it might hold their children back, embraced bilingualism. European immigrants or second-generation U.S. Americans, whose parents and grandparents had strived so hard to be considered white, saw the cultural power of whiteness diminishing and began to hyphenate their identity as Polish American, Italian American, Irish American, while white Appalachians and New Mexico Hispano settlers claimed indigeneity. Instead of the melting pot that erased ethnic heritage, there was talk of patchwork quilts and threads, multiculturalism and diversity. Immigration at the turn of the millennium looked different from past immigration in that Asia was the major region of origin rather than Latin America, at 41% of all immigrants, with 38.9% from Latin America, primarily Mexico. Between 2000 and 2017, the top 3 countries of origin were China, India, and Pakistan, followed by the Philippines. Most importantly, nearly half of the new immigrants were college graduates, many with advanced degrees. They were not heading only to Silicon Valley or other high-tech industrial centers, nor were they, as had immigrants in the past, settling mainly in the large coastal cities. Rather, they could be found in the Deep South, the Great Plains, the Intermountain West, and Appalachia. In North Dakota, where immigrants represented about 4% of residents, immigrant numbers increased by 87% after 2010, while West Virginia and South Dakota increased in foreign-born residents by a third, and Kentucky and Tennessee by over 1/5. And many of these immigrants, some of whom were refugees, others undocumented, came not only from South, West, and East Asia but also from African and Arab countries, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. Like the Chinese and Mexican immigrants before them, they experienced racialization, thereby lacking a key element of settler colonialism, potential whiteness. They or their children could become thoroughly Americanized but still remain contingent. Even the son of a Kenyan who was twice elected president but whose citizenship was questioned by a substantial part of the population, including by the U.S. president who followed him. 5. The trend of Third World immigration began with the 1965 immigration law but accelerated with the Western nations' retreat from funding and supporting decolonization and nation building, which accelerated debt, austerity, and famine, and in the case of the U.S., fronting and arming counterinsurgencies to prevent authentic self-determination, making the countries of origin unlivable. Suketu Mehta immigrated with his family from Mumbai, India, at age 14. A prize-winning author and associate professor of journalism at New York University, he observes in his book This Land Is Our Land, an immigrant's manifesto, that they are here because you were there. He corrects the idea that immigrants clamor to leave their homelands to pursue the American dream. When migrants move, it's not out of idle fancy, or because they hate their homelands, or to plunder the countries they come to, or even to strike it rich. They move, as my grandfather knew, because the accumulated burdens of history have rendered their homelands less and less habitable. Mehta questions the presumed U.S. reader to consider how frequently the U.S. military has gone over its southern border or into the Caribbean or Southeast Asia, going over the borders of Iraq or Afghanistan. The United States has not acted lawfully with other nations, including the Native American nations on its soil, through most of the 19th and 20th centuries. How can it now expect the human victims of that enormous illegality to obey the laws of the United States and stay home or wait 30 years for a visa to rejoin their families? 6. Mehta proposes that the United States pay reparations. If the rich countries don't want the poor countries to migrate, then there's another solution. Pay them what they're owed. Pay the costs of colonialism, of the wars you imposed on them, of the inequality you've built into the world order, and the carbon you've put into the atmosphere. Settle the account, and the creditors will have no reason to come to your house. Reparations or migration, choose. 7. Mehta points out that migrants American Samoa, we have seen with Mexican and Philippine migrants, send back to their home countries some $600 billion in remittances every year, amounting to 4 times more than all the Western foreign aid and 100 times more than the amount of all debt relief. 8. In addition to the ruin wrought by European colonization and U.S. wars and interventions, plus extreme economic inequality, Mehta sees catastrophic climate change as a source of mass migrations in the 21st century, displacing far more people than were displaced at the end of World War II. By 2050, up to 30% of the planet's surface could be unlivable desert, forcing 1.5 billion people into migration. In Bangladesh alone, 20 million people could be forced out due to rising sea levels, and by the end of the century, the lands of 650 million people could be underwater. Obviously, rich countries will be increasingly a destination for desperate migrants and need to plan to provide assistance, not build walls or increase mass deportations. 9. Mehta's manifesto is deeply researched and insightful and should be a refreshing rejoinder to the American dream and bootstrap stories that many immigrants, and more Anglo-settlers, are asked to tell themselves. But Mehta does characterize the United States as a nation of immigrants that does not live up to that aspiration. 10. Although he is critical of U.S. imperialism and immigration policies, Mehta does not acknowledge settler colonialism and the immigrants' role in perpetuating it. The native is mentioned as an oppressed demographic, but otherwise is invisible. Jody Bird writes, as metropolitan multiculturalism and dominant post-colonialism promise the United States as post-racial asylum for the world, the diminishing returns of that asylum meet exactly at the point where diaspora collides with settler colonialism. 11. Moroccan Muslim immigrant Laila Lalami, a prize-winning novelist and writer and a university professor, aptly titled her 2020 nonfiction book Conditional Citizens, on belonging in America. 12. She was born in Rabat, Morocco, was educated in Morocco, Great Britain, and the United States, married a U.S. citizen, and was naturalized in 2000. Lalamy relates that she had no trouble with the citizenship test, because before she came to the United States, she had taken courses on U.S. history, had studied its literature, and had become acquainted with the culture. She discovered quickly on arrival in the United States that the U.S. people she met knew nothing of her country's history or culture, although they exhibited the racist caricatures of Arabs and Muslims. As an immigrant, a woman, an Arab, and a Muslim, Lalamy was made to feel like a conditional citizen. 13 That feeling escalated with the Al-Qaeda attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on September 11, 2001, because the 19 airplane hijackers were all Muslim, all but one from the US allied country, Saudi Arabia. The US revenge war in Afghanistan was framed as anti-Muslim, as was the 2003 invasion of Iraq, where, in fact, there was little hardline Islam and no terror attacks by Iraqis. As that heated anti-Muslim period abated somewhat, Lalamy was disturbed by the citizen birthright rhetoric that began with the presidency of Barack Obama, who was the target of the birther craze, claiming that Obama was a secret Muslim actually born in Kenya, making him ineligible for the presidency. The instigator of this false charge, real estate mogul Donald Trump, ascended to the presidency in 2017 largely on birtherism and his attacks on Muslim and Mexican immigrants. As one of his first acts as president, he banned visitors and immigrants from some Muslim-majority countries by Executive Order. 14 In a chapter titled Assimilation, Lalamy insightfully discusses the U.S. 19th-century programs to erase the languages, cultures, and social relations practiced by indigenous peoples, citing the mandatory boarding schools that took native children from their families and communities. She is alert to that process of Americanization being demanded of immigrants to the U.S. as well. While making common cause between immigrants, especially immigrants of color, and Native Americans, she does not interrogate the role of immigrants in perpetuating settler colonialism. 15 Lisa Lowe writes that the affirmation or the desire for freedom is so inhabited by the forgetting of its condition of possibility that every narrative articulation of freedom is haunted by its burial, by the violence of forgetting. 16 The instability caused by the conditionality of citizenship that Lalamy expresses is a barrier to the immigrants' ability to see the role they may play in normalizing settler colonialism. Most immigration scholars, who are also often activists in support of immigrants, are reluctant to go beyond reforming the system rather than deconstructing the history of U.S. immigration and settler colonialism as a framework. This is understandable, with so many refugees and immigrants being pushed out of their homelands and the U.S. restrictions and deportations. With the intricately constructed Americanization process developed in the second half of the 19th century, along with the constitutional ambiguity of citizenship requirements, those who immigrate to the United States are practically required to embrace the settler perspective or their right to citizenship is doubted. However, many diaspora humanities scholars and writers in the United States ignore the risk and contribute to the discourse on U.S. settler colonialism, and even more so, those in Canada, where the settler colonial situation is similar, historically and in the government's policies. 17. Dean Etsuji Saranalayo writes that migration does not equal colonialism necessarily. Migration to a settler colonial state is fraught because native land and resources are under political, ecological, and spiritual contestation, which means that immigrant communities can duplicate a colonial system initiated by white settlers. This is particularly so since the avenues laid out for success and empowerment are paved over native lands and sovereignty. 18 Saranalayo is referencing Hawaii, where the native Hawaiian population is 10%, and Asians, primarily Japanese and Filipino, make up the majority at nearly 40%, while the U.S. settler population is just under 30%. Although the United States occupied Hawaii and overthrew its constitutional monarchy as a prelude to the invasion and occupation of the Philippines, Guam, and other Pacific islands in the late 19th century, the U.S. Congress long considered Hawaii to be unqualified for statehood, because it was Asiatic, which was the reason that none of the Pacific territories the U.S. held were considered for statehood. But the resident U.S. citizen settlers in Hawaii, who had been uninvited businessmen and missionaries even before the U.S. occupation, desired statehood and lobbied hard for it. These wealthy U.S. businessmen settlers operated vast sugar and pineapple plantations in Hawaii and recruited migrant agricultural workers from Japan and the Philippines, who then came to make up a large part of the foreign residents, outnumbering the indigenous Kanak Maoli. Suranalayo detects the hidden motive for U.S. support of Hawaii statehood. In the 1940s and 1950s, when decolonization was transforming an international order and criticism of Western imperialism was the dominant international sentiment, Cold Warrior ideologues realized that Hawaii's multiracial population had ideological value in winning the hearts and minds of newly decolonized nations. The U.S. liberal multicultural discourse articulated through a multicultural nation of immigrants narration helped achieve seemingly permanent control of Hawaii through statehood while creating a multicultural image of the United States that facilitated U.S. ambitions for global hegemony. 19. Hawaii became a state in 1959, despite the fact that as an island subjected to Western colonization, it was eligible for independence under international law. In 1946, Hawaii was deemed a non-self-governing territory and placed on the UN list of non-self-governing territories, but it was unilaterally removed from that list in 1959 when the US government reported to the UN that Hawaii had achieved self-government. The same applied to Alaska. The Kanak Maoli of Hawaii, Alaskan Inuit, American Indians, and their allies continue to pursue independence. 20. Asian American scholar Eco Day challenges a binary theory of settler colonialism regarding non-European immigration. While scholarship on the settler-indigenous dialectic has been tremendously valuable, it often falls short of clarifying the role that non-white migration plays within such a framework or how it intersects with other aspects of white supremacy. Day rightly objects to the settler status collapsing all migrants into a group of occupiers. 21 Chickasaw scholar Jody Bird extends the term arrivant, which refers to enslaved Africans transported against their will, to refugees and immigrants forced out of their homelands, that is, those people forced into the Americas through the violence of European and Anglo-American colonialism and imperialism around the globe. 22. But the migrant forced into migration to the United States or other states structured on settler colonialism, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Israel, is susceptible, as Suranalayo points out, to the ideology of settler colonialism, which in the United States is imprinted in the content of patriotism, Americanism. Without consciousness of and resistance to this pull, the migrant can passively contribute to the continued settler colonial order. The desire to relieve the non-European migrant or descendants of enslaved Africans from responsibility is understandable but not sustainable if the settler colonial foundation is to be eradicated, that is, the decolonization of the entire apparatus of the settler state. What would that entail? U.S. social movement organizer Claire Bayard likely captured the dilemma for most non-indigenous activists in the United States, saying, "The difficulty that a lot of non-native people have in imagining what unsettling would look like in this country is that it's not seen as a political possibility. We can't even imagine what that would look like. How do we do that?" 23 Lack of imagination also indicates lack of commitment for figuring it out. These questions took a sharp turn in a debate between indigenous and migrant scholars in Canada and mirror the contradictions that exist in the United States as well as Canada. In 2005, Indigenous Mi'kmaq scholar Bonita Lawrence and scholar of anti-racism Enukshi Dua, both professors at York University in Toronto, published a provocative essay, Decolonizing Anti-Racism, in which they argued that anti-racist scholarship had systematically ignored the situation of indigenous peoples and thereby was complicit with the settler colonial agenda. 24 Their argument also reflected criticisms that indigenous scholars and activists have of anti-racist scholarship in the U.S. In response, anti-racist post-colonial Canadian scholars Nandita Sharma and Cynthia Wright, in an essay titled Decolonizing Resistance, Challenging Colonial States, argued that attempts to reclaim native sovereignty could strengthen exclusion and discrimination against non-Western immigrants. 25 Lawrence and Dua identified 5 areas that international critical race and post-colonial theory have failed to address. First, native presence is erased. Second, theories of Atlantic diasporic identities do not take into account the fact that they are settling on native lands. Third, histories of colonization are erased through emphasis on writings on slavery. Fourth, decolonization politics are equated with anti-racist politics. And fifth, theories critical of nationalism contribute to ongoing delegitimizing of indigenous nationhood. Point 26 regarding Sharma and Wright's views, Jody Bird is critical, writing, in arguing against indigenous claims to land, sovereignty, and nation, they suggest that autochthony stands in the face of global capitalism and migration. As xenophobic elitism that traffics as neoliberal hatred of foreigners. 27 Perhaps these starkly opposing arguments contributed to a dialogue among diasporic migrant scholars and activists in Canada, as well as the United States, although less so. In the early 2000s, a new immigrant organization made up of immigrants and refugees and their allies, No One is Illegal, was founded in Canada, with chapters in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, and Halifax. 28 Its initial goals, similar to other immigrant organizations, was to assist immigrants, particularly the undocumented. Within a few years, Indigenous groups and representatives, especially in Vancouver, pressed NOII to include Indigenous sovereignty issues, and the organization responded so that Indigenous rights became a central focus. This is reflected in Harsha 2013 book, Undoing Border Imperialism. 29 Valia, herself from an Asian Indian immigrant family, had formed the Vancouver chapter of NOII. In 2012, she wrote, a growing number of social movements are recognizing that Indigenous self-determination must become the foundation for all our broader social justice mobilizing. We have to be cautious not to replicate the Canadian state's assimilationist model of liberal pluralism, forcing Indigenous identities to fit within our existing groups and narratives. The inherent right to traditional lands and to self-determination is expressed collectively and should not be subsumed within the discourse of individual or human rights. 30. The claim that the United States is a nation of immigrants is the benevolent version of U.S. nationalism. The ugly, predominant underside is the panic of enemy invasion. Echoing Alexander Hamilton, the judge in the case of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 justified exclusion, writing that if the government of the United States considers the presence of foreigners of a different race in this country to be dangerous to its peace and security, their exclusion is not to be stayed because at the time there are no actual hostilities with the nation of which the foreigners are subject. The existence of war would render the necessity of the proceeding only more obvious and pressing. 31 Rendering migrants as proxies for foreign troops dates back to the founders of the U.S. and the Alien and Sedition Acts. Immigration historian May Guy sees the character of U.S. nationalism as the driver of its fear of immigrants. Americans want to believe that immigration into the United States proves the universality of the nation's liberal democratic principles. We resist examining the role that American world power has played in the global structures of migration. We like to believe that our immigration policy is generous, but we also resent the demands made upon us by others and we think we owe outsiders nothing. 32. The U.S. is under the illusion it is surrounded by enemies, must strike first, savagely, with preemptive action, even war. Historian Walter Hickson writes of the boomerang of savagery, arguing that the history of American settler colonialism, and the indiscriminate violence that it entailed, burrowed into U.S. national identity and foreign relations. 33 As native nations resisted encroachment, starting with the first English settlement in 1607, the traumatized settlers hardened the mythology of providential destiny, fueling indiscriminate carnage, which was even more hideous in the Plymouth and Massachusetts Bay colonies, escalating exponentially until total conquest was complete in 1900. Hickson writes, Americans thus internalized a propensity for traumatic, righteous violence, and a quest for total security, which came to characterize a series of future conflicts. Violence against Indians, replete with demonizing colonial discourse and indiscriminate killing, established a foundation for virulent national campaigns against external enemies across the sweep of American history. 34. This is the chief characteristic of U.S. nationalism, similar to other settler states, such as Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Northern Ireland, and 20th-century copycat settler states Israel and the now-defunct Afrikaner apartheid regime in South Africa. But only the United States became an unparalleled capitalist state and military machine, so unlike those other states, whose damaging as it is, remains mostly local or regional, while the United States rules the seas that are overheating, with the earth and the future of humanity itself at stake. Immigrants and refugees from U.S. wars, including Mexicans from the war that created the southern border, have an important role to play if there is to be change. Viet Thanh Nguyen observes that identity politics is treated as a slur, something to be avoided. It appears to be the one thing that many on the left and the solid right agree on. Nguyen writes, to have no identity at all is the privilege of whiteness, which is the identity that pretends not to have an identity, that denies how it is tied to capitalism, to race, and to war. 35 He calls on minorities to dissent from the terms that a regime of whiteness offers. They must call forth anger and rage, demand solidarity and revolution, critique whiteness, domination, power, and all the faces of the war machine, and in particular for Southeast Asians, insist that the war that defines them in America is not only their war, but a war made by white people, a war that is not an aberration but a manifestation of a war machine that would prefer refugees to think of their stories as immigrant stories. We must also tell the war stories that made ghosts and made us ghosts, the war stories that brought us here. 36. This book is a call for all those who have gone through the immigrant or refugee experience or are descendants of immigrants to acknowledge settler colonialism and the Americanization process that sucks them into complicity with white supremacy and erasure of the indigenous peoples. It's a call too for descendants of original settlers to understand and reject settler colonialism and the romanticizing of original white settlers who were instrumentalized to reproduce white supremacy and white nationalism. It's a call for those who work tirelessly for workers' rights and working class solidarity to recognize that it's not only racism that divides the working class but also the effects of settler colonialism. It limits workers' identification as even being working class and worker solidarity in the US and with other workers of the world. The Eurocentric model of a proletarian revolution challenging, much less overcoming, the U.S. fiscal military capitalist and imperialist state has not and will not work. A revolutionary working class must be able to acknowledge its enemy and eschew not only capitalism but also colonialism and imperialism. Given the long history of the U.S. demand for unquestioning patriotism and the contingency of citizenship that immigrants experience, there is a deep fear of appearing unpatriotic. Not only immigrants but also descendants of enslaved Africans experience the contingency. When the San Francisco 49ers quarterback Colin Kaepernick kneeled during the national anthem to protest racism and police brutality, he felt it necessary to declare his patriotism following the game, "I'm not anti-American. I love America." 37 Despite his expressed patriotism, Kaepernick was ousted from professional football, and his former fans burned their Kaepernick jerseys during the national anthem. U.S. President Donald Trump said that a player who kneeled during the anthem was a son of a bitch. 38 James Baldwin felt obligated in his notes of a native son to declare his patriotism, "I love America more than any other country in this world, and, exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually." 39 Not expressing patriotism can be deadly. Black Panthers who boldly told the truth about the United States were imprisoned and killed by police. The world-famous opera star Paul Robeson, who was black and openly leftist, was driven out of the country and his career. American Indian Movement activist Leonard Peltier was imprisoned for life for the death of 2 FBI agents, a crime he did not commit. Jobs and careers can be crushed. Running for public office is out of the question. U.S. leftists have long compensated for their critiques of U.S. capitalism and imperialism by waving the flag or celebrating Tom Paine. At the end of World War II, the U.S. Communist Party was at its height of respectability, having been the driver of the success of New Deal reforms and workers' rights. But their usefulness had run its course, and communists and other leftists were subjected to prosecution and fired from jobs. Even tenured university professors were ousted and civil service workers purged. To punctuate the terror, the government executed Julius and Ethel Rosenberg in a very public burning. Even after the firing of all federal civil servants and private sector employees suspected of being Reds and cleaning out Hollywood, FBI agents appeared at their homes or new places of employment, if they found work, followed them in unmarked cars, and made their lives and that of their children miserable. Perhaps that is one reason so few U.S. historians are willing to risk their careers by writing U.S. history objectively. Even Howard Zinn's 1980 book, A People's History of the United States, remains eschewed by most professional historians, and in September 2020, the book was publicly condemned by President Donald Trump, who introduced an initiative to require the teaching of patriotic history. The left-wing rioting and mayhem are the direct result of decades of left-wing indoctrination in our schools. It's gone on far too long. Our children are instructed from propaganda tracts, like those of Howard Zinn, that try to make students ashamed of their own history. 40. Perhaps most important of all, this book is a call to acknowledge settler colonialism and to put away the myth that the United States is a nation of immigrants. As Mamdani insists, the U.S. autobiography must be rewritten. This is a project that cannot be left to professional U.S. historians. It will require that all oppressed people and educators take history into their own hands. They must dissect that history, rewrite and disseminate it. The United States will not decolonize until it is forced to do so. And unless colonization and imperialism are understood to be inherent in the very founding and all U.S. institutions, we cannot begin to dismantle the fiscal military state.